Hello everybody and welcome to the Virtual Endurance Championships penultimate round here in Season 13. It is the 8 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, an absolutely beautiful circuit, an iconic circuit with such elevation changes, undulations all throughout the lap. It's fantastic to drive and it's even better to race on. That's what we're looking forward to here tonight. It should be an absolutely fascinating race. And I'm very much looking forward to bringing it to you. Just one more round to go after this one as well. The big one at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in just a week's time. We will be going there, a month's time. We'll be going there for the finale of this season. So there really isn't that much chance to recover from any issues that you might have today, making this race really, really quite important in regards to this season. My name's Ewan O'Leary, and I give you a very warm welcome to the stream here tonight. I'm alongside Cam Roger here for the first few hours of this race. Both are massively looking forward to it. And visiting Spa for the first time in about 5 years in the Virtual Endurance Championship should be a fantastic race indeed, Cam.
Yes, certainly should be, and it's getting to that crunch point in the championship. Just this and one more race to go, as you say. So not too many points available left, and this is really that point in the championship where you need to start making sure you're getting those victories, especially if you're fighting for the top of the championship, such as Varga and Burst Edge Esports, where it's getting a little bit more difficult for Burst to come back. The points gap is starting to get a little bit bigger, but fortunately this season we do have one extra race compared to the previous seasons, where there's been 8 races on the calendar. We now have 9, so one extra race here at Spa for them to get points, and I think it's going to be quite an interesting one to see how they work through this. Obviously an 8-hour race as well, so plenty can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be there's going to be a lot of changes throughout the race. It's going to be portions where certain teams are faster than others, and then it's going to switch around by the end. It's going to be very good indeed. You mentioned the championship there, not long to go now, but just to update you on the standings, in LMP2, Varga Sim Racing are leading with 550 points, which is 23 more than Burst, who are in second place. Burst Edge Esports, who are in second in the championship, also second on the grid here for this race, and we'll get into that in a few moments' time. But they're really the two team kind of running away with it. In GTE, it's a lot more open. Nitro Velix and Wave Free Esports, the number 99 car, separated by just 4 points heading into this race, with Varga Sim Racing a further 12 points back. Then it's a little bit more of a gap, 16 points down to Sim Racing for Holland, Juice's Motorsport Club, Wave Free, they're all there. There's a few more a little bit further down as well. But yeah, both of these championships very much up for grabs, but in LMP2, Varga Sim Racing looking very, very difficult to topple right now.
Yeah, and they technically can win the championship here today if things go their way. We do have a slightly increased points total for Le Mans next time out as well, but we'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah, here's your starting grid for the 8 hours of Spa. Marcel Chinsing and Dennis Jordan on the front row, followed by Michi Hoyer and Lorenzo Arisi on the second. Then it's Arno Schoenvliet driving for Ajira ahead of the Nitro Velez car. Then it is Luca D'Amelio and Roman Jakubovic on the fourth row of the grid. Jakubovic driving for Blackhawk on the outside line into La Source. Kalakuri is going to be on the next row alongside the Butler Pal Motorsport car. Then it's Zancho and Burst Esport on the next. Yaltian is in 11th place, just in front in terms of his row, ahead of Juan Carlos Fernandez. Then Rick Van Earl is driving for Undercover Sim Racing off the start, ahead of Anthony Jans, who actually won in LMP2 last time we were here in Spa for the VEC. And then Arm Sim Racing rounding it off for LMP2. It's Sancho from Varga from Wavefree in the GTE category. They're in 18th position on back. Then we've got Dennis Dooner in 21st ahead of Juice's Motorsport Club, being started by Adam Baldwin for this race. Henry Sinek is in 23rd ahead of the Your Name Here racing car in 24th, just ahead of Black Hawk Racing and Nitro Velix, who will be lining up on the next row of the grid. Then it's Francesco Morente and then Andrea Terzi in 27th and 28th overall, ahead of Alex Brautigam and the Jean Lacey Esports car rounding off the top 30. Jose Berenguer a little bit out of position there in 31st for World of Sim Racing, followed by the other Your Name Here racing car in 32nd. That's a big moment on the stream. But continuing on with the starting grid, Ramada is in 33rd ahead of the two Speedy Mike cars. The other World of Sim Racing car is next in 36th place ahead of Marco Slandi in 37th. Rookie Monsters 38th. Nick Westphal will be starting from 39th ahead of Ground Effect Sim Racing just alongside them. And then there's one more car to round off the 41 car grid for the 8 hours of Spa. I believe there is anyway, unless I've got my calculations a little bit wrong. There'll be one more, but yeah, there's your starting grid. Mainly, no real surprises. I guess World of Sim Racing a little bit out of position from what I was expecting to see. But you know, the main players are up there. It's Varga versus Burst on the front row of LMP2, and here's a look at your calendar, by the way, just to see what we've ticked off already. The Silverstone, Nürburgring, Imola, Nola already gone alongside all the others at Sebring, Indy, excuse me, Suzuka. We've got Spa today and then Le Mans coming up a little bit later on. But yeah, no real surprises in that one. Varga Sim Racing taking another pole, P2, and the main championship contenders in GTE all up there as well. So no real big surprises off of the starting qualifying. It's not that important either, really, in an 8-hour race. There's plenty of time to make up some ground.
Yeah, there certainly is. But Varga once again just showing how quick they are. These guys are on such a roll in the last 6 months or so, especially in this LMP2 machine that they've got so accustomed to racing in other championships and series and events as well. They're very used to this car. That's not to say their opponents aren't, but they've just got on top of it and they know exactly what they're doing. And it is going to be quite a good battle, I think, between the Varga boys and also Burst G Sports. But don't forget the other Burst car just behind them with Michi Hoyer at the wheel as well. So there could be quite a good battle for the lead. But we just know these Varga boys, they just seem to be able to keep their speed while doing the correct strategy. Because sometimes one of the best strategies is going absolutely flat out. But then obviously you have to do more pit stops. But they seem to be able to do the correct strategy while keeping the speed, which is quite amazing.
Yeah, it really is quite astonishing, and that's why they have got to where they are, really, in the front of this championship. They've not finished below second in this championship, and to be fair to Burst G Sports, they've not finished off the podium yet. So, you know, those two are really, really a class above the rest. I mean, Burst and Varga have taken all of the race wins so far this season. Nobody else has really been able to infiltrate the party that they've been having, and they've only invited themselves. So they've been winning all the races where everybody else has been scrapping for podiums and so on. But it really is becoming a two-horse race. You know, 23 points separate them. But if you look back to Ajira, they're 71 points adrift. It's almost mathematically impossible for them to win. It's not quite, but it's almost mathematically impossible, never mind realistically possible for them to win. They really do need a miracle at this point.
Yeah, they certainly do. Burst and Varga, the only people, or the only teams, I should say, to win a race this season in the LMP2 category, which is quite amazing, but it just does just show you how dominant they have been, even once we had the merger halfway through the season of the McLaren Senna GTR hypercar and then the LMP2 fields. When they merged together to make one big LMP2 field, didn't really change much for these two teams. They've still continued to be there at the front, and they've continued to, well, yeah, be the real standout performance. And as I was saying earlier, it is mathematically possible for Varga to win the championship here. We have 1.5 times points for Le Mans, so 150% points, which means it is 45 points for a victory in Le Mans. So that is going to be very important.
It is indeed just a bit of instruction there from race director Jimmy Allison to get these guys underway. We're on the formation lap right now. It gives us a chance to look at these cars for the first time here tonight for the 8 hours of Spa. We're going to be racing for hopefully all those with dry weather. I'm pretty sure that's going to be the case. We're not expecting rain, I don't believe, throughout today, but you never know. The weather does tend to roll in fairly quickly around here, so yeah, you never know. There may be a surprise a little bit later on, but we'll wait and see. Of course, 2x2 at the moment, and this is the way they are going to start. I believe it was implemented for season 13, wasn't it? The side-by-side starts. We used to go single file off of the start for many seasons, but season 13 has brought double file starts for the Virtual Endurance Championship, and it is going to be quite messy down into La Source. It's going to be very, very tight. It's not really a big corner. There is some runoff on the exit, but we've seen some massive crashes in there in the not too recent past. In real life, and indeed if you go a little bit further back, there's been some pretty big ones off the start, so we hope to avoid them, but it's going to feel very, very claustrophobic very, very quickly down there when we get racing.
Which is quite ironic considering they have 8 hours of racing, so hopefully the boys can keep it nice and calm going into that first turn. But yeah, it's 8 hours, but everyone still tries to make those positions on the opening few corners, and it is certainly a tricky sector 1 here. Obviously, with having the hairpin, but then also up through Rouge and Radion can always get a little bit messy, and then you have the massively long Kemmel straight down to Les Combes as well. So it is a tricky start to the race, but obviously, as we said, you have 8 hours of racing, so it's best sometimes just to get yourself in a good position and then see where you can come out.
Yeah, absolutely. It may well be that backing off is the best strategy to go around here because, as you mentioned, long way to go and a long race in front of us. Championship implications, as we mentioned, 1.5 times points for Le Mans, but these guys are going to run out of chances quite quickly to actually make up any ground after this race. So yeah, it's going to be very, very high pressure down into turn 1. But yeah, it's hard to see anybody other than Varga or Burst coming out on top really in LMP2 because they just seem to be a class above the rest. In GTE, as we mentioned, Ibrahim Khan is on pole for this race. You can see those guys in the top right-hand side of your screen. He'll be on the outside line. The way the kind of positions have worked for this one has given him the outside for La Source, which gives Varga the inside, them being third in the championship at the moment. So they'll be looking to have a good result here today and get up the order just a little bit in front of Nitro Velix and Waveframe, who they're directly battling with for this championship. Running up to Blanchimont, though, we just ticked under the 8 hours mark in terms of the timer, but these guys got to wait a little bit longer. Yeah, that's a very, very wise words there, to be honest, because there's going to be a lot of people with a lot of ambition going down into turn 1, and hopefully we do indeed see a clean start. Marcel Czincik then in control of this field for the penultimate round of season 13 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. The 8 hours of Spa set to get underway with Czincik in control of the field. The green flag is waving and we are underway. He's got a good start. It looks like the inside line into turn 1 is going to yield the lead for him, although side by side between himself and the Burst Edge Esports car, it is a little bit of a slide for Juan Carlos Fernandez in the background, DX Droids, but in GTE, it is Ibrahim Khan who's taken the lead through turn 1, and a bit of a battle going on through La Source between Varga Sim Racing and I believe one of the other Corvettes, maybe side by side towards Rouge. Marcel Czincik on your screens right now has got a big lead heading towards Les Combes. There's going to be a lot of battling between these guys going up towards the inside. There's somebody on the inside line for Algira, but in GTE, outside line for Sim Racing for Holland, and a big slipstream. That Corvette is incredibly fast in a straight line, you can see. Trying to go to the outside line of Waveframe. This is the battle for second place because Ibrahim Khan has completely left everybody for dead. Sim Racing for Holland into second, but Ibrahim Khan, great start. Look at that as there's the yellow flag in further on in the background. Somebody in GT has come unstuck, but in the end, it was a fantastic start from Ibrahim Khan, and to be fair, Dennis Turner as well, who's into second.
Wojtek Bolesny had, well, relatively speaking, an awful start there. Got pushed wide by Maglera in the Waveframe, but then Dennis Duna getting that slipstream as well as Adam Baldwin and Henry Sinek getting past Bolesny up into Les Combes as well. So horrible start for the number 69 Varga. They've dropped down to 6th place after effectively being in that battle for the lead. So Ibrahim Khan, he's gone off. He is a couple of seconds in the lead, and he's going to be absolutely enjoying this one. Having a bit of clean air with all the LMP2s going away from him as well. So that was a really good start by him, and also Dennis Duna. So we need to see how they can go now as they come to the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the pole sitters have got away well, but behind them, it's a little bit, well, not messy, but it certainly was aggressive down to turn 1. So Czincik leads from Dennis Jordan, then Michi Hoyer and Honor Schoenfleet. Those four kind of breaking away from the rest as things stand. But Czincik definitely with a little bit of extra pace over the two guys driving the Burst Edge Esports cars. Obviously, new best lap time as we complete lap 1 of many throughout this race. 8 hours is going to really chew up the laps here, even though we're LMP2 is the top class nowadays. Last time we were here was a 24-hour race, and we had LMP1 cars. So times have definitely changed since then as we go up Rouge for the second time, up Eau Rouge for the second time, excuse me, and up the hill towards Les Combes as well. Michi Hoyer, big slipstream, and to the inside line he goes. Dennis Jordan's not going to fight this one too much because these two are technically teammates, I guess. Dennis Jordan is just going to lift off into this corner and let his teammate go.
Yeah, there's no point holding up your teammate, that is for sure. And here we're going to see Polesny. He's in third place here currently. Then Duna is going to come past, but also Adam Baldwin and Henry Sinek getting the huge triple slipstream around the outside. And then as they come into Les Combes, you see Henry Sinek's already made it in front of Polesny there, down into sixth place. He won't be too happy with that start, but that went all the way back from turn number 1 when him and Maglera were so wide. They were both way off the track, pushing each other as they go. Well, back to the LMP2, Michi Hoyer with a good start, getting in, ahead of Dennis Jordan, and maybe it's already time to sort of think about the strategies and that sort of thing. There is going to be a little bit of a mixture between the soft and the medium tyres, it seems, from what has been said around, but also the amount of pit stops that you do with an 8-hour race. That means there's plenty of time to do fuel saving, and you might see some teams trying to save a pit stop and do around 12 stints for the whole race.
The code 80 at the right time as well will really throw your strategy off and get yourself off strategy maybe if it comes at the right time, but obviously we've got to have an accident for that to happen, and hopefully that doesn't happen. Here's Rick Van Earl though on Anthony Jans trying to go down. He's inside at Blanchimont. Not really an overtaking opportunity and not one we often see, but these guys certainly battling hard early on. Van Earl just defending into the bus stop chicane for the second time of asking as we complete lap 2 right now. This is the view back from Jarl Tien just in front, driving for Zancho. But yeah, Anthony Jans 13th at the moment. He was the winner in LMP2 when we were last here 5 years ago. That was a 24-hour race, of course, and times have really changed since then. We had the older version of the LMP2, and Anthony Jans was completely unbeatable in that car. He's a little bit more beatable now, but that doesn't mean he's a bad driver by any stretch of the imagination. Currently going up Eau Rouge right now, and this could be the opportunity. A big slipstream effect between these guys. Right now he's going to go to the outside line for Les Combes. We'll see how hard Rick Van Earl really fights this one. Battle's going on all up and down the field at the moment, but it's outside line for Jans, and he's going to sweep around there nice and late on the brakes, and he has got that done as the penalties now begin to get applied.
And already we can see Dennis Jordan going back behind Junveli as well. So I do wonder, Burst Edge Esports, they are the masters of the strategy. I do wonder if they're trying to play something here, or if Dennis just doesn't quite have the pace in this opening phase of the race. And he's now got Luca D'Amelio behind him from Team Rookie Monsters as well. So that's going to be quite an interesting battle to see what Dennis Jordan can do, because if he starts losing time and sort of getting held up effectively with all these LMP2s overtaking him, then that's not really going to be helping his strategies. We now come back to Maglera. He's now dropped down to 5th place. Henry Sinek managed to get past him, and now Polesny is going to be fighting to try and get back up into this top 5. The interesting battle also in the GTEs is that the championship leading number 60 from Cetros Nita Velix is down in 8th place on the road. You can see him just behind there in the Corvette. So a bit of a mixed up grid here for the GTEs.
We've had a crash at Eau Rouge, I'm afraid, and a car already out of the race, I believe. Ground Effect Sim Racing have come into contact with Rookie Monsters. That's Bradley Sellers and David Lespes, who have made contact at Eau Rouge or Radion. I'm not entirely sure which one it is, but it doesn't really matter. It's going to be a big accident. Didn't see what happened, but I believe Ground Effect Sim Racing are out of the race. The exact kind of incident that you really need to be avoiding at this stage in the race, but I'm afraid they haven't been able to manage that. And so they are, well, one of them set back quite considerably. The Rookie Monster 73 and the 72 Ground Effect Sim Racing car is already out, and they've had a really difficult season, I think it's fair to say. You know, I believe that's the car with Ferry Stanley, who usually drives the 72 car. They haven't scored points in a lot of these races, and connection issues for Stanley has put them back a little bit, and various other issues they've had along this season as Jordan gets shuffled back another place.
Oh yeah, so Dennis Jordan, he must be doing something, because it's not very often that you see him dropping back this far just on pure pace. So we need to see how this one develops and what lap they come into their pit stop for the first time. The LMP2s will be doing roughly 40 minutes, give or take, maybe 45 on a fuel saving stint in terms of minutes. So that is something to look out for when we get to the end of the first stint. But yeah, you're mentioning about Ferris Stanley. I believe he's actually moved to Zancho. So Ibrahim Khan
Alright.
in the GTE leading that way. I'm pretty sure Stanley, he's now moved for this race to Zancho, so that is going to be a bit of a nicer sight for him. Now, obviously, being at the front of the field, as you say, Grand Effect, they've had good pace, but they've just struggled to finish races this season in VEC, which is not the best for them. But Ibrahim Khan is now having an amazing lead from Dennis Duna, so good to see Sim Racing for Holland back up there because they've struggled for a few races, but Zancho are leading the way at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. 3.8 seconds between himself and Dennis Duna, who's actually pulling away from the rest as well. Adam Baldwin is in third place right now, ahead of Satellite Racing's Henry Sinnick, as we go on board with Zancho right now. Bit of Zancho bias for you early on. Get it out of the way for a little bit later on. But yeah, the traffic has really not come into effect just yet. So these gaps kind of form. Or you kind of get these trains, especially in GTE, where they kind of run around one after the other, and there's a lot of overtaking that normally goes on. But then it's normally just settles in slightly once we've had that first round of traffic, if it's executed cleanly, of course. If there's a real messy round of traffic, then the race can descend into chaos, but it hasn't happened very often, especially recently. So yeah, we're expecting more of the same, but things do tend to just settle down ever so slightly after that first round of traffic. As you can see right now, we're behind Ibrahim Khan, even in LMP2 as well. It's very, very messy. Lots of trains going on, lots of battles going on. Very entertaining for us, but not the most efficient thing really with this amount of racing to go. And yeah, if you want to try and complete as many laps as possible, get your race time down just ever so slightly, battling like this is not the most efficient way to do it.
And talk about battling, Dennis Jordan's moved down another place to 6th place. Andonovsky got past him there just a few corners ago. So dropping down now into 6th place. They must be playing some sort of a different strategy, especially as this point of the season where they're going to be trying to, as we mentioned, with the lack of points left, with there only being 2 races, including this one remaining this season. I'd be surprised if they were this far off the pace normally. So here we're going to get a replay up through Radion, and it's Andonovsky, who's recently moved teams to Nita Velux. He's going to get a nice slipstream there, and he's going to go around the outside into Lake Com. And I'm sure Dennis Jordan probably didn't defend this one too hard, which he didn't. No point losing any more time than you need to.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if they're going for a bit of a fuel-saving strategy, which you suspect that they might, and if they are indeed going to do that, then they've got Alex Siebel on their team, and he is one of the very best at conserving his fuel and tyres throughout a race distance. So, yeah, you know, if anybody's going to go for it, it's going to be them, because they've shown that they can't actually beat Varga in terms of outright pace. Doing the same strategy as Varga is not going to yield a victory for them. And so, with only 2 rounds to go and a 23-point deficit, they've got to try something. Clearly not settling for 2nd place, and that is good to see. But yeah, a little bit further on back from this, we're watching Lorenzo Arisi right now, Waveframe Esports driver, guys who came very, very close to winning a championship in season 12. And so yeah, they were looking to repeat that, but I'm afraid it's not quite been the best season that they've ever had. They're currently 4th in the standings, and actually tied on points with Ajira, who they're battling with right now, although it's not the same Ajira kart. Yeah, they've had a sort of good season, but that's a bit messy. Further on back, Arm Sim Racing going off the road slightly, and that's a big fight going down towards Bruxelles now, almost 3 wide with DX Droids right on the outside. Juan Carlos Fernandez trying to capitalise on a bit of a bad start for him, I'm afraid. It wasn't the most ideal start, but he's trying to make up some positions right now. That looks a very, very energised battle though between those 5 in the background.
And that's what the slipstream does, gets you all close together into that Lake-Com section, and 3 wide, as you say, coming down there into the hairpin. But fortunately, they all came out in not too bad of a shape. And Anthony Jans, he dropped back down in sort of 15th place, but he managed to get past those couple of places. Those just gone wide there, and that's now going to give Rick VanEur the opportunity to come around in the chicane and then get up the inside, but not quite enough. So he's going to have to come back in for the slipstream up to Blanchimont corners. This is actually a really good opportunity to get a nice slipstream. It's not really straight, but it's still a long sequence of flat out kinks where you can get a really amazing slipstream all the way up into the final chicane, which is a very hard braking zone and a very good opportunity to make another overtake. But I think it's actually the car behind of Tom Oldemaker who's really getting the closest out of that battle, but it looks like they're actually going to drop back just for the moment as we look back to Dennis Jordan, who's got himself ahead once again of Andonovski, who's gone into the pit lane.
Yeah, some penalties starting to be served because GT traffic is almost upon us. Let's just see who else is going to go in. It looks like just Andonovski at the end of that lap. So a shame to see for Knights of Alex, but they've got to serve a penalty for whatever they have done in the previous race. Yeah, nearly 15 minutes gone, and that's the kind of region you'd expect to see the start of traffic. We've already seen a couple of guys into the pit lane, by the way. The 248 of Pedro Ramada has been into the pit lane. He's in again. I believe they are both penalties. I didn't see him off the road at any point. And the 52 has also been into the pit lane. That's World of Sim Racing with Jose Berenguer now getting overtaken by everybody because, yeah, we've got, well, that's the kind of thing that happens in these races. You know, we're about to reach that point, and this is the most stressful part of any race. The first kind of travel through traffic, I guess you could call it, in any endurance race, any multi-class race, it is always the most dangerous because everybody's so compacted. Everybody has got to, you know, the positions are right in front of you, so people could try to take advantage of that when sometimes it's not always the best idea. It can create accidents, as I mentioned earlier. We've not seen those kind of accidents too much in the last few rounds, but hopefully I haven't jinxed it by saying that, and we'll be all okay on this time. Very interesting moment in the race coming up, though.
Yes, a very important point of the race, really, because it also sets the way. These LMP2s, these first couple of LMP2s with Chinchik and Hoyer, they're going to set the standard for how this race is going to go, with how overtakes are coming. The GTEs, as the race unfolds, obviously get used to where the LMP2s overtake and how aggressive they are in certain corners. So this is a sort of them really stamping it down with how they're going to go about the next 7 3/4 hours towards the end of this race. But it does look good for our race's sake that Michi Hoyer is actually staying with Marcel Chinchik, really keeping him in the loop, which is good because we know how fast Chinchik is, which means Hoyer is having a good run today. But just going back to the penalties, they were actually the penalties for this race. The number 30, Nita Velix LMP2, they had a drive-through. So did the number 52 GTE, as well as the 258, which has 2 drive-throughs, which is Ramada Motorsport as well. So they are the penalties being served. The other one on the list is for Williams, the Williams GTE, but unfortunately they're not attending today.
No, unfortunately not, but a drive-through around here is painful because the pit lane is absolutely huge. We're using the kind of a F1 Grand Prix pit lane and the endurance pits all in one, to my knowledge. And so, yeah, that means that it's a really, really long drive down the pit lane. We're going to see some long pit stops here. So, you know, if Burst Edge Esports are trying to save a pit stop in this one, that's going to save them an awful lot of time, and maybe more than it would at other circuits because the pit lane is so long around here. But here we go, the first go through traffic. Marcel Chinchik, we're on board with him right now, and we are going to see an absolute master at work here. Carving a way through traffic is how you win endurance titles, and Vargas Sim Racing are well on their way to doing that right now. Marcel Chinchik has been a real instrumental part of that, alongside Yuri Toman and Daniel Wisner, who's done some driving here and there as well. But yeah, this is going to be kind of a sit back and relax and enjoy kind of moment, because this is going to be fantastic to watch. These LMP2 drivers carving their way through the GT traffic, and on the outside line, a challenge for the lead. Michi Hoyer splits the difference, tries to go through the middle, but realises it's too early for free wide and slots in behind for now.
And the traffic is such a good opportunity to make an overtake when you're in Michi Hoyer's situation. The second that Chinchik gets held up a little bit by GTE, he'll be able to make a pounce. But unfortunately there, he just got stuck a little bit in Blanchimont. Such a difficult corner to go side by side, and he obviously had to work his way out of that one. And this is going to be one of the crucial corners in the race, is this Eau Rouge Radiant section. At what point does Michi Hoyer lift out? Does he stay flat out and try and get the Aston Martin as well? No, he's going to have to lift out of that one, and there he's just going to lose time all the way down the straight as well. So it's such an important sequence of corners, but now that lead battle just opens up a little bit. But the way traffic works, at some point Chinchik will lose out as well, and Michi Hoyer will be all over the back of him again.
Yeah, absolutely. It works in your favour sometimes, and then it goes completely the other way. So, yeah, I wouldn't be worrying about it too much. And Michi Hoyer knows that, of course. He's experienced enough to know how the traffic will work. Although that is a very good run through traffic for Marcel Chinchik, getting through on all of those cars. And you can see already nearly 3 seconds being cut or carved open in almost immediately in that kind of gap. They were nose to tail before they went into that GT traffic, but Michi Hoyer, in the space of about, what, 10 cars? Not even that. He's lost 3.5 seconds and he's got to do an awful lot of work to catch that back up now.
That's just the way traffic works. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't, unfortunately. It also, it's not just a luck situation, it is what you do as a driver as well. You've got to position your car in the correct locations. You need to slow down early sometimes so that you get a better run into the next corner. You've got to really think ahead, and sometimes if you just get there a little bit wrong, you will literally lose seconds, as we've seen here. We're see there Schoenfleet as well, just struggling a little bit to get out of that corner. But again, over the course of these 8 hours, that's going to flip-flop multiple times. And Michi Hoyer, with the speed that he's shown so far, I'm sure he's going to be able to keep up with Chinchik at this moment in time as well. But it's such a difficult point of the race, as you see there in Blanchimont as well. Sometimes you've got to take that risk, as we're now coming into this final chicane, which I'm sure is going to be one of the big places for a dive bomb on this track.
Well, we've already seen a few dive bombs in LMP2. I saw a half spin for somebody as well in a battle that we were watching a little bit earlier on, as they go slicing one way and then the other down the inside into La Source. We go right now on board with Arnaud Schoenfleet, who's in 3rd place in this race, 3rd place in this championship as well. We've got the top 3 in the championship in the exact same spaces in the race, although that's not quite the Burst Edge Esports car that is 2nd in the championship, but it's still from the same team. And Michi Hoyer, a very, very capable driver as well, as we're nearly complete in terms of getting through this traffic right now. Michi Hoyer's managed to get this gap down to 1.7, so it has given back to him ever so slightly, this traffic, but he is going to get caught up behind the Vargas Sim Racing GTE and Henry Sinnick as well, driving for Satellite Racing right now. But that's going to cost him a little bit of time as they go through their combo. It seems in the first round of traffic, Marcel Chinchik, excuse me, has gotten away with it ever so slightly. He's gotten clear of the main part of the traffic, whereas Michi Hoyer still stuck in it. It looks like he's going to lose time.
And just remember, from a GTE perspective as well, these guys are battling and they've got these LMP2s and all sorts coming past them. It's a very difficult situation to be in, and you really got to have some cooperation as well. Obviously it is on the side of the LMP2s to make sure they are overtaking cleanly as well, but sometimes it's best just to have a little bit of self-preservation as well, knowing that you are in your own battle, you're fighting for your own position, and sometimes you just got to let them go, even if it's in a little bit of an awkward situation, as these LMP2s are continuing to battle even further down the order. You see Undercover there, and Go Team Racing, they're trying to get a bit close as well. And now Jakubovic going around the outside of the Drive Game C entry. So it's a very important point of the race, but it's a very intriguing one as well to see where the overtaking is going to be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. So Marcel Chinchik is now into, well, he's got past all but one of these GTE cars. Ibrahim Khan is the last one remaining on his list, but we're watching Lorenzo Arisi carving his way through traffic now, and this is a much more close battle. Well, there's a lot more cars involved in it as well. There's one of the Black Hawk Aston Martins just in front. You can see they come out of the bus stop chicane right now, and to complete another lap with 22 minutes gone almost in the 8 hours of Spa. Down the inside for multiple prototypes going into the first turn. Another of the wave-freeing GTE cars just in front of Arisi right now. Those two teammates, of course. Bit of a photo opportunity, but they won't be worrying about that right now. It's fully focused, and you can see that's the kind of thing you're talking about there, Cam. The car in front there in 8th place, just in front of Lorenzo Arisi, the Sancho car, trying to lay off of those cars through Eau Rouge so that they could get the best run possible up the corner. It didn't look like that's actually worked out, because Arisi is going to try to head to the outside right now, but it didn't quite happen. That's exactly what you're talking about though, Cam, trying to preempt what's going to happen in the traffic instead of reacting to what's happening, just laying off the cars in front and then trying to get the best run up through Eau Rouge as possible to maximise your run down the straight.
Yeah, you need to have your car in the right position at the right time. It's not just about going full speed and trying to get past as quickly as possible. It's about making sure you're getting past at the right places possible. If you're going to get to them really close into the corner, sometimes you might as well just slow down a little bit and then get the run as you come through the corner, so then you get a better overspeed and things like that. That's what the drivers always have to take into account. It's not easy to do because there's a million things going on in the car, and we even saw there with the footage of Arisi when he was driving, he was always taking his hand off the wheel to press something on, obviously on his button box. So he's obviously got some sort of setting in the car. Maybe that's one of the fuel mixtures or his headlight button or something like that. So you've got all these things to think about, and as well as the positioning of your car as well. So it's a lot going on, and it takes a real skill to get to the high level of that. But even looking back towards the lead, it's all opened up once again over to 3 seconds from Michi Hoyer. So Chinchik is doing really well in this traffic in this opening phase.
Yeah, I guess a real indication of whether Michi Hoyer really has got the pace right now. Was he being towed along by that slipstream, or is he able to reel that car back in again? Because, yeah, if he is able to do that, then that's great news for Burst Eastport, and they'll really be able to be main players in this race. But, you know, were they getting towed along there? And, you know, there's a long way to go until we get to the next GTE traffic. The next car is just going down the hill at Puon right now, and we're halfway along the straight, the Camel Straight right now. So yeah, it's going to be a real big indication of the pace that Michi Hoyer has got right now to see or monitor this gap to see how it fluctuates.
Indeed, and it's already getting to that point in the race where they're going to be thinking somewhat of the pit stops that are going to be coming up. The pit stops do come pretty frequently, to be honest, for the LMP2s, with it only being about 40 to 45 minutes for a stint or for a full fuel tank. And as we know, they're pretty much just going to take a full fuel tank every single time with how that works. But there is going to be a sort of a mixture of strategies, I would assume, between these guys. Some people are going to double stint soft, some may even try the mediums, some people are going to be fuel saving, some people are just going to be absolutely flat out the whole time. And how that works out is going to be very crucial, because the final pit stop, as always, is very important. But where you are with the traffic and where you are with the track position as you go throughout the race is also very important for your pace as well. So those guys are going to have to get the strategy absolutely nailed. And as we mentioned earlier, 8 hours is plenty of time for you to work out that, but you've got to start off on the front foot. You can't be sort of changing your strategy mid-race. It often doesn't work out that way.
Nearly half an hour gone in this race, and we're watching Christian Michel right now, who's embroiled in quite the battle in GTE. This is a bit of a train from Henry Sinnick, and then the Vargas sim racing car currently being driven by Wojciech Polesny. Then we've got Christian Michel ahead of Christian Marglera in the Waveframe car. Then we've got Moussa Ben Ammar in the Blackhawk Aston Martin, and Matteo Caruso in another of the Aston Martins. That's for Jean Lacey Esports, with one of the back markers for LMP2 trying to get their way through, the number 30 Narta Alex. I call them a back marker. They've been set back by their penalty, really, so hard to be too harsh on them at this stage. But yeah, when you're a lone LMP2 coming through these guys, they think it's all over in terms of the traffic, and they kind of settle down for a moment. But then you've got you steaming down the inside. That was a late one, and Polesny probably wasn't quite expecting that. Bit more contact. This is a real stack up now coming out of the bus stop chicane, and Michel really might fancy his chances down into turn 1. We've got Marglera not too far behind as well, and he's going to have to pull to the inside either to defend or attack, and in the end it was a defensive move to the inside from the Season 7 champion. Now we're going to see if Waveframe are going to get the exit that they need to get up the inside. Well, anywhere really. It's going to be a long time on the Camel Straight here, so there may well be an opportunity for Marglera into the bus stop. Oh, what a moment that was. What a save as well, right at the top as the car goes light. You really don't want to slide, but very well caught as Michel goes to the inside line. Marglera follows him, maybe trying to make it free-wide, steaming through the middle. Is he going to go for this? Oh, he does, and he tries to go to the outside line. Oh, Michel, there's a lot of contact, and Polesny's going to have those 2 positions back. This is getting very, very messy now in the midfield of GTE. Marglera trying to get some more positions, and Moussa Ben Ammar is going to fancy his chances in this as well. Quite astonishingly, none of these guys have quite changed any positions just yet, but now John Lacey Esports are attacking as well. Goodness me, what a very, very close moment that was for everybody. It could have ended in disaster at almost any moment, but fortunately everybody has kept going in the right direction.
How on earth Polesny is still leading that little battle, I do not know. This was an awesome, almost tactical bit of play from Andonovski, holding up his opponent for his teammate effectively to get down the inside into turn number 1. A little bit over aggressive really, but somewhat just about acceptable. A bit more contact here for the Fania chicane, and that's going to be one of the Black Hawk cars. They're going to be getting a bit of contact with Jean Lacey, who's now got themselves up into that position, and Jean Lacey, they're up now into 8th place, but he's got the 2 other Aston Martins behind him of the 2 Black Hawks going to be getting the slipstream, and it looks like the slipstream is very, very powerful as we saw in Les Combes just the lap previously as well. And it looks like they're going to be going side by side already up into Walchmont. But let's get a replay of this. I thought he was going to get absolutely freight trained by all of these cars, especially with the sort of double slipstream effects that you get. And even Black Hawk were coming here. I thought this was going to almost be a triple overtake from Polesny, but fortunately he manages to have just a nice line here, then avoid all the carnage that happened ahead of him. So very lucky there that none of these drivers got a DNF.
Yeah, that's quite astonishing that they all managed to even stay in the same positions out of that. In the end, Moussa Benamar did lose a place, but that was afterwards to the John Lacey eSports car driven by Matteo Caruso at the moment. But yeah, fantastic battle between all of those guys. And there's another one going on right here. Juan Carlos Fernandez ahead of Anthony Jans. This is DX Droid versus Team Spirit Racing, and Anthony Jans got a cut track warning on that last lap. A side-by-side here once again between Christian Michel and Wojciech Polesny. Hopefully, for Michel's sake, this is going to be a bit of, or Mikel, is going to be a bit of a cleaner move on this occasion, and it is slam dunk straight round the outside, and Polesny couldn't really argue with that even if he wanted to.
And on that last lap, Polesny, Maglera and Benamar got all of them got a cut track on the previous lap as well, with all that shenanigans going off the track and battling. And Caruso there losing out once again to that position. That slipstream is very, very powerful, it seems, in these GTEs down that Kemmel Straight, I should say, up to Les Combes. Very, very powerful indeed. So it's going to be quite important for you to judge that correctly and not get too ahead of yourselves, as we saw drivers already trying to make it 3 wide on some occasions, but hopefully they keep it all in a nice straight line there. Caruso then dropping back down into 9th place.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really kind of swinging around this battle, and it's fantastic to watch. The slipstream, as you mentioned, very, very powerful for whatever reason. It's really making a big difference in this race so far, but no complaints from me about that whatsoever. Very, very entertaining stuff for the first half an hour of this race, especially in GTE. That's not to say that LMP2 has been boring. In fact, that we've got a positional change going on at the moment between Butler Pal and Ajira Racing. That's 6th place, the battle going on at the moment. Kalakuri gets through on Marius Bert, who's been driving in the VEC for a very, very long time indeed. Not to make him feel old or anything, not always under the Butler Pal Motorsport stable either, but he's just lost a place there to, he's into 7th now, and Kalakuri just in front in 6th place. Let's just see what happened here as they come over Eau Rouge.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice slipstream move. So even in the LMP2s, the slipstream is very, very powerful coming up. It's enough to get yourself alongside in a good position to make a nice outbraking maneuver as well. Such a long straight there, but obviously you take all the speed out of La Source as well. So it's probably the best overtaking opportunity. As we mentioned, the final chicane is a good one as well, but that is such a good opportunity as long as you keep yourself in a good position coming through Eau Rouge and Radion. So let's see if Caruso is going to lose another position here to the other Black Hawk of Breutigam, coming down to Les Combes once again up the Kemmel Straight. And this slipstream is looking very difficult to defend, although actually as soon as he pulled out he actually lost a little bit there. So I do wonder if he's maybe actually sitting behind just for a moment, because he lost all that overspeed that he had very early on in the straight.
Well, of course, when you duck out of the slipstream like that to make an overtake, you hit a wall of air, and all of a sudden the slipstream advantage is kind of negated completely. And what Moussa Benamar realised, and we'll get a better view of it on board here, you can see closing really quickly, but now he's pulled out a wall of air, although it does look like he's lifted off there, to be fair. He might have decided that it was a little bit late, and he didn't really want a kind of battle to ensue like we saw earlier on. But you saw Benamar there just pulling to the right-hand side as well. He wasn't defending from Caruso in any way, because Caruso was way too far back for a move, but he was just pulling out of the slipstream to try and get Caruso out of it to make the move a little bit easier. In the end, Brautigam didn't want to go through, but it's always helpful when you've got a teammate in front like that to kind of pull out of the way in terms of the slipstream and help you along just a little bit.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's a bit of tactical play. Almost, maybe he feels that Caruso is actually a bit quicker overall, and he just wants to use that slipstream to effectively pull him along and get him up into a better position, because the slipstream does seem to be to that extent where you can sort of be pulled along, especially if you can hold it through Sector 2, if you have the speed to stay with them in Sector 2. So that could be quite an important factor for that team, or maybe he just feels that it's not really the time to start battling. These GTEs have been battling so much up and down the pack so far in the opening 30 minutes of the race, so maybe they just want to calm it down a little bit as we're seeing another battle here for ninth place.
Yeah, there's battles going on all over the road, really. Lorenzo Arisi tucked up now behind Yartian, who I believe is driving the Zancho car in 8th place at the moment. These two have been very much nose to tail for most of this race so far. Not too far away from LMP2 pit stops right now either. We're about 35 minutes into this one. They can do about 40 to 45 minutes on a tank of fuel. So expect to see those guys in before long. But don't expect to see Burst Edge Esports number 28 in quite as quick as everybody else, because we believe they are fuel saving, or at least trying to save a pit stop in some way, whether that's tyres or save a bit of time in that way, or what they're going to do. You'll have to keep it here and find out. But pit stop's already underway. Saw somebody going in there. I believe that was the Ajira car of Kalikuri, and it was. So 35 minutes in, that's a bit of a roll of the dice, because it's a little bit early, to be honest. So well, interesting to see what they're actually trying here.
Yeah, that must be because obviously the formation lap here is quite long as well, with it being a 7-kilometer long track, and it wasn't just at the 80Ks, which is normally for the whole lap. They were allowed to go a little bit quicker, so they will have used a little bit more fuel than normal on the formation lap. And I'm pretty sure to do a set of fuel in 35 minutes, as we'll just see if Arisi here can get down the inside. Has he got enough slipstream to get on the Zanchos? He's going to back out of it just a little bit there. But I think for that Ajira car, I think that is just completely full push, flat out highest fuel mixture to do a full tank in that little amount of time. We'll have to see if anyone follows them in on the next lap.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't had the best season so far. Just trying to find them actually on the order right now. But yeah, they've not had the best season, especially compared to the teammates who are in 3rd place. I think they were a little bit higher up, so you might be right with that fuel mix theory. Michi Hoyer has got a cut track warning on the last lap, and his last lap time has been just eradicated from existence for the moment. But roughly 0.2 of a second a lap is the margin between Chinsik and Hoyer at the moment. That's every single lap the Hungarian driver out front is just taking that out of the German, and we're now in traffic again. So I wonder if that's also a little bit of the reason why Kalikuri decided to come in, and we'll see if anybody kind of takes his lead on that one, whether Michi Hoyer comes in, and he does, I believe, that, or is he just, no, he's not, no, he is. I was right the first time. He's into the pit lane and starting to roll the dice a little bit, and, you know, Chinsik is going to have to go through this traffic. You're seeing, well, I'm seeing on the track map right now, he's having to negotiate 5 cars in about 2 corners. You've seen it on your screen right now. He's slowing down through a rouge and so on. Hoyer's not going to have any of this. He's going to have it later on, of course, but by taking the pit stop a little bit early, he's avoiding all of that, and it might turn out to be the right choice for him.
Yes, certainly might. And from the pit stop of Curie, we'll have to see what Hoyer does as well. But I'm pretty sure they're going to be double stinting the tyres, which is quite a crucial one, because that means you obviously save the time, which is about 37 seconds, I believe it is, to change tyres on top of the fuel. So you save 37 seconds, but then obviously over the course of the next stint, are you going to lose that 37 seconds back in the tyres, which is obviously what they're assuming they're not going to do. So that's going to be an important factor later on in the race, where we see the strategies work out as well. When you take your tyre stops, you're going to randomly, or suddenly, I should say, drop down 37 seconds in comparison as well. So I have to look out for that one. And it looks like, yeah, Hoyer's pretty much the same as well. So I believe they're going to be double stinting their tyres at least.
Chinsik coming up on more traffic right now on the back of one of the Your Name Here racing cars, going down the inside, and that's an easy enough move for him into Stavolo, which is not too far from here. The town of Stavolo is not too far. But another Word of Sim racing car negotiated. He will have passed by the end of this lap about 9 cars, and not many of them were in very useful positions, really. So I think Chinsik's going to have lost a fair amount of time. I don't think he will have lost his 4.5 second lead, but he will certainly be paying for this in lap time right now. And if he were to come in, it would seem a little bit inefficient for him to do that. Very smart from Hoyer to come in, and from Burst Esport, who obviously called him. But Vargas Sim Racing from the lead of this one with under 40 minutes gone into the pit lane. So we are seeing a few earlier pit stops than what we were expecting, but race leader into the pit lane right now. So is Luca D'Amelio from second place. So is Dennis Jordan from third. So what are they planning? Is Dennis Jordan just a little bit off colour at the moment, or are they seriously planning to do something different in this race?
Interesting, because some cars have stayed out, because Yartayan, Lorenzo Risi, and someone else, Jakubovic, has stayed out as well. So people are going longer, and as we know, Berset Esports normally like to try and go a bit longer as well. So I do wonder if, even if he was saving fuel, then that would mean he would have to stop for less time to get back to a full tank. So that could be something that is going on here as well. We'll see if his stop is shorter than the about 30 seconds or so. That's quite an interesting one. If it's not, then maybe just don't quite have the pace.
Yeah, to be fair, because they were a little bit further back, they could get another couple of laps in without actually encountering the traffic that we were talking about for the likes of Vargas Sim Racing. And they're rolling again down the pit lane right now, heading towards Eau Rouge, but it's very, very slow. This pit lane awfully long. And so we're going to see in the top right-hand side of your screen who's going to come out first, as the leaders in the main part of your screen right now, negotiating a little bit more traffic, Yartayan and Lorenzo Risi. But where is Michi Hoyer compared to Marcel Chinzik? Hoyer coming down and through Eau Rouge right now, and he's going to have a big overspeed over Chinzik right now. This is a big gap that has been closed by Michi Hoyer, and I believe he may well have a go into Lecom, or is he going to be too far back? I'm trying to watch it on the track map right now. No, not quite, but those two absolutely nose to tail. That's how much traffic can cost you. It's cost the race leaders pretty much their entire 4.5 second lead.
Well, as you saw there in the opening section with the GTEs, Hoyer lost about 3 seconds, so it is definitely possible to lose a significant amount of time, and that has obviously happened for Chinchik. I did see as well, there is obviously a slight variance in the pit stop times by a couple of seconds even, and I did notice that Chinchik's was the slowest at 34 seconds when some people were around 30, 31, 32 seconds. So with the little variances that there can be, Chinchik obviously got the bad end of that one as well, so that's where a couple of seconds goes. But Hoyer still in that second place, and now on a used tyre, we need to see what their pace is like as well. How did they use that tyre in the first stint? How is it going to react now that they've got a lot more weight in the car with the fuel tank as well? That's what we're about to find out.
Yeah, and how does it develop over a stint? Or what's the kind of delta between the two of them? Whether it kind of gets better in favour of Burst, or whether it gets better in favour of Varga as the tyre wear starts to really take shape. But the rest of the leaders are in now. Zancho, Nightervelix, Waveframe and Blackhawk, the last guys to come in. And then after 20 laps in this race only, we will have cleansed the field and everybody will have been into the pit lane. That's after only 40 minutes, and we've completed our first pit cycle of the day. I can't lie, I'm a little bit surprised to see these pit stops happening so early, whether they're strategic ones or they look like they're pretty fuel limited, because everybody, if this is a strategic call, then everybody's had the same idea, which seems a little bit bizarre to me. So I think that this is really the fuel limit for these guys, and I thought they would be able to go about 5 minutes longer, but I suppose it is a fairly one of those circuits where you are on throttle for quite a lot of the lap. So yeah, pit stops complete with 40 minutes gone, and yeah, leaders again, Vargas Sim Racing just ahead of Burst, and they've left Ajira Racing behind just a little bit, and they've left the rest of the field, even further behind. Dennis Jordan 7.5 seconds behind Schumfleet, nearly 15 seconds off the leader.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how this one goes, because with that first fuel tank, as we mentioned, you had the formation lap to include as well. You can only start with a full tank, so you're always going to effectively start the race with less fuel, including doing the formation lap. So now that they are at the absolute fullest tank they can, just doing the pit exit, that is going to obviously dictate that maybe they can do an extra lap effectively. If they were pitting with half a lap left worth of fuel, that extra half lap is going to come back with the formation laps. They might be able to do another whole lap in a stint, and if you think about it, doing 12 stints in the race, if you do one extra lap for each of those 12 stints, that is basically half a stint that you save when you get to the end of the race, and that's going to be quite crucial with saving time in your final pit stop. So all of these things are going to take a matter. I just see your name here, racing GTE without a rear wing.
Yeah, that's why they're going quite so slowly and on the apex pretty much of the Paul Frere curve, which is not great to see, but there's not a lot they can do with no rear wing. Didn't see what happened to them, I'm afraid. Yeah, that's a disappointing moment for those guys as the LMP2 field make their way past them. That's the 391 your name here racing car, by the way, driven by Sebastian Pfeiffer. And they've had some pretty good results in the recent past. What happened, Cam?
I just noticed that not only are they missing a rear wing, but they're missing a front wheel as well. So they've had a big crash somewhere to miss a wheel as well. They must have hit a wall pretty hard.
Yeah, that's.
Just trying to look back where it was.
Yeah, we'll get an update on where it was in a moment. Even if we can't show it to you, we'll try and describe it as best we can to see really what happened for those guys. But it's got to have been a pretty big accident somewhere. I saw them going slowly towards Pouhon, but I don't know if it was there or even maybe a little bit earlier than that.
Yeah, I've just gone to have a look back. They crashed, had a moment in Eau Rouge, then they hit the wall in Radion to lose their front wheel. Then it was later on in Pouhon where obviously they couldn't control the car, only having 3 wheels. They then crashed and lost a rear wing as well. So it's effectively a double accident for those guys. And they're now back in the pit lane. That is going to be a very long stop added to the time that they did with basically a whole lap with only 3 wheels as well. So they're going to be probably a good couple of laps down by the end of this.
I believe that's the second GTE car to be lost to a crash at Eau Rouge and Rodion, and this is, whoa, that's a moment in the middle of the corner, and that's one way to lose your front left wheel. There we go.
Yeah, then it was late.
Good job from everybody to avoid him, to be fair, because it looked pretty out of control.
Yeah, then he obviously just couldn't, trying to get back to the pit lane to repair the wheel, but then crashed his second time as well to lose the rear wing. So really not the best moment for Pfeiffer there. They're going to be, some laps down, which is not what you want to do when there's still over 7 hours left. That does mean there's time to make back that sort of time. You definitely have the possibility, but with how close the drivers are in these categories, it's so difficult to gain even 30 seconds, let alone a good couple of laps. Yeah,
absolutely. It's if you think about how hard you'd have to drive to make up that kind of time, then it's really quite damning for their race, I'm afraid. They're actually, sorry, that's them stopped. I thought they were stopped actually on the way up to Eau Rouge, but that's just their pit box. No, they're just getting their repairs done right now, and I expect to see them a little bit later on. But as you mentioned, they've got a long repair in front of them. At the happier end of GTE, it's Henry Sinnick who's in 5th place right now. He's got a fair few cars behind him. Wojtek Polesny, one of them. And the other Blackhawk cars as well. Mossa Ben Amar and Alex Broughtingham are in 7th and 8th positions ahead of Waveframe Esports in 9th. Matteo Caruso in 10th, not too far behind them either, and we're watching him right now. Looks like that Waveframe car starting to fall back a little bit. I just wonder if they took a little bit out of their tyres in the early part of this race, because Christian Margolero was doing very well earlier on. He did have that real energised moment with Christian Mikel and everybody else who was involved, Polesny as well, but looks like they might have taken a little bit too much out of their tyres.
Yeah, certainly a possibility with how much they were fighting in that opening half of the stint. It was getting a bit crazy, really, and that is certainly something that you can do, especially just in R-Factor 2 in general. The tyre heat is very important, not overheating, not over pushing the tyres, as we see Rick Van Earl here on the replay getting past down the inside of Le Comte. There might be a bit of contact there as they go on the entry there, and then it comes all the way through Le Comte. Awesome bit of track here to try and go side by side, but there's actually Jans that kept on that position in the end.
Yeah, he did indeed, but that's the battle for 13th place, just outside of the top 10, but not outside of the points. You do get points all the way down to 15th position in season 13 of the VEC, because in past seasons it was very difficult to get any points in GTE at all, with only 10 drivers getting points. It's about half the field, even less than half the field these days actually. But yeah, it's 15 nowadays as we're on board with Wojtek Polesny. Henry Sinnick just in front, and considering we saw LMP2 pit stops a little bit earlier than what we were expecting, maybe we'll see some GTE pit stops before the hour, if that's the kind of fuel consumption we're looking at. I would be surprised once again with that, but it could happen as Caruso gets in front of Oh, Clara, just wondering if somebody's going to either roll the dice or be limited on fuel. Have to come in before that hour mark, even though it's not really ideal.
Yeah, that's the important factor for these GTE cars. You're getting as far past the hour mark as you can, because obviously if you're stopping before the hour, that means that with your what would effectively be your final pit stop, you're actually going to have more than an hour in that stint, which means you may have to do a splash and dash in the final hour, which is not what you want to be doing. You want to be getting past the hours. You want to be getting yourself to have the shortest amount of time in the pit lane with that final stint. So I'm sure that's quite a big point for these teams, is trying to get at least another 11.5 minutes to get into the next hour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be could be a little bit of a stretch, but we'll wait and see. As we're watching a little bit of a battle going on further down, and we jump to LMP2 once again with the Go Team Racing and the Zandvoort car just in front. That's the RTN, and this is Matthias Steyer, who's managed to get himself into 9th place, and these guys were well behind the battle between Arisi and TM before, but the pit stop cycle has meant that they've managed to get themselves into this battle right now, and yeah, I'm afraid it's not been the greatest season for them so far. They started it in Division 2, but after round 5, which was Indianapolis, I want to say, they've been in Division 1 and showing themselves that they more than deserve to be here. Yeah,
the relegation promotion system this year has actually worked out pretty well compared to other seasons. Obviously, in some ways it is a bit weird changing championships, and obviously that sort of ruins the championships as such of Division 2, Division C, Division 3, etc. But what it does mean is that if you perform, you will end up moving up, and if you're not performing, you will end up moving down. And there's a number of teams, all the teams that you see in Division 1 with 3 digits were not in Division 1 at the start of the season, because the LMP2s were always, we've got a Porsche there at the top of Radion. They've got a car off there, and I believe they may have had a missing wheel maybe as well, so another car going off in that section of track. And I believe, is that the Rookie Monsters car?
It is indeed the 73 of Bradley Sellers, who has gone off for the second time, I'm afraid. Had an incident earlier on with the ground effect sim racing car through here. It doesn't look like it's track. Oh, well, maybe it is actually. They might have got away with that. We'll wait and see on a replay to see if they hit anything, but the car looks actually okay. That would be remarkable if they have been able to get away with it. It would be truly remarkable. But I think that car's okay. It looks okay. And what is it? I'm looking at every time I see it from a different angle, I'm thinking, well, is it? But it looks actually quite all right to me. We'll get a replay up for in a few moments' time, hopefully. Hopefully we can do that. But it might have been in traffic as well, because the LMP2 front runners are starting to come through traffic in GTE again, so there may be a prototype involved as well.
Yeah, it's such an awkward section of track, really, because it's so on the limit just on your own, let alone if you have other cars around you and stuff. So let's see a replay here. So he is
on his own.
Oh, that was really early as well. That's just as he turned in at the bottom of the hill, and he might have had just the tiniest tap there on the wall. But I think in terms of the suspension, actually looks fairly. Though he did just reverse install his diffuser, might have a bit of damage there as well. He's obviously trying not to just pull out straight onto the track. So that's a fairly safe rejoin there. Very difficult bit of track, but I think he may just about be okay from that one.
Yeah, it's very, very lucky for him to get away with it. You don't often see small accidents at the top of Eau Rouge. And yeah, that's another case in point, I'm afraid, for Bradley Sellers, but he's back going again as we go back now to Alvaro Martinez. This is World of Sim Racing, and they're on the back of the other Your Name Here racing car, which has got the kind of yellow tinge to it rather than the greener 391. This is the 491 though, just in front of Martinez, and another Waveframe car just in front of them. Waveframe really not on the pace so far. The 68 car is 6th place in this championship. They've got a real chance at winning it, possibly. They're 41 points adrift right now, so it is a tall order for them, but it's a surprise to see them outside of the top 10 down in 13th.
Yeah, but that's also just how competitive this field can be. And I mean, that's obviously a good thing, to be honest. It is difficult to get yourselves up there, but sometimes as well, teams just don't quite have the exact pace that they need to. It might only be a few tenths here and there, but that obviously all adds up as well. You can't really blame traffic too much because he did get a couple of LMP2s there and put on, but still, that sort of works its way out over the course of the race as well. So it could just be that they're not quite on the pace of what they're capable of at the moment. But I'm sure they're going to be a little bit disappointed with that, and will be trying to improve as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of traffic coming through the inside, though. That's the other wave. That's one of the wave-free prototypes just heading through on Martinez right now. As somebody trying to go around the outside the Paul Fred curve. That was a bit of a mistake. And now the 3 wide coming up towards Blanchimont. This is going to get very, very interesting indeed. We'll see if everybody makes it out alive. I think they're going to just about, but there is a positional change. The wave-free car did indeed make it through. And so I believe that's Go Team Racing, Matthias Steyer, who has lost a place there. That's the classic example of you've got to choose which way you're going to go when you get to the back of these GT cars. If you choose the wrong way, then you could well lose a position, and that's a perfect example.
And that's one of the main reasons why we have multi-class endurance races, because if it was just an LMP2 battle for 8 hours, it wouldn't quite be as interesting as having to manage the traffic, having to make yourself be in the right position, having to use the tactics around that. That is what makes endurance racing so special, having, you know, multiple, in this case 2 classes available. As we see a replay here, just gets held up a little bit. He sort of went the wrong way around the outside. That corner is never really going to work, and that allowed Waveframe to have a pretty clear run and then gets the overspeed there down into Blanchimont, but obviously then had to work for it going 3 wide there just on the entry as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bit of a wave-frame sandwich going on as well. Didn't really want to be involved in that, so just lifted off ever so slightly. And there's another wave-frame car coming up here as well, by the way, as you can see. The other GTE car, that's the 99. It's currently 2nd place in the championship, only 4 points behind Nitro Velix, who are currently in 4th place. So by the end of the day, I believe Christian Mikel may well be leading this championship, but we'll do some maths a little bit later on because there's still over 7 hours to go. And so there's a lot can change between here and now, but it must be a good feeling for those guys. Having a narrow championship league coming in here, they want to give themselves as much chance as possible at winning with, I guess, as low a position as possible. They don't want to put the pressure on at Le Mans, really, because it's a difficult race enough to get to the end of, really. And so you don't really need a championship fight to be worrying about as well. So Christian Mikel doing himself and his teammates a massive favour right now by extending the championship lead to my very basic maths.
And the very important factor about the point system in VEC as well is the classification rate is 50% distance, not only for the championship points, but also the participation points as well. Because we have the promotion relegation system, it's one big championship and each division has a slightly different participation point. It is 50 for these guys, as we see a replay there of one of the burst cars getting up the inside there. And I think that's the Mitch Hoyer car there going down the inside of the final corner, turn 19. And that participation point is very important because that 50% mark is actually quite a lot of time, even in the 24 hours that we're going to be getting in a month's time. That's 12 hours of the race that you need to make without making any sort of major mistake. It's quite important to be getting yourself later on into these races as well. And as you mentioned, obviously it's the 150% points in Le Mans as well, so there's still plenty to play for, but you just need to make sure you're getting past that 50% marker.
Well, is it 12 hours or will it be half the laps? I'm not entirely sure whether it's going to be lap-based or time-based on those points, but we'll work that one out for you. Here's a bit of a battle going on towards the bus stop chicane, and that's Nitro Velix. Timothej Andonovski trying to get himself back up the field again. Quite a physical battle between himself and Arms Sim Racing, getting their elbows out at the moment through the bus stop chicane, but down into turn 1, there's only one real winner here, I'm afraid, and that's going to be Nitro Velix. Well, it was, I can tell you, because they're up a position into 16th place as the battles continue on at the moment. This is an LMP2 battle filtering their way through on Christian Mikel. Around the outside goes Jarl Tien. He's going to give him the inside for the next corner, and Mikel's just kind of got to deal with it, and he's pushed out wide a little bit, able to let those guys through as Lorenzo Risi catches back up to the back of Jarl Tien again. These guys were battling in the first stint. They've reconnected in the second stint. It looks like Risi does have a little bit more pace to burn, but he's just not able, or wasn't able to quite get through on Jarl Tien when we were here about half an hour ago.
And you made a very good point earlier on. Actually, is the it's the distance, not the time. You are very true for the classification and the points in general. That's the same for the driver limit rule as well, about 70%. One driver can't do more than 70%. That's also in distance as well. So that's obviously a good point to make, especially if it rains at any point during the next 7 hours here, or the 24 that is going to be at Le Mans as well. So if you add all of that up together, that is 31 hours left of racing this season to see who is going to be the champions, which sounds quite a lot, but it will go very quickly for these drivers.
Yeah, it will. Or if you're having a bad race, it'll go quite slowly. But we'll see who's where in terms of that. We're on board with Kalakuri at the moment. Lecom is coming up, of course, and this is a great overtaking opportunity, but not being used on this occasion by the driver we are on board with, driving for Ajira Racing. The leaders have closed up ever so slightly in the last few moments. Chinsick had extended his margin just ever so slightly, but it's down to 3.8 seconds once again, and Hoyer looks like he's got a little bit more pace right now. I'm not sure if it was traffic induced, could well have been, but 0.6 of a second is not an insignificant amount of time, so we'll monitor those leads for you, but can't be too far away from GTE pit stops right now either, and I believe some of those a little bit further down are coming in, and I say a little bit further down. Ooh. They're not even that. Adam Bolbin, Christian Mikel, both in, so two big leaders from this race so far in after 26 laps, as we've had a bit of a moment there with Drive Game C.
Yeah, having a bit of a thing there. I think that was the Arms Sim racing car in Les Combes that they had obviously a bit of a thing with. Maybe Arms were just avoiding them. We'll see. On the old replay, it was Arms Sim racing, and so they're trying to overtake one of the Speedy Mike cars. Is there going to be a bit of contact? Yeah, it wasn't Arms. Oh, good avoidance there from Arms actually, but it was the Speedy Mike car there coming down on them just a little bit for Morante, and that. Yeah, ended up being a bit of a spin as Jarl Tyne is going slowly. I wonder what has gone on here. Usually going that slow, maybe he's run out of fuel or potentially having some sort of hardware issue, but that is very slowly as we just passed 7 hours remaining.
Well, I've just saw the 272 going slowly as well of, who was that car? Black Hawk Racing. Looked like they were getting going again after an incident. I wonder, putting two and two together, if they have come together maybe, because although he's not coming into the pit lane, it's Yartian, so yeah, not sure what's gone on there, but yeah, strange moment to see really. You don't have to see cars going so unless you're right, they've run out of fuel or hardware issue or damage, but none of those seem to have been the case. Anyway, we'll focus back on GTE because pit stops are well underway. Ibrahim Khan is in, so's Dennis Duna, Henry Sinnick, as well as Wojciech Polesny, Mateo Caruso, Christian Marguera. Most of the leaders are in, 27 laps. Here's a replay of what happened to Yartian. It looked like he's just slowed down for no apparent reason.
Yeah, there must have been some sort of hardware issue, I would assume. Maybe he had to do a bit of a reset on it, on his pedals or his wheel or something like that, I would assume, because he obviously got going only about 20 seconds later or something like that. So not too bad of a situation for them. They are still in the race, but they have obviously lost a decent amount of time. And as you say, these GTEs are starting to come in pretty much bang on the hour mark, which is a very important factor. As we mentioned, the GTEs want to be getting past the hour, including the minute or 2 minutes for the total pit stop. They're going to be comfortably within the next hour. So that is a good amount for these teams. And we need to see if any of them are going to try anything crazy with the strategy. But for now, it looks like all of the GTEs are coming in at pretty much the same point.
It's exceptionally busy in pit lane right now. I can spot about 5-6 cars not in the pit lane for GTE at the moment. Maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 8 at max. But it's exceptionally busy down in pit lane right now. Everybody getting service, and it's really going to help the LMP2 overall leaders actually, because they're going to bypass most of the traffic that they would have had to overtake on the circuit in the pit lane. So they're going to be delighted about that. Chinsick extended his margin on that last lap by another 0.7 of a second, and I believe that was mostly on pure pace, but this is going to be a moment as they come out of the pit lane. This pit exit, really quite dangerous, really. Coming on the top of Eau Rouge, you can, it's all right. I've seen worse, but, it does tend to spit cars out right into the path of those already kind of at full speed. So, you do need to take a little bit of extra care through there. Yeah,
you absolutely do. And interesting point here for Ibrahim Khan. They're obviously down in 7th place. So with some drivers having some pit stops around him, has he lost out some time there? Has he maybe done something a bit different to the other cars around him?
Not entirely sure, really. We'll have to try and work it out because, yeah, there's been a real shuffle of the order as Alex Broughtingham comes in at the moment. So he was able to stretch it out an extra lap. That's quite important, and so was the 51 of Greg Hall. They've both been able to go out for a little bit longer, but who are going to be leading the race when this all cycles through? Adam Baldwin is going to be first, ahead of Christian Mikel. Then we've got 7.3 seconds to Wojtek Polesny, another 5, or well, more than 5, to Matteo Caruso. Then we've got Ibrahim Khan not too far behind him. Christian Margera is after that, followed by Dennis Duna, Andrea Terzi. That's a real shake-up of the order. Henry Sinnick's not even inside the top 10 anymore. He's over 17 seconds behind the car in front, and Moussa Ben Ammar is about 40 seconds off of the leaders. So a real shake-up has happened. He did have a bit of an incident, did at Ben Ammar, so we'll see really what happened there. But here's Ibrahim Khan stopping in his box.
Changing tyres.
He has changed tyres. We just, I guess, connecting the dots. Adam Baldwin, Christian Mikel, those kind of guys haven't.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the pit times here. Magalera, Caruso, Polesny, quite a few drivers, Terzi as well, all having sort of shorter pit stops. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is the reason why is now Khan has got up there. But he has made that first position back, but he's now got a few more to get back. He will get a couple more with Speedy Mite and Blackhawk coming into the pit lane, so he is obviously going to work his way up those extra couple of positions. But even so, he needs to try and get back that give or take 30 seconds that he has, or 40 seconds. Sorry, 35 seconds, I should say, that he has lost. And Caruso here, you can see his car's not up on the jack stands, so he didn't change tyres. So again, different strategies happening. Let's find out which one is going to be the best. Khan's obviously got fresher tyres. He will be probably in excess of a second a lap quicker, but will he have enough laps in the stint to get that back?
Yeah, good spot there, and thanks to Jimmy for showing that to us, because yeah, we've now kind of de-puzzled that puzzle, as it were, if that's a phrase. But Ibrahim Khan in 4th place at the moment, 4.7 seconds behind Wojtek Polesny. And I guess as the laps begin to come in, this is the first flying lap for most of these guys out there after their pit stops. You know, the lap times are up at 3 minutes right now because of the way the pit stops have worked. But at the end of this lap, we'll really be able to get an idea as to how quickly Ibrahim Khan is catching these guys, because while I didn't make a note of the actual gap, as this is the pass that Khan made, by the way, on Caruso, I didn't make a note of the gap before the pit stops. However, it was a fairly large one, so if Ibrahim Khan just gets back to the lead, then I guess we'll realise that double stinting is not the best idea. But if he's able to extend out a really big lead once again, then everybody's going to be changing tyres every single stint after this one.
Yeah, and the important factor for this one will be that obviously Khan will then effectively come back in relation to everyone who's double stinted tyres will they're pretty unlikely to triple stint. So everyone will then be making a tyre pit stop at this next one. But if Khan's seeing that maybe a double stint is better, he then may double stint this set of tyres and therefore put him off kilter. So that could be quite an interesting factor to see if they're going to stay with this single stint tyres idea or if they're going to change to a double. We did mention earlier, changing strategies partway through the race isn't always the best option, because you then sort of get stuck in the middle where you're neither one nor the other, and it can be a little bit awkward. But Adam Baldwin has moved his way to the front, and interestingly, Christian Michel there up into 2nd place. They were down in 8th or 9th position earlier on in the race, your championship leader at this moment in time, but getting up into 2nd so far. However, we've only had 1 pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. So many more pit stops to come, and it will change around between now and then, as we can be sure. The gap between Polesny and Khan is closing. Wow, that was a lap time and a half from the Zancho driver. 3.3 seconds he took out of Polesny on that last lap. That is seriously quick. Really, and Polesny is no slouch himself, a very, very fast driver, but Khan is reeling him in almost at will at the moment. Those tyres really making a big difference. You know, 3.3 seconds, that's not going to stay every lap, obviously. He's not going to go in 3 seconds a lap, and if he does, that's quite outrageous, really. and everybody will realise what a bad decision it was. But new tyres really, it's not a small delta between the two of them, is it? It's a really quite a large difference between new and old tyres that's being displayed on our screen right now as a lock-up from an LMP2 in front. That's not going to help Khan in any way at all. I believe that's the Butler Powell car, just getting in his way ever so slightly. These guys are going to cross the line again, and we'll see what the lap times are again. But yeah, that's a big margin to be losing every single lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to stay at that rate of 3 seconds a lap, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be well over a second a lap for the whole stint. So I think he's going to have plenty of speed advantage because the tyres really do struggle. And then obviously you've done a whole stint of tyres on them, then you put a full fuel tank back into them, so you get loads of weight back in the car again, and then that just makes it even more difficult to keep control of them. And the issue is with the older tyres is once you get loads of heat into them and you get the thermal degradation, you just can't get them back from that point because the damage has already been done effectively. The wear, the physical wear and degradation you can save a little bit, but the tyre temperature, once it gets into that tyre, it's very difficult to dissipate it, even with the long straights and stuff. So now can he get up into third place already on the back of Wojtek Polesny? But just look how fast that Porsche is in a straight line in comparison to Khan. Although maybe he doesn't want to stay too close as we come up through Eau Rouge and Raidillon, because we do know that the rear likes to get out. And look at that slipstream all the way. He was able to keep that awesome planted car there for the Corvette, and that is the position already as we just got to the kink as LMP2 comes past him as well. So I think Khan is not going to have too many troubles getting back up into that first position. However, he still needs to make 2 more overtakes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to take him about 3 or 4 laps to catch them at this rate as well, which is, around 10 minutes, I would say, for him to catch up to those guys. So we've got to hold off on those battles for a little bit longer. But in the meantime, to keep us entertained, in the next 2 laps or so, the LMP2 pit stop window will be opening once again. The 444 kind of kicked it off at Kalikuri, it was, after only 17 laps came into the pit lane to really kick us off for the first round of pit stops, and we saw it stretch out to maybe lap 20, so we may even see some guys going 20 laps again. But I think, any time after lap 35, and we may well be seeing more LMP2 cars come into the pit lane. But we also have battles in GTE. Another man who pitted for new tyres is Dennis Duna, and he's on the back of Matteo Caruso right now, and you can just see how much quicker he is. He goes to the outside through the first part of the Fania chicane, and he's going to get this done. Bit of a slide though, contact between them. It would have been easy enough, but a slight bit of contact. They got out of shape, and Duna not able to make the move.
That was very close to a big accident, but he managed to save it. Side by side in that chicane is so unbelievably difficult. So unfortunately, he lost out on that one. But yeah, very well to save that, because that could have been a big one. And remember that Sim Race for Holland car was your championship leader at one point in the season as well. And this John Lacey car was actually down in Division 2 at one point as well. So it's crazy how it works out to them being battling on the track at this point in the race. But Caruso, can he hold on? But that Corvette is looking fairly nice. And now Duna's going to get down the inside there into the final bus stop chicane. He's going to get that position. So Caruso down there into 6th place.
Another thing that these guys really do need to be worrying about a little bit is getting through the traffic efficiently. It's all well and good having the better tyres than the rest of those around it. I'm talking about guys like Khan. We've seen Dennis Duna as well. Henry Sinnott's going out there pretty fast as well right now, so he's got new tyres on. I think it's clear to see. So getting through the traffic efficiently is, very, very important. You don't want to stay behind these guys for too long because they're so much slower than you. You need to take advantage of the new tyres while you have them. And so getting stuck behind somebody on older tyres is really not a great way to do that.
Absolutely. Getting stuck behind someone is probably the most annoying thing in an endurance race as well, because even though it is an endurance race, you've got so long, effectively, you still have a certain point in the race where you're a bit quicker. You just want to use that speed and gain the time. It's so difficult to gain time just in general. So when you're at a point where you've got fresher tyres or whatever, you're just feeling quite good. If you get stuck behind someone, it is so frustrating that you can't use it, because to gain those a few seconds later on in the race is always so much more difficult. And obviously once the race settles down, as we are now, the gap starts spreading out just a little bit. It makes it so much more difficult to make those positions. So yeah, getting past people, you've got to be very opportunistic, and you've got to take your opportunities when you get them.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very important for the race. The clouds are starting to come over a little bit at the moment, and it's getting a little bit darker out there, but I don't believe we're expecting to see any rain. You never know. Could be a bit of a sprinkling a little bit later on, but we'll see. You never know. As we're watching Rick Van Earl at the moment, this is the battle for 11th place. Juan Carlos Fernandez and Kalle Curry is the first man into the pit lane again, lap 35, as I expected actually, so that was a pretty good guess, but 18 laps looks like his limit. Because he did 17 at the first one, 18 in the second one, as Andonovski making up more places at the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, that was the third Burst Esport car. They got 3 here. That was the number 50, who are unfortunately down in 16th place. And that was Andonovski there getting up into 15th. What could Andonovski have done if they hadn't had the penalty? Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, they're going to have to try and work their way up to get into the points. It is top 15 that get points. So that is now, well, 14th place with Curry being in the pit lane. So there's a couple of points that they will be getting. But I assume over the course of the next just under 7 hours, they're going to want to try and get themselves even higher, as they are. This is a fairly quick entry with McDuff in there as well, very quick driver, and also Herman Stocci. So that is going to be quite a good part later on in the race where they get those drivers in. But having that drive-through penalties really hindered them this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a case of what ifs, isn't it, when you get those kind of penalties? But, you know, you just got to avoid them. Keep it clean in the races and you'll be fine. But someone going very quickly at the moment, actually, I've just noticed. Arno Schumvli, as we're approaching on some more traffic in LMP2. Some guys might be able to avoid it because of the fuel situation they're at, but 1.2 seconds down to 1 second pretty much as they come out of the bus stop chicane right now. Although, as I say that, Schumvli is going to spoil our fun because he's into the pit lane right now. We've got one of the very first pit boxes as well. He slides in right now, and for the first time today we're going to see some prototype tyre changes on these cars. 36 laps for Arno Schumvli. He's into the pit lane. Looks like those Agera cars not quite as fuel efficient as some of those around them.
Yeah, it could just be a bit of driving style, but it could just be they've just left it in. There's 4 mixtures in both the GTE and the LMP2, and I would assume they're just leaving it in mix 4, which is the highest one, and just going absolutely flat out. There will be some other teams, as some other LMP2s come in this lap, but there will be some teams that are constantly changing the mixtures. They're thinking about where they're shifting the gears. They're thinking about lifting off maybe in certain sections with the traffic and things like that, trying to save a little bit of fuel naturally. Whereas it looks like that Agera car is just going absolutely flat out for the whole stint.
Three-way battle for the lead going on in GTE right now. Ibrahim Khan's already caught up to Adam Baldwin and Christian Mikel, who are only 15 minutes into their stint, but they're already having a lot of defending to do right now. It's a tall order in front of them, and that's going to be exceptionally difficult for them to keep him behind for the next 45 minutes. I don't think they're going to do that, and I don't think they will even want to do that at this stage in the race. It would cost them all way too much time, and so Ibrahim Khan, I'm expecting to make a fairly easy move here on his fellow Corvette. This is Nigel Velez going up the hill right now, and it's a very good exit from Khan. Looks like he's going to go through.
I think this might be one of the easiest sort of couple of overtakes that Khan's going to make in his life, because he's a good over 2 seconds a lap quicker at the moment than these guys, although he's lost out on the slipstream this time. Although look at that, I think actually Michel possibly just lifted off there a little bit, knowing he's not going to fight it. But this seems like such a weird decision from these drivers to do this double stint on the tyres. This gap that Khan has made up in only the course of 15 minutes is quite crazy, and I would assume that pretty much everyone is going to be single stinting the tyres from now on, unless maybe depending with how the tyres work out later on, maybe a double could be more beneficial, but I really doubt that. And it looks like Khan has made the right decision here, but he still needs to get past Adam Baldwin. But I think that is just going to be a patient waiting game until the best part of the track to do the overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a bit of an edgy, half-hearted lunge from, I believe that's Arms Sim Racing, going up the inside through Pouhon, but just splitting the difference at the moment. I was wondering, actually, if it was maybe a Corvette thing to try and do this, you know, single stinting business, because, you know, Dennis Doon has done it, and Ibrahim Khan has done it as well for Zancho and Racing for Holland, respectively. But, you know, we've got Christian Mikel out here in third place doing the double stint, so it really doesn't seem to be a car thing. And Henry Sinnick's done it in the Porsche. So, yeah, it's a bit of a mystery to me at the moment, this strategy, but it could work out later on. As you mentioned, the cooler temperatures could help you out in GTE. You never know. A couple of pit stops have happened, by the way. Undercover Sim Racing and Burst Esport, Michi Hoyer has been in, but this is the battle we're really focusing on, because it is for the lead in GTE. Not that it's going to be the most difficult pass we're going to see today. We're expecting Khan to be able to make this into Le Con, but it is for the lead in GTE, and any time that Baldwin can waste for Ibrahim Khan right now is a good thing. A little bit of a look to the inside into turn 1, but there's a massive long straight coming up afterwards, so you've really just got to bide your time, wait just a little bit, and then you'll be able to get through. It's going to be a big slipstream as they go along the Kemmel Straight, and we're going to see the extra grip of these new tyres as they go up Eau Rouge and over the crest at Radion. There you have it. Big speed for Khan, slightly less speed for Baldwin, and with the outside line it looks like Zancho are going to hit the lead again.
And once again, absolutely no issues following the car through Eau Rouge there, which is something that some drivers here and there have been complaining about just a little bit. We even saw it earlier on, a couple of drivers getting really wobbly in the dirty air, but with that extra tyre grip that Khan has, he was able to keep that, and he's now up into the lead. So let's just see how far he can go. They've still got 2/3 of the fuel tank left. He might be able to get himself miles up the road and actually save himself sort of a pit stop kind of time, as we see Henry Sinnick now down in 11th place, battling with one of the Drive Game C entry cars, and he's going to get there up into 10th place. So they've dropped down a little bit over the course of the race so far, but I believe they were one of the other teams that actually changed their tyres, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct, and that Henry Sinnick is coming through the field. Yeah, he's not too far behind Andrea Terzi at the moment. Yeah, I believe that you're correct on that one. Wojtek Polesny is not too far in front of Dennis Duna either. That's the battle for 4th place in GTE. The battle's really kicking off in there, but we've got quite a lot of LMP2 pit stops. Roughly half the field have come in at the end of lap 38, and so the lead has been handed over to Lorenzo Risi. Those guys seem like they're going a little bit longer. It's what they tend to do actually at Waveframe. They do tend to go a little bit longer on the fuel. That's what they're doing right now, but Dennis Duna trying to make up some positions because his tyre strategy seems to be working out quite well for him so far. About 1/3 of this stint is complete, and he may well be in 4th by the end of this lap. Oh, that's a squeeze. Around the outside he goes. It's going to give him the inside line for the very final corner of this lap. Polesny's going to hang it around the outside again, but he can't, and Duna is through into 4th place. This is really paying off for those guys right now. Unless there's a big drop-off here because they're pushing too hard, then I just can't see how it's going to work out for the double stinters at the moment.
Yeah, it's, as it shows, it's completely the wrong decision because it is so obviously quicker in terms of the lap time. And it's quite funny, I was just saying there, I can't remember if it was Henry Sinnick that was the one who changed the tyres. I just looked at the lap times. He's also 2 seconds quicker than anyone around him. He's doing 2-minute 15s, which is similar to Duna and Khan on a clean lap as well, whereas everyone else is in the 2-minute 17s. So a good couple of seconds quicker for these guys who are doing the single stint tyres. And that 2 seconds, if you add that up over the course of 20-25 laps during a stint, then obviously you're going to be making back more than that 35 seconds that you're going to be getting from doing an extra set of tyres. And tyres is also an interesting factor for the LMP2 because, by the looks of it, Dennis Jordan didn't change tyres again. So he has done a triple stint on these tyres, and therefore he is going to be coming out in the lead of the LMP2, obviously with older tyres, but he's got that track position.
And he's got it by 23 seconds at the moment, so that is a big margin. And don't forget, the stints are shorter for LMP2, so the chances, in my opinion, of you pulling it off is slightly higher, possibly. We'll wait and find out and see that experiment for ourselves in the next few moments. But Yuri Toman is now into that car. We've had a couple of driver changes, actually. Yuri Toman has got in for Marcel Chinzik, and David Mocek is in for Michi Hoyer. Arnaud Schumvliet has managed to make the undercut. He's still in there in that Ajira Racing car, so presumably he's going to be in for 4 stints now, which is relatively long, but not completely heroic, just for the moment. Yeah, he's undercut David Mocek, and he is into what we're going to call net 3rd place for the moment, because Dennis Jordan has got out into first place. And actually, Marius Bear is in second place. He's made a pit stop. That's fooled me a little bit. Butler Pal Motorsport legitimately into second place. So it looks like Burst and Butler Pal are going for a bit of an alternate strategy, doing something a little bit on tyres.
Yeah, that's a pretty similar one. Looks like Bert as well. I think is triple stinting. Yeah, he had a no tyre change pit stop as well. So that's obviously how he's got up into that position. As we see Michel now getting right on the back of Baldwin. He's going to have a good slipstream up to Les Combes. But how is that top speed of the Corvette? We know the Porsche is fairly decent, especially on that acceleration. But how is the top speed, even with the slipstream? Is Michel going to be able to get alongside? It's going to be slightly late. Actually, just about gets there on the brakes. And that's going to be not too easy or not too difficult of position. I say that Baldwin's trying to get back at him, but nice track position there by Michel to block him off nicely. And that is up into second place for those drivers, as we see Jakubovic now coming out of the pit stops. But I think that's quite interesting for some of these drivers to be triple stinting their tyres.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And that's a roll of the dice I wasn't expecting, but I'm very glad to see. Really, Dennis Jordan is heading towards Blanchimont at the moment. About 15 seconds in front of Marius Burt and 20 seconds in front of Yuri Toman right now. So it's a pretty decent lead, but we still got a long way to go left in this stint. The number 28 car last came in on lap 38, They're doing a roughly 19 lap stints. That's what they've done so far. So we're expecting to see them in again after 57 laps, I want to say, in this race, So still a good 17 laps to go, as the first proper lap time is coming in right now. It's a 2-minute 4.4. We'll mark that against Yuri Toman when he comes across the line in about 20 seconds time, because it's going to be very, very interesting to compare these two lap times when they come over. Marius Burt took 3 tenths out of Jordan on that last lap, but Yuri Toman took 2.8 seconds out of race leader Dennis Jordan on that last lap. He is catching quickly, but is Jordan going to gain out of this? He wasn't leading when this all started, so he's able to, just fall in behind, even if he's just behind Schoenfliet by the time the next pit stops roll around. That is a success for them.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I've just been thinking, to do a triple stint, you might also have to be on the medium tyres rather than the soft, which would also understand why Dennis was a bit slower in that first stint when everyone else was on effectively, or everyone else around him was effectively on a softer compound of tyres as well. But then that once again is going to be in a situation where he's going to be so slow during this stint, just like we've seen in the GTEs at the moment with Khan and Duna coming through the field. Toman is going to really catch up to Burt and Jordan, and that's going to be quite important for when he gets there. Is he going to be able to overtake? But I think it should be good enough around here to be able to do that. But will this work out over the course of the race? Will the Burst Edge guys, if they continue with this triple stint strategy, are they able to then claw that back? We will have to see. At the moment, there's around a 19-second gap between Toman and Jordan, give or take. So I'm sure that's going to come down over the course of the stint. But Jordan was already about that time behind Toman. So if he can overall gain time, then maybe they will continue doing that over the course of the race. And maybe at one point during the end of the race, they will be able to be roughly close enough on track.
Well, are they going to be followed onto that strategy by everybody else as well? Because if it's working out, then why not join them in that strategy and try and, get onto that train, so to speak. Obviously it's not going to happen this time. If Vargas Sim Racing realise that actually this is the better idea, they can't just change. Well, it would seem strange to change tyres at the next pit stop. They're going to have to let this double soft tyre stint run out before they embark on a triple medium stint, and it would throw their driver stints off a little bit as well. It looks like they want to change drivers every kind of double stint between Tintic and Toman. That's what they tend to do between the two of them, and there's no reason to suspect that it will be any different on this occasion. But we're on board with the championship leaders right now. It's Marius Bear who is just in front. As I mentioned a little bit earlier on, he's been driving in the VEC for a very long time indeed. Free Wide Motorsport, I remember him driving for back in the LMP1 days. He's Butler Powell Motorsport LMP2 driver now, and he's got a big job on his hands right now. Yuri Toman is just behind him, and if Bert can keep Toman behind even for a lap or two, then Dennis Jordan is going to be buying him a few beers because he's really going to help him out.
And with the obviously the way that this is going to work, Varga are once again obviously going to do a double stint of softs because it seems that is a very viable option, which means that next stint Dennis Jordan will have brand new tyres compared to Varga's used tyres. So at that point Dennis potentially is able to gain some time as well. So it's not all bad for Dennis Jordan. This is, and obviously his teammates who will be coming in later on as well. So let's first of all see what Toman can do. He's going to be getting a slipstream here. Can he get down the inside of Blanchemont? That's going to be a nice, easy overtake if he can do that, because I'm sure Bert on the outside isn't going to really be fighting that, because you don't want to be on the outside in that corner. And yes, he just about slots in behind Toman, getting through there into second place. And I don't think that Butler Power are going to be too displeased with that, because everyone knows that Varga are in a good position, both with their speed and also with their strategy at the moment. So it's now all down to Dennis Jordan. As I mentioned previously, he was obviously somewhere in the region of 20 seconds behind Varga anyway. So as long as at the end of this sequence, as long as he's closer to Varga, then technically that is still a gain, relatively speaking. But we won't really know that until the end of the next stint, once there's been that flop again of Burst being on the new tyres with Varga on the old. So it is sort of the long game that Burst AG Sports are playing, whereas Varga are all about the sort of the shorter to medium term gain. But they are going to have a good battle here, and we need to find out who is going to come out on top. But it certainly looks like Toman is pushing there, as he had a bit of a lock-up down into Lake Holm.
I thought for a terrible moment there that Bert was going to try and hang that around the outside. That's what all the shouting was about. But yeah, it's a good move from Toman, efficiently through into Blanchemont. And speaking of getting efficiently through, Henry Sinnick making up some more places on the Speedy Mike car. That's Greg Hall, who seems to be going on a long stint as well. In this one, the double stint, he stayed out longer than the rest actually in that last round of pit stops. He did 28 laps, which is a lap longer than most of the rest of the field. But also, we're on board with Dennis Dooner right now because he's caught up to the back of Adam Baldwin. This is, I believe, these guys were about a similar location before the pit stops, but either way, this is a big gain for Sim Racing for Holland and an easy move as well on Adam Baldwin. Championship rivals, let's not forget, Deuces Motorsport Club came into the day 35 points adrift, with Sim Racing for Holland 32 points adrift. So those two are legitimately championship contenders, but one of those teams going a lot better than the other at the moment.
And the tyres is such a big factor here in Spa. I wasn't expecting it to be this big of a difference with the lap times, but that was a fairly easy overtake for Dooner, one of the drivers who changed his tyres. And Baldwin on those older tyres just couldn't quite keep on there, and is still around about a second to a second and a half a lap quicker for those drivers who did make a tyre stop. So it's still a very big advantage, and they're getting that all the way through the stint as we now come to the battle for now P3 in LMP2. And it's now Schoenvliet's turn to try and get on the back here of Bert, and he's going to have a really nice slipstream up the Kemmel Straight. Is he going to have enough to get alongside? I think it's actually not going to be too hard of an overtake here, as long as he can keep it under braking and not make a mistake. He's going to have that position up into third place. And once again, it seems that the new tyres are very, very fast around here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it so far, and it doesn't look like that it's going away, really, does it? It's neither does this battle, actually. I've been monitoring this gap, or these gaps, on the live timing for the last few moments that you can get on the SLC website, and yeah, it's been extremely exciting. That's a big wiggle as well. Oh, a really big wiggle into the wall. Almeida into the wall at the top of Eau Rouge. We saw a big moment for him. I thought he gathered it up, but no, in fact, he had not. Is he going to be safe to get that back to the pit lane without a code 80, or are we going to need one? It looks like he might be all right, but it doesn't look like that car is tracking space. That was a little bit of a strange accident, but a very, very big accident for Daniel Almeida of Ajira Racing.
How on earth is that car still going in any sorts of a straight line? That must have been a huge impact with the wall. So he's fortunate that he's able to keep going, but I wouldn't be surprised if he comes into the pit lane for some damage repairs, because it doesn't look like he's quite going at full speed here.
Oh.
And that's going to get a little bit awkward with the LMP2. They're trying to get past,
Oh.
and it might be a bit of a contact there actually with Andonovsky, I believe, is still in that car. So it's a little bit awkward here, and he's going to have to try and let these cars through if he thinks he's going to have a bit of damage, which he does seem like he is.
He looks like he's getting safely back, though, which is the most important thing for us, because it means this race can stay green if race director Jimmy Allison decides that that is the correct thing to do. And given the fact we haven't had one yet, I'm pretty confident in saying we won't need one, unless there's another monstrosity around the corner, well, it doesn't look like it. 16th place for Giro Racing. This is going to turn into 17th, I'm afraid. They were having a decent run, to be fair. Giro not had the best season with the 444, but you know, things that were starting to look up in this race, but I'm afraid now any kind of, well, even points are going to be difficult for them, very, very difficult for them to have a good result from this point.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult for the teams to be able to come back from that. As we mentioned earlier, if you're going to lose any sort of major lap time, it's so difficult to get those seconds back, and that is why not making mistakes is so important. That's the reason, obviously, for the endurance races. If we only did, 1.5 hour races, it would already be finished, and Dennis Jordan would have won. But that's not really how it's going to work out, potentially, because over the course of the 8 hours, so much can happen, so much can change. There's all this strategy, there's all this time for drivers to make mistakes. And unfortunately for Almeida, there was just a little bit of one there. It's a bit weird. He was sort of okay, and then it just didn't quite come back. It wasn't like a huge moment at all. It was it was a bit of a weird one. He just couldn't quite keep it enough, and that was a huge impact. I'm so surprised he didn't lose any more bodywork.
Undercover sim racing, Rick Van Earl is very lucky because he was extremely close to being caught up in that accident, and he would have seen all kinds of things going on in front of him. So, yeah, goodness me, that would have been a very big moment, and it was. As you can see, Daniel Almeida is about to drop down to 17th position, I'm afraid, last in LMP2 as things stand. We've only got one car out of the race, still 40 cars of the 41 that started off earlier this afternoon still driving around. Sebastian Pfeiffer is 4 laps down, but he is going again after his big accident at Eau Rouge, and hopefully Giro will be able to get out of there, and hopefully they won't be joining Ground Effect Sim Racing in being retirees from this race. Currently leading, it is Dennis Jordan of Burst Edge Esports. Varga Sim Racing 9 seconds behind, with Yuri Toman driving on at Schumfleet just another 2 seconds adrift, and he's actually reeling in Toman, which is interesting to see. You've got some fantastic pace at the moment at Schumfleet, so that's why he's able to just be in the picture at the moment. Marius Bert's in 4th ahead of David Mojek in 5th, as we're about to see this replay with Daniel Almeida in front.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a pretty sight for Rick Van Earl, but unfortunately he manages to just not, so close, just not hit the Agira car there. That was so close. But yeah, unfortunately, that was a huge impact, and Agira still in the pit lane getting some damage repairs. But now, Duna coming onto the back of Christian Michel. Can he get up into this second place? These new tyres are really starting to work out for the, well, not really starting, they are continuing, I should say, to work out for these drivers that pit. We're well over halfway through this stint now, and they've still got a fairly good advantage for them. Duna can't see his last lap time as he did get a track cut, but Ibrahim Khan was still well over a second quicker than the guys around him. So this is looking very good for these guys. And Duna, who's really been that team's standout driver, could get them back up into second place with a nice slipstream up the hill.
Well, it's not quite as big as before, the delta between the two sets of tyres, but it is certainly still in the favour of those who changed tyres at the last pit stop. That's Ibrahim Khan and Dennis Duna, who you're seeing in the black and white Sim Racing for Holland car on your screens right now. Christian Michel is going to be a bit of a sitting up here. The two Corvettes going to be going side by side towards Lecombe, and it's going to be an easy move for Dennis Duna. Championship rivals, let's not forget, and any points that Duna and the rest of his team can gain will be beneficial to them, of course. But at the moment, Michel picking his battles, really, deciding not to get involved with this. It's a Corvette 1-2-3 though at this point, and that's mainly unfolded because of the strategy, other than or rather than, excuse me, the fact that the Corvette is wildly better than the rest. It's just kind of worked out like that at this particular point in the race. I can't imagine it's going to stay like that, though.
Yeah, you wait for all of the people saying that the Corvette's too fast. But in previous races, we've seen Williams Esports in the BMW, the only BMW, take victory as well. So it's a bit interesting that no one took that when it's still clearly capable of getting victories. We've seen Porsches with Schmidl, I remember having a really good fight in Indianapolis, for instance, and other teams as well having really good races. So it's not just about the BOP, it is about the execution of the event from these teams. And as you see here, Albin precisely in that fourth place, he is in a Porsche. But we now go down to Jakubovic, who's still trying to battle with Go Team Racing. These two teams have been battling just a little bit over the course of the previous few sort of 10-20 minutes or so. And Jakubovic now trying to get back on to Go Team Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. These two have been pretty inseparable as well. But Go Team Racing are having a good race, I feel. Moritz Mell is now driving that car. It was Matthias Stair a little bit earlier on. He did a little bit of the heavy lifting. But now it's Moritz Mell who is driving. So, yeah, 8th place at the moment. Battle continuing on in LMP2. And it's one of the closer ones in that class because Toman is still not really catching Dennis Jordan at a rate that we were expecting. 6/10 of a second on the last lap as those guys, where are they on the circuit? I believe they're just coming over the line right now, so we'll get another view as to what the gap is. 2-minute 4.6 on the last lap for Jordan, but it was a 2-minute 3.0 for Toman. 1.6 seconds the gap between them on that last lap, so maybe a bit of traffic involved in that, or maybe Toman really hooking up for this occasion. And so, yeah, a bit more of a closing of the gap there with 5.5 seconds, the gap between them. Still on the screen, though, Moritz Mell and Ibrahim Jakubovic into the bus stop chicane. Just behind this in GTE, a closing battle right now is between Christian Marcler and Henry Sinnick, who's driving the GTE at the moment. He started in the hypercar, let's not forget, for Drillers. I'm pretty sure he was driving a hypercar earlier on in this season. But obviously the hypercar's not in the series anymore, and he's driving a GTE closing on Marglera. We go back to GTE though, because there's a battle for 17th place going on between Speedy Mike and Drive Game Seat Marco Slanzi and Cameron Sansano. These guys getting quite far down on the leaders though. You just look at the leader, Sancho going into Savalo. These guys only coming up Eau Rouge right now, even though we're only 2 hours in. They have lost a fair amount of time.
Yeah, and Sinnick, as you mentioned, drove the Senna earlier on in the season. Then, when they merged with the LMP2, he then was obviously driving the LMP2, and now he's moved from Drillers to Satellite, and he's now driving the GTE. So he's driven all three classes that we've had so far this season as well. So that's a really cool point to make, really. So he's had experience in all of them, and Henry Sinnick, he's been driving so many different sorts of things across rFactor 2, so it's good to see he's getting involved with lots of different formulas and series of car. But here in the GTE battle, he's now trying to get back onto the back of Margera for Waveframe Esports, as you say, up into 7th place. And Henry Sinnick being one of the drivers who took tyres, he's still got a tiny bit of a speed advantage, but not quite the same that we're seeing with Duna and Khan. But he might still have enough here just to get past Margera, though that's going to be a little bit of a dive into that final chicane, so he can't quite do it just yet.
No, not for the moment, but sticking behind as things stand. And he is on new tyres, let's just reiterate, he is on new tyres here, so it wouldn't be surprising to see Sinnick making his way through in the next few moments. And these guys are about 20 minutes away from another set of pit stops. A bit of bumper on bumper action there. Henry Sinnick using the chrome horn to tell Marglera to get on with it, really. As they go up towards or down towards Eau Rouge, they'll plunge uphill now as well. And so hopefully, for these guys' sake, they can keep it on the straight and narrow. A bit of a slide for Sinnick. He had to just cover that one up as the car got light over the top of the hill there, but Marglera cuts it to the left-hand side. He defends ever so slightly to the middle of the road. Sinnick goes to the inside line. This should be easy enough to take 7th place away from the Waveframe Esports car, and he does indeed. So Satellite Racing into 7th and having one of their better races so far this season.
Certainly, they've had some good success with Jimmy Nasula in that car. but unfortunately with some of their other teammates haven't been quite able to keep that pace that Jimmy can do. But Cynic is a very, very good signing for them indeed. That was a good pickup from the now disbanded Drillers Esports team. And now Reutigam is going to get a bit of side-by-side action here with P9 Speedy Mike there, although just couldn't quite make that work in the hairpin or into the no-name corner. But that was a good opportunity where traffic can sometimes hinder you just a little bit for them. And go back to the other Speedy Mike, who's now defending once again from Drive Game's seat on the inside. Can they defend around the outside? Oh, potentially a bit of contact there on the first apex. But as we get to the exit of Lecom, he's kept that 17th position.
As indeed, both Speedy Mike cars involved in battles at the moment. As I'm looking at the leaders overall, actually, because we're about 8 laps away from some more pit stops. I'm expecting Burst Edge in at the end of lap 57. We've completed lap 49 at the moment. So lap 50 in this race already. Not even 2 hours into this one. I'm expecting way more than 200 laps in this race here today, even though it's such a long circuit. There were lots of distance going on anyway. And Jordan is going to have a lot of defending going on here as well, considering the fact that we only have 8 laps to go until this pit stop cycle. About 15 minutes away from it, let's say, for Dennis Jordan, Yuri Toman, those guys. He's done a pretty good job to hold on to the lead this long, really. It just depends how much those tyres are going to fall off towards the end, how long he can keep Toman behind him.
If he can hold Toman behind, just for a couple of laps, I think that is going to be a very, very good stint from Dennis Jordan. And we keep saying, I keep saying this to reiterate the point. Remember, Jordan was so far behind Toman that just to be in this position with only really a handful of laps to go or so before we get towards the next set of pit stops, this is going to be a very good opportunity for Jordan. Even if Toman gets ahead, he's not going to be crazy far ahead. It's still going to be in a reasonable distance, and then at the pit stop, Burst will then get new tyres and Toman will have to keep his tyres again to stay on that same strategy. So it's a very intriguing point in this race. Does Jordan have the speed? Although last lap he was almost 2 seconds a lap slower.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really starting to pile onto him right now. Through the middle of this stint, it did start to flatten off the gap between the two. It looks like the tyres for Jordan just starting to go away slightly. He goes a little bit defensive into the bus stop chicane. Toman not interested in making a move this time, but he's going to get a good run onto the main straight and might even go for this into La Source, although the exit for him wasn't quite as good as he was hoping for. Let's not forget, Arna Shumfleet just behind this camera right now is starting to get into the picture, and he will want a piece of this battle. Certainly, he's only a second back right now as Yuri Toman tries to get the exit off of La Source that he needs and the run through Eau Rouge that he needs to try and take the lead away from Dennis Jordan, who has been leading for the last half an hour or so, but you feel like that's going to come to an end very soon. Here comes Toman with a good run up through Radion now. Jordan is going to fight him for this one. They go side by side up the Kemmel straight. Jordan on the inside line, Toman on the outside, but with a little bit of extra straight line speed. He should be able to do this, although Jordan tries to hold on. There's a spin. Jordan spins around. He fought Toman as much as he possibly could, but he's seen now why he might have been better off just letting him go. He goes for a half spin, and that's really going to cost him in this race. He loses 8 seconds in a battle that he didn't really need to have.
It's such a difficult one there because Dennis Jordan, he was enough alongside really to be able to think about trying to defend that. But you are correct. Maybe he should just let Toman go at such a crucial point in the race, because next stint they will be having that advantage. Obviously, they would have lost the track position by that point, but they will still be having the advantage in speed. So let's see, when we get to that first apex, is Dennis really in a shout of being able to defend it possibly just enough? And to be fair on him, Toman did really come down on the apex there, so Dennis isn't going to be overly happy with that. He was still in a shout for that position, where Toman being very, very tough with that, very aggressive with that overtake. And either way, Dennis is going to have to try and sort himself out and get towards the end of this this next stint fine. But I was going to say that from that replay, especially from that onboard of Jordan's, it does look like Toman just came right down on the apex and left no room for Dennis.
Yeah, well, any kind of penalty that may be assigned will be assigned for Le Mans, let's not forget. So make sure you tune in to find out the result of that one. It might not matter too much in the grand scheme of this race. But the other Burst Esport car, David Mocek, in third place at the moment because he's just got through on his teammate Dennis Jordan. Real big moment in the course of this race, though. And yeah, very, very interesting to see what the race direction stewards will think of that one, because it's one of those where you could really argue a case for both, really. But yeah, you've kind of said that may well be leaning into Toman's fault ever so slightly, but we still have a race for the lead going on right now. Yuri Toman versus Arne Schumvliet, but it's just a question of now, really. Is Toman now going to run away from Schumvliet? Now he's been released from Jordan, or is Schumvliet going to be able to hold on and keep Toman within his sights in the next few moments now that we've got these two cars released from Jordan?
Yeah, we'll have to find out, but they are getting to that point now. They are going to be coming into the pit lane fairly shortly indeed. It's going to be around about the 2-hour mark into the race, so therefore 6 hours to go. If they are doing 3 40-minute stints, it's going to be roughly 2 hours. So we are getting to that point, but the laps are, fairly long here, so they probably still have about 7 or 6 laps to go before we get to that point. As you come back to this battle with Andrea Terzi in P11, and that's going to be a bit of a defending from Your Name Here Racing in that 12th place. We've got Mario Tump there in that car. Can he get close enough? They actually seem to lose quite a bit there on the exit of turn number 1, so I don't know if he's going to be able to get this run all the way up to Le Commodore. He's actually had a very, very good Eau Rouge and Radion then. He gained so much time on that Ferrari. The Ferrari obviously just doesn't have maybe the power coming out of that sequence of corners, and Tom's actually going to get past fairly easily. That Ferrari could do nothing to defend from that one.
Yeah, it looks like it, and straight through for the Your Name Here Racing car into 11th place, and Waveframe continuing to have a really mediocre day, I'm afraid. They were right up there in the likes of Sebring, where they were defending from Nikodem Wisniewski, it was, who was bearing down on them, ended up winning that race after 1,000 miles it was up. And yeah, wasn't a victory for those guys on that occasion, and it doesn't look like it's going to be a victory on this occasion either. Ibrahim Khan is leading by 10 seconds ahead of Dennis Duna, and then Christian Mikel is a further 8 seconds back. I think it's very fair to say that double stinting the tyres was not the best choice for those guys, and yeah, that's really, really harmed them in this one, because they're 18 seconds at least behind the leaders. The likes of Polesny's nearly 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, the gaps have started to spread out just a little bit over the course of this third stint in the race, and it's obviously got to that point where teams are trying all sorts of different things. We've seen the strategy be completely wide open. Teams trying different compounds, many different strategies. Single stints, double stints. It's been a very good opening couple of hours of the race so far. But the battles are not over on the track itself. We now got Arisi coming on the back of Luca Di Melio. So the two Italian drivers battling for 6th and 7th place. They've just dropped off this top battle a little bit. Luca's now 18 seconds behind the Butler Power of Marius Burt, who's obviously doing that triple stint strategy as we saw. So these drivers are just a little bit out of that battle really for the top 5, but they've got a good battle between themselves, as we see Arisi once again with his webcam footage there. Having it's nice to see that some people are still sort of back to the roots of having a wheel on their desk. Obviously, some of these drivers at the top end have some crazy sim rigs and frames and all sorts. So it's good to see that some drivers are still back to the roots with some more simple machinery.
Yeah, it was almost old school at this point, having it on your desk. But yeah, he just keep reaching out with his right hand, doesn't he, to reach something. It looks like he's talking a little bit. He'll be on the TeamSpeak to his teammates as well, quite possibly talking about various things like strategy and the like. So that's kind of occupying him as well as the driving right now. But there was a yellow flag briefly there, by the way, in Sector 1 just a few moments ago. It was the 391 Your Name Here racing car, Eau Rouge again, I'm afraid. They've got going again, and they're at a pace once again. So it doesn't look like they've had quite such a big accident as they had last time. However, still not a great race for them, and they're still 4 laps down on the car in front of them. So not the ideal race for them indeed. Watching the back for 12th though at the moment. Blackhawk Racing, Moshe Ben Amar just in front of Andrea Terzi. Blackhawk were right up there inside the top 10 earlier on, but it looks like they've just fallen back ever so slightly. Alex Broutigam is up in 9th, but there will be, I don't know, maybe a little bit disappointed. Comparing how the first stint has gone, comparing to this one, they might be a little bit disappointed that they're so far down right now.
Yeah, the excuse me, the order has gone up and down a little bit. Some of these teams have sort of moved around quite a quite a lot, which has been quite an interesting factor for this race, and I'm sure they'll want to be moving up as the race goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's a lot of time for that to happen just yet. Drive Game Seat not too far behind them at the moment. Yeah, that's one of the battles going on in GTE. One of the closer ones actually, because not many are happening in that class. It's kind of in that position at the moment. There are a couple going on in LMP2. Look at D'Amelio versus Lorenzo Risi is one of the closer ones, and this is another close one as well, between Cameron Sansano and Ludovic Ferry. Yeah, that's one of the battles going on for 17th. A bit of a dive though from one, I believe that's Dennis Jordan, isn't it? Going through on those guys at the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, that was a bit of a send there, but just timed it absolutely perfectly to slot in right behind Sansano. And then off he goes down after turn 1 as well. So that is just about on the limit of what you want to be doing. Getting yourself bang in the position. So you barely lost any time in the braking zone, and then only lost maybe a few hundredths going around the final couple of corners, because at the end of the day, in slow corners like that, there isn't really such a big time difference between the GTEs and the LMP2. So in that sort of situation, it's not so bad. So yeah, pretty decent traffic driving there by Dennis Jordan, and I'm sure he's going to be doing a few little sends to try and get back up into his position that he was in. Obviously that being first place, but he has dropped down just a little bit now. Obviously more time because he is now slower due to those tyres, and that spin wouldn't have helped it at all.
No, absolutely not, as the next round of pit stops have begun in LMP2 right now. Arnaud Schumvliet kicking it off. As always, so we don't have the 444 anymore to kick things off. Agera Racing are actually back going again. Daniel Almeida is driving, and he's just behind Bradley Sellers overall, and he's about to make an overall positional change there. So it's going to be a long road to recovery for those guys, as his teammate Arnaud Schumvliet gets out just behind Rory McDuff and just in front of Tony Meller, who gets in front of him actually down the straight into Le Com. And that's a bit of overtaking that Arnaud Schumvliet really could have done without making. He would have wanted to get out in front of those guys and kind of avoid all this, but unfortunately he's managed to get himself involved, and that's going to cost him some time.
Yeah, that with that pit stop, or the pit lane being so long, it's really probably changed the way some of these teams have thought about the strategies actually, because it sort of changes your thought process with where you're going to come back out into traffic and that sort of stuff. Obviously you're losing way more time here compared to a conventional pit lane that we're going, and we can see there Jene Simicic waiting to get into that car for Dennis Jordan. So it does seem that it's just going to be a triple stint for the German, and he's going to be handing over to his teammate Jene Simicic. So we again need to see, is Simicic going to continue that triple stint, or maybe they realise it might not work and they're going to go to double stints. We'll have to find out how many stints they're planning on doing during the race as well, because say it's one of the options was doing a 12 stint race, and therefore 3 stints is obviously 12. So if they change to a double stint now, it will be a little bit awkward with them being on 3, which is obviously not an even number. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jene goes for another triple stint here.
Well, some of these guys are not going to make that 12 stint thing that you're talking about, because we've not got to the 2-hour mark yet, and plenty of guys are coming in. Rick Van Earl is in, as well as Tony Meller for Zancho. We've seen Arnaud Schumvliet, into the pit lane as well for Agera Racing. So, some of these guys are not quite going to make that, and they're going to have to make a splash and dash towards the end of this race, unless there is a code 80 for those guys, which would be very fortuitous indeed. But expecting to see the likes of Yuri Toman into the pit lane alongside, or maybe another lap or two. But certainly David Mocek, I think, will be in here. He's in second place right now, just 11 seconds behind Yuri Toman because of the issues that have befallen his teammate. But yeah, Toman continues on for another lap. I think Mocek will be in. He's just coming up to the bus stop chicane right now, and he is indeed into the pit lane. So that's 56 laps, and he is in from second place. Now, Dennis Jordan is going to stay out for another lap or two, but he really is quite a long way adrift of Yuri Toman right now. He's actually into the pit lane as well, so maybe even cutting into losses, coming in a little bit earlier, as we can see Turkka Häkkinen waiting for Christian Mikel to come in.
And now that's Dennis Jordan has come into the pit lane. So he is just shy of, as we were mentioning, that 2-hour mark. So they're not quite making 40 minutes on a stint, which means, as you said before, that might mean they have to make a 13th stint, which would obviously be a little splash and dash. So I do wonder if they might try and save that time somewhere else. With the pit stops, however, you do lose a good couple of minutes during the whole sequence, or it takes a couple of minutes, I should say, to do the whole sequence of driving through the pit lane and being stopped for so long. Especially when doing a full service, you're going to be stopped in itself for over 70 seconds, plus driving through the pit lane, it's going to be over 2 minutes. So that's obviously all going to be added on effectively to that stint time, and therefore they're going to be into that hour probably by the end of the race once it all accumulates. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just about manage to get those 12 stints in, but again, we'll have to see. But interesting that Varga, etc., have stayed out compared to the likes of Dennis Jordan. Once again, Varga, despite being so fast, are also able to do the fuel mileage.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit surprising well, I guess we're becoming less surprised by it every time because they seem to just manage it every single race. They're just always up there. That's how they've managed to win so many races this season. They have 5 to their name already out of the 7, and then the other 2, they came second to Burst Edge Esports. So, yeah, it's really been one of those seasons. Yoni Simoncic, though, is now coming out of the pit lane, the 2-time FSR World Champion. And Yuri Toman is also into the pit lane, reaches down for a bit of a drink, and it's going to be one more stint for him. I presume he's going to be getting out of the car as well once again after that again, because that's what they normally do. So expect to see that once again. As into the pit lane comes Marius Burt, getting caught behind a GTE car, which is not ideal for him, but he's into the pit lane as well.
And I wonder what Burt is going to do, because he was also on that sort of triple stint thing. So I would assume he's going to be getting out of that car for one of his teammates there in the Butler Power Motorsports team. And that is going to be interesting to see if they continue with that strategy as well, because you're obviously sort of committed to it by this point, as I mentioned, with the way obviously it works out. Being 3 stints is a little bit awkward, obviously not being an even number either, so you can't swap your strategy really once you get to this point. You sort of need to commit. So I wouldn't be surprised if Yerne, as I said, is going to do that as well. So we need to see if Burt is going to do the same, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets out the car right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It wouldn't be surprising at all, as he's still stopped in his box, so we can't quite tell for the moment what he's going to do on this one. In GTE, we've got some more pit stops going on as well. Adam Baldwin is in, as well as Turkka Häkkinen, who's got in for Christian Mikel. We're expecting to see that, and we might even see a driver change for Adam Baldwin as well when he leaves the pit lane, or not, if somebody else is driving that car. It's João Barbosa who's got into that car now. So driver changes going on in GTE. It's kind of the norm, really, in GTE. Do 2 hours, get out, let your teammate do 2 hours, and then you swap all over again. That's kind of what happens normally, and that's what's happened at the moment for Häkkinen and Barbosa. They are both in, heading down the Kemmel Straight right now, and we're going to see if they can get a bit of an undercut on those around them, and whether or what strategy they're going to do from now on. Presumably it's going to be tyre changes every single time from here on in, because that's what seemed to work out for everybody else.
I would be very surprised if any of the GTEs are going to continue with the sort of double stint. Obviously, So if they did double stint, they'll have to pit this time anyway, because otherwise then there'd be triple stinting. But at least from these pit stops on, I wouldn't be surprised if they saw that pace from the likes of Ibrahim Khan and Dennis Duna, and if they're going to continue single stinting themselves. That's always going to change actually the order of the pit stops, just a little bit. And everyone is sort of going to become equal with their track position, and how that one works out with the pit stops. But Ibrahim Khan, I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually going to have a fairly nice lead once this all works out, because he's been so fast, firstly due to his pace, but also due to the strategy.
Well, that's João Barbosa just in front of him, and those guys, Juice and Motorsport Club, competing for a championship at the moment, so they're going to want to be doing well. There's a brief yellow flag there for somebody, but it looks like everybody's back going again, and pretty much half the field in the pit lane right now. We've got a fair few LMP2 cars in. The 26 is just in right now on lap 58, and that's normal because they usually come in about a lap later than everybody else, but most of the GTE cars also in, or at least leaving the pit lane in a few moments' time, and Ibrahim Khan right now is going to come and join them. He's got over that 2-hour mark, which is the most important thing. He'll be able to make this race on 7 stops, barring any major disasters for anybody, but it's just a case of who's going to get in now for Ibrahim Khan, and are they going to be able to sustain the pace that he's been able to do over the last few moments, or are they going to start to fall back now that he's not in the car anymore? Is he even going to get out? That's the first question.
Yeah, that's a very important point for endurance racing as well, is how good your teammates are. It's all good having one fast driver, one superstar driver, but if then you put another driver in and he starts losing 2 seconds a lap just on pure skill and talent, then that is obviously not going to win you endurance races. So you've got to really rely on your teammates, and hopefully we can do that. There's a bit of contact there for Jonas Simčić. He's then going to get a little bit blocked actually by the Vargas Sim Racing car. Can he now go around the outside of Rick Van Earl into Les Combes corner? Looks like he's going to just about make that one move. That was quite a difficult period of the race though for Jonas Simčić, because that could have been quite a big accident, but he managed to actually get the position moved.
Looked like a little bit, even maybe some miscommunication between himself and Rick Van Earl there, because there was a bit of contact where I didn't think there was going to be, but they did indeed swipe each other just ever so slightly, not enough to do any damage or any harm at all really, but no, there was a little bit of contact between the two of them. But Jonas Simčić up into 8th place. The field has been cleansed in LMP2, and they found themselves an awfully long way down. Don't forget they've just changed tyres as well, so they're going to be flying their way through the order in these next few moments as Alex Brattigam has followed Ibrahim Khan into the pit lane. We'll see now where Khan comes out in relation to everybody else, but it looks like he's going to have a pretty big lead over everybody else. Just seeing if he's rolling just yet. No, he's not. He's still in the pit lane. It's an awfully long wait around here, but that was close, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he managed to make the move anyway, and it's so interesting how strategy works out that one point they go from leading the race legitimately to now they're being 8th place legitimately. Obviously, the spin didn't help that, but they lost time either way from Terman once they got ahead, and then having done a driver stop and tyre change, they obviously had the longest pit stop that is possible, which is obviously another reason why they're so far behind. They will get a lot of that time back later on in the race, but yeah, that's a just pretty crazy fact how you can legitimately lose about 60 seconds in a race, but that's just how it goes sometimes. As we jump back to the battle between Black Hawk Pescara and also Go Team Racing. These two have been battling for so long, and it seems like that's going to continue as Jakubovic is once again trying to get past, but he's been doing this for so long, and Moritz Mel, who's now in that car, is doing a very good job.
Yeah, he is indeed. It was Matthias Ster earlier on, let's not forget. But these two have been really inseparable. I said it a little bit earlier on, and that was when they were battling for about 8th place, I think it was. They were battling for 9th and 10th earlier on, so they've been slowly and steadily getting their way up the order, but mostly because of the demise of others. They've just been driving around together, doing their own race, and the chaos has been happening in front and around them. So, yeah, it's been good driving from them so far. We don't put the mockers on them, but yeah, it's a good battle going on between those guys. Ferris Stanley has got in for Ibrahim Khan, and there's an awful lot of driver changes to report in GTE, so I'll just run through a few of them for you. Ferris Stanley is leading by 15 seconds. He's got over, or taken over, from Ibrahim Khan. Andreas Kirili is now driving in place of Dennis Duna in second place. Turk Akinen is in for Christian Mikel. João Barbosa got in for Adam Baldwin. Michał Sedlacek is driving in place of Wojtek Polesny. Martin Dowland got in for Matteo Caruso for the John Lacey Esports. James Zuber driving in place of Henry Sinek. He's another Drillers Esports driver transferred over to Satellite Racing in 7th place. Now, Wave Free Esports have got Renz Klopp in there, and Kevin Yeager, who got in for Alex Broughtingham, and Mario Tump is the only person who's still in that car who was in there at the start. So pretty much everybody else has made a driver change down in GTE.
Interesting to stay in for third hour, but it's obviously very much possible, especially when you're single stinting. It's very easy just to say, oh yeah, we'll just switch at the next one. Whereas obviously in the LMP2s, if you're committing to do a triple stint like Dennis Jordan is, you're going to have to stay in the car for that long, as there is a extra time for doing the driver swap. So you generally change, obviously, drivers when you're at the end of your tyre stints. Then those GTs, it makes it a lot easier. And for some of the drivers, a 3-hour stint is not really too bad, especially when we get to Le Mans. You've got 24 hours. You wouldn't be surprised if some drivers are going to be doing 4 or 5 hour stints. But obviously in an 8-hour race, it doesn't make quite as much sense to be able to do that. But certainly in a month's time, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be a long race as well. Of the 24 hours of Le Mans, 1.5 times points. We've talked about it before. But yeah, very important to remember those for the final race of this season. 5 hours and 50 minutes still on the clock here at the 8 hours of Spa. 2 hours and 10 pretty much gone right now, and the race settling into a pattern that we have come to kind of expect at this point. Just looking up and down to see who's closing who, but it's not. The lap times in GTE not that useful right now because they're just on outlaps, and in a few moments' time we'll really have a handle on who's going where throughout the rest of this race. And really, if Sim Racing for Holland can kind of sustain that place that they've managed to get themselves into, whether Ferris Stanley has quite got the pace of Ibrahim Khan, I would argue that maybe he doesn't quite, but that doesn't mean he can't hold on to the lead over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I would say Stanley's going to be but plenty fast enough, let's say, to keep up. Khan's obviously been in a good form in the last few months, really, especially in GT3s as well, with the GT Pro Series, GT Challenge, previously what he was in. So he's got himself in a very good state, very good performances, and Stanley as well. Can't slate him at all. He's also been doing very good in the previous months, and his last lap time was very good indeed, with a 2-minute 14.6, which is easily the fastest out of everyone, although Kirali actually just setting time only a few thousandths quicker on that previous lap. So that's going to be a good battle between those two. So it looks like, especially for Sim Racing for Holland, very good strategy to get themselves in that position. And it looks like they've got the pace to hold on to it as well. So that's a very good job for them. They've obviously won a couple of races this season, but then struggled as well quite badly in a couple of other races. So it's good to see them getting back on top of it. And it looks like they're going to be challenging for this victory because there's only 15 seconds between them.
Yeah, at the moment, that is the case. It's going to change a little bit, although, yeah, as you mentioned, it's not really changing any on the last lap there. So, yeah, that gap's kind of staying the same as things stand. Another one of the, I believe it's Undercover Sim Racing going through on Ferris Stanley at the moment, as Moritz Mel and Roman Jakubowicz battle just a little bit right now. That's the number 3 getting through on the number 247 right now for 7th place in LMP2. And that was probably traffic induced, actually, because there's a GTE car just behind them, and that's the 258 GTE, a little bit out of position. Ramada Motorsport, Carlos Basto might have been involved in some way, whether it was his fault or not. It probably wasn't. It was just a bit of a moment in traffic, but Jakubowicz has now got through on Moritz Mel as they go through Blanchimont and into the bus stop chicane as well. Mel might try and get through again, although he just stays behind for now. It looks like, well, I didn't see the overtake, but I think Roman Jakubowicz just used traffic, in a very clever way, and he's got up into 7th place.
I'm sure he's a bit tired of looking at the back of that Go Team Racing, as much as it's actually quite a nice livery on on that machine. But yeah, he's been stuck behind them for quite a while, so I'm sure he's very happy to get past them. So he does have an 8-second gap to Luca Di Melio now as well, who's dropped off the back a bit of Lorenzo Risi. So it could be potentially a battle there for 5th place, but 8 seconds is a decent amount of time to make up. But he was quicker than Di Melio on the last lap, so wouldn't be surprised if that turns into a battle later on as we go back down to Butler Power Motorsport that now has Henning Vollert in the car at the moment on the back of Rory McDuff. So both of these drivers recently getting into their cars. And now coming up through Radion, is there going to be enough slipstream for Vollert to make a move? Very experienced in this car, but moving to Butler Power Motorsports fairly recently. Can he get the move down the inside of Rory McDuff, who's still suffering from that penalty they had to serve early on in the race? And that is going to be 12th position there for Vollert. A nice, easy slipstream overtake.
Let's not forget he's got new tyres on at the moment because he's been in to change those, and that's why he's so far down. Comparatively to the rest of the field. 12th place is not where he was before. I believe he was up inside the top 5 actually, but obviously having to change those tyres is not really helping him. I don't know if I can really see this strategy working out for those guys who are doing the triple stints at the moment, the likes of Joni Simoncic, Henning Vollert and their teams trying this one, trying to do something a little bit different because they know that Varga Sim Racing are not going to be beaten if you're trying to overtake them on the circuit and trying to get through on them on the circuit. So trying something different is really all they can do, but especially because of that spin now from Burst Edge, I think, in my opinion, it is hard to see them winning, although a Code 80 at the right time or some kind of problems for Yuri Toman and Varga Sim Racing, and they'll be right back in it. So it's not over by any stretch of the imagination, but things not looking up for Burst Edge Esports right now.
Difficult situation to be in for sure, because they are on the back foot at this point in the race and obviously losing those few seconds with the incident earlier as well. So they need to just keep going with their strategy, and I'm sure that's absolutely what they're doing. Don't even need to tell them that, being VEC champions a couple of seasons ago as well for those drivers. So they know exactly what's going on. They just need to play the long game and see as it goes out, especially when they're doing triple stints. That's effectively their cycle's going to come around every 6 stints, which means that's going to be around 4 hours into the race before we see if that's really going to work out once the guys triple stinting have done 3 triples. How those cycles then merge up together at that point of the race is going to be quite important to see how that one works out. But yeah, these guys down for P12, still trying to have a little bit of a battle. So McDuff isn't letting Vollert get away just yet, but it looks like he has just enough to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, Vollert got a cut track on that last lap, so it's hard to know what really went on. But McDuff is certainly catching Anthony Jans, which suggests that Vollert is 2. And that may well be a 3-way battle. We'll see very shortly. Tony Mellor catching them all by the looks of things. Took 1.1 seconds out of McDuff on that last lap. So maybe some more battles starting to form. And Jonas Image not too far behind Moritz Mel. So plenty of entertainment at the moment in the second prototype class. And the dicing with traffic is all helping with it as well. Mostly midfield battles as things stand. But now a bit of a mistake. Bit of a hold up in traffic for Moritz Mel, and Joni Simoncic is going to be right on the back of him, as is Kevin Yeager on the back of one of the Waveframe cars.
Another drive swap there in the recent time, so we jump back to Joni Simoncic now, who's actually got up to the back of Go Team Racing. And as we know, they just got overtaken by Jakubovic. So that is going to be potentially 2 cars just up the road for Simoncic to get past, as you see there in the foreground. So if Jene does this quite nicely, he might be able to get both cars in the next couple of laps. Now we'll already get him up into 6th place, and then he will just be chasing down the top 5. As we know, the strategy is going to come back to them with their positioning. So getting past this traffic is very important because they're not really racing them when we get towards the later points in the race. And this looks like it's going to be a similar move to what he did on the undercover car, but just without the GCE getting involved there. So that is one easy position there for Simoncic. And that is 7th place, and he now needs to go about 1.5 seconds till he gets up to Blackhawk. Simic now is getting to the GTE traffic, but that's going to be a nice easy pass, and Jakubovic is going to be in his sights, and it looks like he's going to have the pace advantage as well. On the previous lap, he was 2 seconds a lap quicker than Jakubovic, so I wouldn't be surprised if already by potentially even Lecom next time around, he's going to be right up on the back of him, and that is how the strategies are going to flip-flop just a little bit. In fact, Simic is the fastest man in the LMP2s at the moment, as you would expect, with the likes of Toman at the front being on their second stint of tyres, whereas Simic is obviously on his first stint. However, we do potentially believe they are on the mediums, not the softs, but still newer tyres is very beneficial around here. The tyre temperatures that you get into the tyres is very important, and after even just one stint, you have already lost a good couple of seconds, as you are seeing with the pure pace. And already by the end of the lap, Simic is now on the back of Jakubovic, and with a good run out of this first corner, he might be able to make this overtake just like he did one lap ago on Go Team Racing, and that's going to be fairly crucial for him, really. He doesn't want to get held up any more than he needs to, and then this strategy will not be working out too bad. Though they do have a World of Sim Racing car to try and get past, but that shouldn't be too difficult with the power of the LMP2 there. So now, can he get this move up to Lecom?
We'll see. It looks like he's got a pretty good run off of the top of Radion, and now a big slipstream as well. We've seen it so powerful so far today that overtakes are very, very possible down here into Lecom. Straight away up the inside, Simic into 6th place, and there was no argument really from Roman Jakubovic. He's just pleased to be up another place and to see Moritz Mel behind him, really. And so Simic is through. Jakubovic behind him, just tucks in behind now, and settles for 7th place. So that battle is now resolved, and Simic can focus on Luca D'Amelio and Lorenzo Risi, who are both in front of him right now. But I get the feeling that Simic might have had to make those overtakes if Jonas Jordan didn't have that spin a little bit earlier on. You know, it's still kind of affecting them. The time that Simic will have lost making those overtakes is still kind of a knock-on effect from that spin, and that's how kind of deep that moment does go. It could turn out to be a really race-defining moment. I think it will do in this one, but you know, they're still feeling the effects of that spin, even though it happened a good half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, they certainly are, but he's now got some clear track, at least, for the LMP2s. And he now has quite a few seconds, really, 8 seconds to catch up to Luca D'Amelio. But once again, last lap, he was over 2 seconds a lap quicker. So that is going to be roughly 4 laps at that speed that he's going to catch Luca D'Amelio. And that was with overtaking as well. So that's, not looking so bad for the Burst AG Sports team. But they certainly need to keep going and keep using this advantage while they have it, because as we get to the next stint, they will then once again be slower once the other guys change tyres. So that's how it's going to flip-flop, and always he managed to save that, does Kevin Jaeger, but that was a little bit of a moment there at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it was just a little bit, and gathered it up quite nicely, but will have certainly grabbed his attention as the Waveframe LMP2 gets through on its teammates. And there we go, 8th place. This battle is for Kevin Jaeger, trying to get through on Rens Klopp, who's a rare Dutchman in a pretty much all-Italian team, driving with Riccardo Corazori and Christian Margalera, who started this race. And those guys are currently in 8th place. Not quite on form, though, compared to what we normally see from those guys, I think it's fair to say. Although they have had some good races so far this season, and they are in very big championship contention, really. The number 99 team, only 4 points the gap between themselves and Naito Velix, but the way things are going with those guys in 8th and Naito Velix up in 3rd, they're going to be losing quite a lot of points in this one, so that's not good news for them. As we watch Ferris Stanley, he's leading the race by 17.7 seconds, and he's actually extending it at the moment, staying extended by another half a second on that lap, so driving well at the moment, in control of this race.
They've done such a good job to get themselves there. It's quite interesting that they are so comfortable being in this position compared to just how close the GTE battle has been throughout the season, but also in this race as well. And the fact that they've been able to get themselves this advantage, a lot of it is on their pure pace as well. It's quite incredible. That's once they're doing a good job, which is obviously all good for them. And they've obviously done the practice and the research to get themselves there. But it is quite interesting, really, because they are in 8th position in the championship at the moment. They are some 55 points off the lead, and if you remember, it's 30 points for a win, so they're close to 2 wins off the lead already throughout the season. But they then come to Spa and are absolutely dominating, so it's quite crazy how it can flip-flop that way.
Yeah, it does often change. And let's not forget, they are the reigning champions in this one. The second final of the 9 cars still in contention for the GTE Championship, although mathematically I guess World of Sim Racing are as well. But yeah, it's not many left now in terms of this championship, as we see up through Eau Rouge right now. Juan Carlos Fernandez, trying to get through on the undercover sim racing car. A little bit of defense going on to the inside right now. There's 2 of them squeezing each other, maybe trying to get down the inside of that GTE, which is, as he goes around the outside. Fernandez, big slide, he's gathered it all up nicely, and it looks like he's going to take 9th place away right now. Still Rick Van Eyl driving that car at the moment for Undercover Sim Racing, and he's not giving up into Bruxelles. Goes right round the outside into this downhill right-hander, but it doesn't look like that's going to yield any positions for him. He's going to have to settle for 10th place. Fernandez getting through, and yeah, into 9th. Dispatching with Rick Van Eyl fairly easily there, even though there was a few close moments as the battle continued on.
And these battles are getting pretty close between some of these teams, aren't they? They're really giving it their all. But Spa as well is a great reintroduction to the calendar, obviously being released a bit before Christmas now. It's about 6 months ago. It was released for rFactor 2. And it was a very good addition indeed, creating a very good race here. It's been some good battling, and it's actually enabled battling as such on track. Normally there's a bit more battling with strategy and sort of forcing people into mistakes, but here you can easily overtake and get alongside people, and it's really created a different form of racing almost, as we've seen with a couple of tracks here and there, where it's a little bit more tight and twisty and technical, which is obviously good in its own right, in its own ways. When you come to these big, fast-flowing tracks, really favours those drivers that can be really brave in certain corners, and this is certainly one of them that Moritz Mills coming through, especially in traffic. But it looks like he's not quite in that slipstream just yet, but he isn't letting Jakubovic get up the road, as he's stayed fairly close since being overtaken.
He did hit that curve quite hard as he went through Eau Rouge, but a bit of a slide, and he was all fine in the end. This is the battle for 7th. Let's not forget Moritz Mills fell back a few laps ago, but Jakubovic, maybe a bit of traffic involvement, or maybe just losing a bit of pace, has dropped back slightly, as Kevin Yeager still applying the pressure to Renz Klopp out front. And this is a battle for 8th place between the 2 of them. DX Droids and Undercover going to get through on them here in a few moments' time for the LMP2s. But yeah, looking back from Renz Klopp at the moment, Kevin Yeager trying to get through. He looked like he really had a lot of overspeed actually going into Lecon, but didn't really want to risk it at this stage, as a dive from Fernandez is going to get him through, and a dive from Jakubovic gets him through on another position as well. That's not Jakubovic, sorry, is it? That's Rick Van Eyl, not Roman Jakubovic. A little bit wide for Renz Klopp, as one of the prototypes going down the inside through Pouhon. It's one of those corners where the prototypes can carry a lot more speed than the GTs, purely because of the amount of error that they have compared to the more mechanically grip-centered GTE cars.
Yeah, that makes it quite an interesting battle in certain corners, certain parts of the track, actually, as you mentioned, where the GTs can actually be not too slow in comparison to the LMP2s, and especially if we ever see some wet races at certain points of the track, the GTEs are almost the same speed, if not quicker, in some sections. So it's quite an important or intriguing factor for these cars. Well, see, when it's bone dry and all about racing. We get to the lap time differences that you see here, but Kevin Yeager trying to potentially think about an overtake, but then you got I think it's Team Spirit car coming past into that final corner. He's actually made a bit of a mistake there, and he's going to push off the away frame car. That's going to be an easy position there for Kevin Yeager. I don't think there was actually too much contact, so we now see Vollard trying to get past as well. But that was a really awkward situation as he just went for a little bit of a spin. That's Anthony Jans still in that car, and he's actually now trying to defend from Vollard. That's a position, an on-track position for those guys to be defending, as well as we come up to Rouge and Radion for those guys. But that's just a little bit too aggressive from Jans.
Well, yeah, he just got a little bit too quickly onto the throttle once again, spun the rear tyres up. Oh, and there's more of an accident and a big hit there for Kevin Yeager, who goes straight into the back of Henning Vollert, who's lost a rear wheel, I'm afraid. That was a big accident at the top of Eau Rouge. Vollert lost it, I believe, on his own. Kevin Yeager collected the pieces, and Vollert is going exceptionally slowly up the Kemmel Straight right now because he only has 3 wheels. Code 80 is enforced. And the Code 80 will go out in a moment's time.
Let's watch out for these strategy changes that this is going to provide as well. We rarely get a Code 80. We've already got a Jira in the pit lane. Where are the others regarding the pit lane? Toman's already gone past.
He missed it.
Mocek has got in. Arisi and D'Amelio, Simoncic, they're all really far behind, but they will be able to get in because they are ahead of Vollard on the track. Though Vollard has pulled over though, so if he DNFs, which he has done now, then this might actually come back to green racing a bit quicker, and therefore it won't be such a advantage. But definitely Mocek and Schumvelit are going to be getting a bit of an advantage here. But I do wonder how quickly we go back to green racing, because Vollard is off the track now. But there was someone else involved. Who was the?
It was
GTE?
Kevin Yeager.
Kevin Yeager.
So we might end up waiting for him to come into the pit lane. So we're waiting. So obviously it's up to race director Jimmy Allison. And the last time, it's going a lot better this Code 80 than the last Code 80 that we had. It didn't end up working for whatever reason because nobody slowed down. But yeah, it's everybody knows the score and. Kevin Yeager. This is not a replay, by the way. This is just under Code 80. We're going to try and get a replay up for you, but it was a big moment. And here we go, back to green flag racing. Well, Lorenzo Risi and Luca D'Amelio have just come into the pit lane. Joni Simoncic bypassed it completely. That might not have been the best call from Arisi and D'Amelio. They're not going to really get very much of a gain from this, and they're going to be off strategy now as well.
So, yeah, I don't know if that's really going to work out for them because it's just a little bit early, isn't it? They probably still had another 5 to 10 minutes left on the tank, so I don't really know if this is actually going to work out well for them. This is why Code 80s are a bit weird, because it can actually completely change the strategy for the drivers that pit. So for instance, Michi Hoyer has actually got back in the car. He's overtaken, or swapped, I should say, with David Mocek as well. So they've obviously then, they would have changed tyres and everything, but they're now going to be effectively too early. They're now going to be about 10 minutes earlier in the strategy. So that might actually mean they have to make a splash and dash at the end of the race. So sometimes the Code 80 isn't actually a benefit, it might actually be a hindrance. So yeah, we'll have to work out that with the timings and everything, with how that is going to work out, but it might not actually be the best.
Here we go, on board with Kevin Yeager, and you can just see how quickly all of this happens. In the end, Vollert coming across the road, did he? Well, he probably should have held the brakes there, in all honesty, because he was off towards the right-hand side, and if he'd just held the brakes, then he wouldn't have come onto the road, and Kevin Yeager will be very disappointed with how that's gone. I believe he's actually not got that much damage, because he didn't come into the pit lane on the last lap, but he is now down to 10th place behind Mario Tumpin, 9th, but Henning Vollert now definitely out of the race. It was a big accident.
He was holding the brakes for a bit, but I think he might have just released them as he was sort of trying to straighten the car up a little bit, which is not ideal. And if that is the case, then he, if protested, he'll probably end up getting a penalty, because that is a rule in the VEC about locking your brakes to make sure instances like that don't happen, where you don't roll across the track. So that might not be the best for him post-race, but we'll have to see how that one works out. And as you say, Jaeger's not going to be overly happy with that one, because he really couldn't do much more than what happened. You can't give him too much blame. As we now jump back to Roy McDuff, who's now on the back of Anthony Jans for this 9th place, and this would be a good sort of recovery, as such you could call it, from their penalty early on. And you can just see how those penalties at the beginning of the race really hinder you, because it just puts you back in the pack, and then you have to work your way forward again. But getting up well inside the top 10 will certainly be their goal by the end of the race.
Yeah, it will indeed. And if they can manage that or not is another issue, really. Yeah, big moment at the top of Eau Rouge, and we did have a very brief Code 80 for it, but back under green flag racing now, with under 5.5 hours of racing still to go. The battle for 9th place is what we're watching right now between Anthony Jans and Murray McDuff. Tony Miller, it was closing on both of them quite rapidly, actually, but he's not really anymore. And he's being reeled in, well, not being reeled in himself, because the car behind him is Rasmus Andreasen, over 20 seconds back, but he's kind of staying at that distance for the moment. In GTE, Ferris Stanley's now leading by 28 seconds, which is about 10 seconds than before, so I wonder if some of that happened under Code 80, if there's been a bit of a violation there, because I don't see how he's doubled his margin in such a short space of time without that happening. I don't want to point fingers or, do any of that, but it does seem a little bit strange for him to have doubled his gap so quickly in the last 10 minutes, seemingly.
It is possible to gain some seconds. I don't know if it's possible to gain that much, because it also depends where you are on the track. For instance, if the Code 80 became active in the bus stop chicane, you're already doing 80 kilometers an hour anyway, so it didn't really matter. But if you're, on the Kemmel Straight, for instance, you have to brake from 300 kilometers an hour down to 80, so you have a lot of time loss there as well. That's also the same for when it then goes green again. Depending on where you are at the track, if you're just coming out of the slow corner anyway, it's not really going to matter too much. But just for now, we'll see if Roy McDuff can try and go around the outside or do anything in the bus stop chicane. Actually, Jans goes into the pit lane, and Roy McDuff is going to be gifted that position. And that was a little bit of a late call, but you sort of have to do a late call here with the way that the pit entry is. You sort of have to turn right when everyone else is turning left, so it is a little bit of an awkward situation, but McDuff easily got past there and is up into 9th place.
Yeah, he is indeed. Was going to say good move, but didn't really have to make a move in the end, and he's now in front. Got Tony Miller not too far behind. Just going back to those Code 80 pit stops there, we've had some driver changes actually, but for the 49 and the Ajira car, Michi Hoyer's got in for David Mocek, and Nick De Silva has gone in for Arne Schumvliet. So those two positions have changed around, but Black Hawk and Go Team Racing are now battling over a podium space, which is really good to see for those guys. I think for Ajira it was worth coming in, really, because they had done 16 laps. They do 18 normally, so it was actually only 2 laps before their pit window anyway. So I think it was a great call for those guys to come in. Whether it was a good idea for 49 to come in, well, probably, because they did gain some time. It remains to be seen whether they can overhaul Yuri Toman in this one, but they have managed to gain a fair amount of time, as long as they don't get stuck behind Jakubovic and Mel now, who they're behind.
Yeah, my sources are telling me that it should still be possible to get to the end from where they pitted. It wasn't overly early without having to make a splash and dash, but that could maybe hinder their pace if they have to do any sort of saving to make that fact. So I think we'll have to see how that's going to work out. It may not be the end of the world, but it may not have been really that good either. So again, we'll only know in time if that one's going to work out. But Michi Hoyer now on the back of Go Team Racing. He's obviously just pitted. He's going to be, fresh himself, fresh tyres, and he's going to get a nice run up the Kemmel straight in. I think he might have enough to make an overtake, but he'll definitely have enough speed as Anthony Jans there comes out the pit lane. He'll definitely have enough grip on the braking to make this work if he can get alongside.
Bit of traffic involved here. One of the Zancho cars, the race leader in GTE, getting involved. It's going to be free wide with Michi Hoyer right to the inside of everybody. Drive game C as well, but free wide on the entry to Legcom. And into 4th place goes Michi Hoyer. That's Roman Jakubovic not too far in front either. but he really needs to make use of this right now while he's got it. He did a tyre change, let's not forget, at the last pit stop, so he will be on newer tyres, even though he has got more fuel on board right now. Newer tyres on board Michi Hoyer's car, and so he's going to be using that and putting that to full effect right now. Roman Yakubovic just in front of him with a bit of traffic here as well. One of the Black Hawk cars. These guys just having to slow down ever so slightly to negotiate him around Pouon. Around the outside for the second part of Pouon. That's not going to work out. Michi Hoyer goes out wide and may get in a little bit of trouble for that, overtaking off the circuit, but he might be all right.
Yeah, don't see his lap time being deleted just yet. We'll have to see when he comes around if it was, but I believe he didn't get a cut track there, which is also obviously something that drivers have to look out for. It's very easy to get a cut track here. Just look how much runoff there is in all these corners. You can easily go off and get yourself a cut, especially on the corners such as Radion over the top of the hill. Easy to get one there, but now Michi Hoyer getting the slipstream on Yakubovic. Can he get himself down the inside? A nice deep braking maneuver, and a little bit wiggly on the brakes, but he's actually managed to make that. And Yakubovic, even with a tiny bit of a cut back there with his track position, isn't going to be able to hold on. And Michi Hoyer, with these brand new tyres, is hopefully going to go off into the distance, although Yakubovic looks like he's going to want to battle that one once again.
Rasmus Andreasen is stopped in the second sector at the moment, just after... Oh, there's been an accident. I think there's been a rejoin accident, and there's cars, parts all over the place. I believe that's a satellite racing car, quite possibly, being caught. It was the 246 James Zuber, and I think there's been a rejoin incident between Rasmus Andreasen and James Zuber. That is a real shame to see. Stopped again is Andreasen, and it doesn't look like he's getting going again anytime soon. Dear oh dear, we've seen a fair amount of incidents so far this race. It's a difficult circuit, but really these rejoin incidents can really be avoided. Andreasen is going to be DNF'd here, I believe. I can't see his car anymore, so I don't know quite what's happened to him, but there's been another accident, I'm afraid, and that's a real shame once again to see cars off of the road. Yeah,
he has DNF'd. It's come up in the game. I'm just going to see how he actually got into that position, because that is a very, very weird position in the first place to be in, because that's sort of halfway down a straight. So I'm just trying to see on my personal replay, but I think he had a little moment himself, then just had difficulties getting back in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll try and get to the bottom of what happened in that particular incident, because it's a pretty big moment as Yuri Toman comes into the pit lane, by the way, at the end of lap 75. We're watching the battle between Michi Hoyer, Roman Yakubovic and Moritz Mell, as we're seeing right now. Nick De Silva not too far behind either. That DX Destroyers car is one lap down, so don't worry about that in terms of overall positions. But here is the bus stop chicane as Yuri Toman is in. Where is it? Oh my goodness, that was a slide for Moritz Mell. He's gathered it up, but where's Yuri Toman going to be in relation to Michi Hoyer? Hoyer's coming out down the pit lane right now, down the pit straight, and he's got him by a mile. This is a stroke of genius from Michi Hoyer, Nick De Silva, and those two teams. They have leapfrogged these guys at Vargas Sim Racing by a really big margin, and they're going to have a big lead here.
Yeah, they certainly will. So they're going to have the track position, and as we said, they can actually get to the end of the race in theory without having to make an extra splash and dash. So this could actually be a good point. So yes, they might be a little bit behind, as in they might have to do a bit more fuel saving, etc. to the end of the race, but they are on the same strategy still. So they have all this track position and all this time, which is going to be many, many seconds. It's going to be about 37. We need to change it out of the pit lane yet, so we need to see what happens actually when he gets out of the pit lane. But it's going to be a lot of time, probably even up to a minute, that they've got to effectively use to save the fuel into, if you understand what I mean. They have that allowance to slow down to save that fuel. So this could actually be a very good position by Chinchik, and it is going to be over 50 seconds that they are going to be ahead of Chinchik, so at least for Hoyer. So that's going to be a very good bit of track position. It just depends if they don't make a splash and dash at the end, and even if they do, they might have just enough time in hand.
Unfortunately, by the way, we're not able to get a replay of that Rasmus Andreasen and James Zuber incident because, well, we're just not able to get one, I'm afraid. So we're going to have to deal with the description that Cam has given to us. We believe it was rejoin kind of induced, but you're right, it was kind of a strange place to end up so far off of the corner. He might have even had contact with another driver to get into that position in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't see, he was sort of behind a GT, and he basically had a spin out of or a half spin, then he sort of saved it, did a couple of spins down the road, and then just because of the way the track is, it's so awkward to then turn around. And obviously at one point he just got in the way of James Zuber, who also has moved to Satellite Racing from Drillers. As we mentioned, Drillers are now no longer a team, just in general, not just leaving VEC, just in general in all competitions they are no longer a team. So Zuber and Cynic, who were previously in one of the LMP2s there, are now going to be there in Satellite. But we jump back to the lead, or the potential lead, for Michi Hoyer, as he's going to get a really big slipstream up to Jakubovic. Is he going to do a full send down the inside and risk it just a little bit? You know, Jakubovic is obviously slightly off the strategy, but Michi Hoyer, plenty of grip on those newer tyres, gets up into the lead legitimately. So is this going to work out for Burst? We will have to see. They're slightly off kilter with the strategy, but they have a lot of track position to the guys who are really leading the race, which is Varga at the moment.
As well, in the other Burst Esports car, the Burst Edge Esports number 28, they are currently, or they've kind of sorted themselves out in relation to Varga Sim Racing. They've kind of changed around their strategy so that they've kind of changed their tyres the same amount of times, if you see what I mean. So Chinsik has just changed his tyres, which means that this is kind of a corrected order right now. And when he came out, the gap was less than 8 seconds to Jone Simoncic. And let's not forget how much time they lost when Dennis Jordan spun around. It was about 8 seconds. So without that, you could argue that Simoncic would be in front of Chinsik right now. It's all about what ifs, isn't it, really? It's kind of one of those. There's nothing that you can do about it now and go back and change it, of course. But, you know, there's nothing that you can do. And so, yeah, they can just be disappointed with the way it's turned out, really. And nothing more than that, unfortunately, for those guys. They're kind of licking their wounds almost. And it looks like, as things stand, they're going to be losing points to Varga.
And not only that, but the time that Varga effectively gained after that, because they then had about 5 clean laps, whereas had that not happened, they would have lost time, sat behind Jordan, who was obviously a little bit slower as well. So they could have potentially just about been in the lead, or very much fighting for the lead. So that tells us that the strategy is good, because that means they've done the same amount of pit stops. And remember, in that first stint, they were about 20 seconds or so behind Varga. They've made that up with the strategy legitimately. Obviously, this extra 8 seconds is from the spin, but we'll disregard that for the moment. So the strategy looks good, that this triple could work. But again, they're now in the middle of that. They're on the second stint. We assume Simoncic is going to do the triple again. And again, we're going to have to wait a few stints. Maybe they're going to drop back once again at some point in the race in terms of track position. But at the end, it might just come around again. So this could work in the long run for Burst. And especially with some good couple of stints here from these guys, as we now jump back to a little battle here with Undercover and Sancho coming into Rivage.
Yeah, Yartian trying to get through on the Undercover Sim Racing car. Is that still being driven by? No, it's not. John Davis has got into that car now. So that's changed around finally. But Rick Vanel did a very, very long stint, about 2.5 hours in that car. Now Yartian is back in for his second stint in that car, the Sancho, that's in 12th place at the moment in LMP2 and overall. So yeah, those guys are battling there. But in the lead of this race, Michi Hoyer is 3.5 seconds ahead of Nick De Silva, and they're a whopping 50 seconds in front of Marcel Chinsik. Now, if they can save enough fuel to get to the end on the same amount of pit stops, then they are going to be absolutely quids in for the race win here. They're being caught by over 1.5 seconds a lap right now, but they're going to be, you know, in a very good place to win this race if they can make that on fuel. But that's a real big question about whether they can, and whether even Varga Sim Racing can actually catch those guys, because they've got such fantastic pace that they might even be able to do it.
You have to remember as well, we've still got over 5 hours of this race remaining. So if they're, say, a second lap quicker for 5 hours, they're easily going to be able to get that, as now Yartine is going to get up the inside, effectively around the outside of the final corner, up the inside of the first corner. And does Undercover have anything left to defend? John Davies coming now down up to Eau Rouge. Is he going to have the slipstream to fight back? Although just slightly pulls out the slipstream there, probably to try and not get too close. And as long as he doesn't clunk any of the curbs, he's going to be getting the slipstream all the way down this straight. But Tyne looks like he's actually had a good run through there, and I think he might just be able to defend.
It looks like he is going to. Yeah, Daniel Almeida, by the way, is off in Sector 2, just at the end of the Fania chicane, just on the exit of the left-hander there, and he's DNF back to the pit lane, I'm afraid. So that's the end of their race. Agera Racing were up there earlier on until their crash at Eau Rouge, and then they weren't up there anymore. This is James Zuber, by the way, who is going again after that incident with Rasmus Andreasen a few moments ago. That's Satellite Racing. They were having such a good race, and they've got a exceptionally strong team now, in my opinion. We had Henry Sinnick starting the race, really, really good driver. We've got James Zuber in there right now. He's a really good driver as well. And of course, they've got Yumi Nisula as well, who's the Finnish driver who was really a class above his teammates pretty much throughout most of the first half of this season. So yeah, they've got a really, really strong team right now. Have Satellite, as we see Daniel Almeida have a hardware failure, that looks like.
Oh, yeah, that was a bit of a weird one. Unfortunately, that is the situation that you get into with sim racing. If that was a hardware failure, sometimes you can have a wheel or pedal issues, for instance, and he's not going to be too happy with that one. As we go back to Davies, and he can't quite keep up with time in the Sancho car, so it looks like that Sancho is going to be off up the road into a comfortably 11th place, and they're only 3 seconds behind the next car of DX Droids as well, so I don't think this one's going to be too bad for them. And I just took a quick look back at the top of LMP2, and Michi Hoyer last lap has picked up the pace, so Chinchik was only just a few tenths faster, so Michi Hoyer might actually just have enough pace here. But we turn our attention to Jean Lacy Esports, who have now got Martin Dyland in the car, only 1 and a bit seconds behind Kiraly, and we know that Kiraly, that Sim Racing Holland team, is doing a very good job this race on that strategy, but also the pace as well. But we now have Jean Lacy Esports coming up the back of them, half a second a lap quicker as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like Kiraly quite has the pace of those around him, and we've seen this before. Dennis Dooner is the fastest driver in that car, and so Kiraly, yeah, it's dropping back ever so slightly. We were looking at other things, by the way, when João Barbosa and Michal Sedlacek got through, but yeah, Barry Stanley is leading this race by a big margin at the moment, as Daniel, it's 30 seconds it is right now. So much of a big margin that I actually thought they'd sped under code 80, but no, Ferris Stanley's just driving like an absolute man possessed right now, so that's why they've got a half a minute lead. But this race is not over by any stretch of the imagination. It's certainly not over for Sim Racing for Holland, because they're being caught by John Lacy Esports, and given the fact that Nitro Relics are up the road in second place, gaining points on them right now, they're going to want to keep John Lacy Esports behind, although it's looking very, very difficult for Kiraly to be able to do that right now.
And still, once again, it's hard to imagine that this John Lacy car actually went down to Division 2, then comes back up and was fighting a car that has won races this season. It's quite crazy, actually, how that one works out. But we just had a penalty, actually, for... wait, who is in that car at the moment? Nick De Silva for Agera Racing is in that car. Second place, just got a penalty, and that will, I'm sure, be a drive-through penalty, and that is going to be huge. We've seen how long the drive-through penalty can be here, and that's, as I said, second place in this race at the moment, and that is going to be a nice, easy position for the likes of Varga Sim Racing and Burst Edge Esports, who will no longer have to come through them at some point in the race. So after all that strategy, that's just going to go out the window now, and unfortunately, they're going to lose all the time they gained from that code 80.
Well, yeah, it's really quite damaging, especially this early on in the race, because we're not even 3 hours in yet. It's an 8-hour race. By the law of averages, they're going to get another drive-through before the end if they're not careful. So that's not good news for those guys, not least because they're going to lose all that time that they've gained over Varga. They may even lose that entire 50-second advantage that they have, as Martin Darland goes to the outside line on Andreas Kiraly right now. Bit of overspeed for that Aston Martin, very fast in a straight line there. And 5th place it is for Martin Dallin. They were about 10th after the end of the first stint, and they've been doing a fantastic job himself, Martin Dallin and Matteo Caruso, who was driving a little bit earlier on. Both been doing a very good job to get themselves up the order. Maybe we'll see Kasper Stoltz a little bit later on as well. Very strong team, and they're into the top 5.
Yeah, they have got a strong team. That's one thing we mentioned previously about having such a broad range of talent, and in the case of Sim Racing of Holland, not to say anything bad about the other drivers, but Duna has been very strong in that car, and obviously Kirili's slightly slower, obviously with all the respect meant in the world, but obviously in the Jean Alesi car as well, they've got multiple really top tier drivers as well. So as long as they can keep it consistent on the road, their speed will be good enough to get them quite far in the race. As we come on to now, Rensklop in 7th place, and they've got Your Name Here racing behind them, which is currently Mario Tump still in that car for the number 491, but there are only a few tenths between them, and last lap Tump was a second a lap faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Driving really well, actually, at the moment, especially the Your Name Here racing teams as a whole. As Nick De Silva comes into the pit lane right now, this is going to be painful. Excuse me. As we mentioned earlier on, we're using both the F1 pit lane, the normal pit lane that you see at the Belgian Grand Prix, and the endurance pit lane. So the entire thing that we see at the Spa 24 hours normally in real life is being used, and it's an awfully long trundle down pit lane. We're seeing the gap tumble right now to Marcel Cincic. It's now 26 seconds on this live gap thing that we have going on, but he's got this awfully long drive all the way down the hill towards Eau Rouge on this straight, and Cincic may well get in front of him right now as there's a yellow flag in Sector 1. There's a crash at the top of Eau Rouge between the 45 and the 73. That's Rookie Monsters getting involved again, I'm afraid, in a bit of an incident. But let's see whether Marcel Cincic can get in front. I don't think he's going to be able to. Nick De Silva releases the pit limiter finally, loses about 30 seconds, 35 seconds, but luckily for him, he's still in front of Marcel Cincic.
Yes, that actually wasn't quite so bad. I thought he was going to lose a little bit more time than that, but you can definitely see Cincic down the road in the background. So there's certainly going to be a little bit of nerves now potentially from Nick De Silva, because he hasn't got quite a comfortable margin. Michio had been 40 odd seconds up the road. He still has a fairly comfortable margin as we get another penalty there for the satellite racing team. So as we get to this point in the race, a few hours in, we're going to see a bit of a contact, just about a bit of contact actually, and that's very unfortunate because there was the tiniest bit of contact really. It wasn't really much of a hit, it was more of a brush, but unfortunately that led them to a bit of a spin. So yeah, a few penalties coming in and a few incidents happening as well as we get towards the midpoint of the race.
Well, I think, when you're in that kind of position, you see a car getting a little bit unhappy going through Eau Rouge up there, you see in front of you. I think you've just got to lift off, really. Lengy went really, really fast into that quite dangerous situation, and I feel like he maybe could have lifted off a little bit and prevented that incident, but fortunately I think they both got away with it without actual damage. They hit each other, but I don't think they hit the wall at all, as there's another yellow flag in Sector 2. Is this going to persist, or is it going to go away quite quickly? No, it's going to persist, because the 71 car is spun on the exit of Lecom. That is Speedy Mike, Cameron Sansano as Saba Kiss. He's going to get a position out of that, and Carlos Basta and Filippo Caneo might fancy their chances as well, although he's got back going again as the 71, and that looks like a safe rejoin as well. A couple of mistakes starting to creep in with nearly 3 hours gone in this race.
And 3 hours is obviously quite a far point in the race to sort of see who the runners and riders are as we get towards the midpoint of the race. We're going to be seeing where these strategies are going to be working out and who is actually going to be on quite a good run. And I've just been looking at that battle with Cincic and Simoncic, and that gap has now opened up again to over 20 seconds as obviously Cincic's on newer tyres compared to Simoncic, who's on his second stint of tyres. So this battle is just going to flip-flop, and for Burst, obviously you've just got to hope that the way they planned it is that they're eventually going to be ahead when we get to the end of the race, because it all matters who is leading when we get to the checker flag, which either way that it swings, it's just you got to make sure you are there ahead at the end of the race. So I think that's going to be a really good battle, but the difference is only a few tenths of a second at the moment. As we switch to Tump, who's now on the back of Rensklop once again, and he's still got this bit of a pace advantage, but he hasn't been able to find a way past just yet.
Here's another replay, by the way, and this is his attempt at getting through on Rensklop into Lecom this last time around, inside line, but he didn't really have a lot of his car alongside there, and he kind of backed up there. He didn't want to fall to the same fate that we've seen a number of drivers in the past. You know, your car gets caught on their rear wheel and you go for a spin quite often. So he just was quite tentative in there and didn't want to get involved in that little incident there, as we look at Nick De Silva and Marcel Chintic once again. The more I watch this race, the less I feel like Burst Edge Esports' strategy would have worked out. Even without that spin, I just feel like they'd lose too much time, especially at this portion of the race.
Yes, it's an interesting one. It's sort of almost a defensive strategy, as you would call it. The Varga one's a lot more aggressive. It's a lot more about just having the track position, having the speed on the track, whereas the Burst Edge Esports is all about being a bit more defensive, being a bit more sort of conservative with your race strategy. Obviously, don't get me wrong, they're still pushing to the limit of where they are, but they're all about getting that time in the strategy rather than getting that time on the track. So very interesting fight to see, as we're already coming up to the end of the next hour, and I'm sure we're going to see some pit stops happening at some point after that with the GTEs and then with the LMP2s as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's GTE pit stop time coming up next, and it's not too far away, certainly, as we're approaching the 3-hour mark in this race. It'll be their third pit stop of the race. So, yeah, looking forward to that in a few moments' time. Bit of a slide for Mario Tump as they went over the hill at Eau Rouge there, but back with Marcel Chintic, who really is catching Nick De Silva at this stage in the race. 4 seconds is now the gap. 1.2 seconds Chintic took out of De Silva on that last lap, and yeah, the gap's just coming down more and more. What I've seen so far from Ajira is, you know, Arnaud Chambly is the best driver in that car. Once again, we talk about this a lot, but in my opinion, Chambly is the best driver in that car, and Nick De Silva has not quite got the pace of Arnaud Chambly, so he does tend to struggle when he's left in these positions. I think he's by no means a bad driver. Very, very quick is Nick De Silva, but I just don't feel like he's quite on the level that Chambly is, and Chintic, I think he's going to get through by the end of this stint.
Yeah, he might just about get past, and they're going to be having quite a good battle, I think, in terms of the time, because he's about a second lap faster, but he's not absolutely motoring up behind him. I don't think it's going to be the easiest overtake in the world, but I do think there's potential to have a bit of a battle, and I do think it's going to be quite a nice fight between these two. And that's actually going to be quite important for the likes of Michi Hoyer as well, is how long it takes Chintic. Will he lose any time? Because once Chinchic's passed, he's basically got clean air for about 40 seconds, so he can just go as fast as he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, well, I guess something else that we do have to talk about and keep monitoring at other track limits, because we've seen how much a drive-through affects you around here. It's pretty massive, the delta for driving down the pit lane. So guys have got to just be careful of that to keep on their position. Well, we're nearly 3 hours into this race now, so I think it's time for a bit of a change in the commentary box. I've been Ewan O'Leary and I've been alongside Cam Roger. We'll be back a little bit later on, but for now, for the next couple of hours, you're in the capable hands of Hugo Barral, but first, Neil Heatley.
Yes, indeed, and welcome, and of course, thank you, Ewan and Cameron. I'm alongside Hugo Barral for this next couple of hours. So yes, we are 3 hours down, and I must say, I apologise in advance. Hay fever's hit me pretty bad today, so if I start sneezing in the middle of the sentence, you know why.
Yeah, it's that season again, but right now, 3 hours gone, as you said. We're entering the 4th hour. Looks like we're going to have some pit stops to contend with soon. How do you think it's going to look for those guys in the lead? That's Burst Esports in Plexity right now with Michi Hoyer at the wheel. They're 40 seconds clear of second and looking quite strong so far.
Indeed, looking very, very strong is in that LMP2, but this is something that you always have to be careful of in endurance racing, is the differing strategies between all of the teams, all of the drivers. So really, we said this so many times, we said this essentially every race this season, you don't really know what the result is going to be until the last 30 minutes, when all the pit stops have played through, when all of the pit stop cycles have gone through. So as you said, a 40-second gap at the front at the moment, so looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and yeah, as you said, strategy is going to play a big part. You can't really know, and we're certainly not going to know through the course of this stint here, really taking the central hours out of this race. So we've got Marcel Chinchik right now with the Vargas Sim Racing currently in third place, just overlapping one of the Nita Velux cars. And we've got there a Juices Motorsport Porsche pulling into the pits. And I'm sure that some of the other drivers may follow. We've got Michael Sedlacek now with the Vargas Sim Racing Porsche currently in third, 21 seconds behind Turka Hakkinen in that Nita Velix car, number 60 in front of him. A fair way down the road, but it's a little bit further to Ferris Stanley in the lead in that Zansho car, who's doing very well, but this is currently the leader. Yeah, you can see now Ferris Stanley in Zansho heading through the track right now. They're looking very strong, nearly half a minute clear of those guys in second. And GTE, it's been quite interesting so far this season. I think that's going to continue.
Well, half a minute in these GTE cars is pretty much a quarter of a lap at this point. You could pretty much say 30 seconds from the source all the way up towards Lecombe at the end of the Kemmel Straight. That's roughly 30 seconds for these cars. So they've got a lot of time in hand, has this Zansho car as it stands. So we're just watching them go through Blanchimont at the moment. Fastest corner on the circuit, and one where you definitely don't want anything to go wrong. I have been in a sim racing race before, and a competitor of mine, their wheel decided to lock up coming into Blanchimont. Now you can tell how that ended.
Most certainly. I did a race as well where someone lost it there, and the engine was completely finished as a result of that. But now, yeah, this is Turka Hakkinen, and you can see it, his rig right now, driving along in that, I wouldn't say comfortable chair, but definitely doing a good job in his current position, keeping that car in second as he follows through behind that Zansho car, and you can just tell the difference because he's only coming up to the chicane now. So yeah, that just gives you a bit of a perspective onto the distance between these two cars. However, he is going to pull into the pits and make his next stop. So we'll see what the reaction is from other cars as a result of that. One of the class leaders deciding to make their stop now.
Was that just a standard wooden chair that Turka was sitting on? I think it was, which is certainly not one of the most comfortable. Which is certainly not one of the most comfortable ones. As you're having a look here, the Vargas Sim Racing car also following the Niter Velix in this time round, and this is what we roughly see from GTEs on the hour every hour. And you can see fourth place coming in as well. That's Jean Lazy Esports car. But Andreas Corrali in the Sim Racing for Holland car deciding to stay out for one more lap.
Yeah, so some of the cars reacting to that. However, we've also got the 6th place Wave Freem car. We've got Renz Klopp at the wheel. He's going to continue as well. So obviously strategy is differing by a couple laps each. You've got Ferris Stanley now heading through the Le Fagna there. And you can see really getting the slide on, just trying to maximize the amount of momentum you can carry through those corners before heading through Stavolo now onto that straight where you really want to make sure you use all of that curb, keep that radius as wide as possible so you can carry as much speed. And what's going to be interesting to see now is whether he reacts to those cars behind him pitting or he decides to continue for even further, because we know with these GTs that fuel is always very interesting. But we're going to go down to P11 in LMP2. This is Undercover Sim Racing leading ahead of the Zansho entry. That's the 12th place, number 48, and it's very close through La Source. Undercover Sim Racing has John Davies at the wheel, whereas it's Jarl Tyen behind, following 0.2 of a second as we head through Eau Rouge now. It's all going to be about the slipstream along the Kemmel Straight, that very long straight, followed by the heavy braking zone of Lecombe. Let's see whether he can pull something off. You can see the power of the slipstream giving him that suction. He's going to move to the outside. It's all going to be done potentially before the braking zone. He might have to hold it around the outside of Lecombe. No, he's got it before the apex, and he's going to be able to command the corner and take that 11th position. That was a very dramatic moment of racing there between the two of them.
Yes, indeed, very, very good driving there from Tyen. But part of it also might be, you know, there's still 5 hours to this race to go. Undercover Sim Racing deciding not to defend that position too hard at this moment for fear of receiving damage. And here we go. This is battle for second and third between Varga and Ajira, and it's Chinchik versus versus De Silva. And look at this, the battle going back and forth as you're approaching GC traffic on the way down to Bruxelles.
Yeah, that is a very risky moment there. You've got the Jean Lacey Aston Martin just about on the outside. They all managed to squeeze through there. Marcel Chinchik, though, did overcook it a little bit into Lecom. He had to return the position. He might try another go, but that has cost him about 0.5 of a second or so being in that traffic with the GTs, one lapping the other. And now he's going to have to try and make up some of that time. He has just lost to the second place car. As a result of that, he almost had the move done, but yeah, just broke slightly too late, carried a little bit too much speed, went over the curb and had to return the position. So not quite yet. However, with 0.8 of a second as a gap, he could keep up the pressure in just a couple laps to come, because we know that these two cars are on roughly similar pace. This is Ferris Stanley now heading along the circuit as we go towards Blanchimont, I think, and that's Martin Dearland in ninth place, just behind him. That was not Blanchimont, sorry. And yeah, Martin Dearland behind Ferris Stanley, but of course on a separate lap. That is the ninth place car as a result of the pit stop, and that just goes to show quite how long that pit lane is, because they are roughly close on track. But yes, Ferris Stanley does come into the pits, and he is going to be making a stop, as does that Jean Lacey car.
Yeah, both of them coming in essentially nose to tail. So having a look at Ferris Stanley will eventually come in. This is the car in second. This is what we need to keep an eye on in the TV screens. Andreas Corrali in that sim racing for Holland, the checkerboard car, and with that livery that's almost been synonymous with that team for all 12 seasons of VEC? Is this season? Oh no, it's season 13. Just having a look at Discord. It's S13 commentary. Fantastic. Through pretty much the entirety of the VEC, that checkerboard livery on a Corvette as well is almost symbolic of sim racing for Holland. As Andreas Corrali comes through Paul Frere or Stafflo 2, depends what you want to call it, onto the long back straight here at Spa-Francorchamps. And as you said, that pit lane is so painful here, because, you know, you've got to take that very tight line into the pit lane to begin with. There has been a couple of moments in the past where someone has just nicked their rear left wheel on the pit lane entry, and then essentially spun sideways, and Austin Powers did on the entry, which is A, quite funny, and B, quite demoralising as well. And of course, it's such a slow pit speed limit as you watch your competitors race by down towards Lazores. And Ferris Stanley, I believe, is still sat there in the pits. Look at that. So Andreas Corrali in Sim Racing for Holland take the net lead of the race.
Yes, he does. So it looks like that's working in his favour for now. He's being trailed quite closely by a Porsche. However, that is not on the same lap as him. So we're going to keep an eye out now on Ferris Stanley, just see where he comes out in relation to that Sim Racing for Holland car. In fact, he might fall behind this Nita Velix car with Turka Hakkinen at the wheel. Just heading into La Source now. Stanley is still in the pits, and Turka Hakkinen is closing down that gap. In fact, he might even take that. However, Ferris Stanley has got going. It's not going to be enough there. He's still got a little bit of a ride to that pit exit line. Hakkinen will take the chicane, Eau Rouge corner, and you can see there in the background, Ferris Stanley going to come out a little further behind. So that's going to drop Zancho into third place for now. A little bit clear of Michael Sedlacek in the fourth place Vargas in racing car. There's a little bit of a gap up ahead, and you can see now all of the GT traffic, or a fair bit of it anyway, although on different laps, it's all coming together around the same part of the track. And you can see this is the P17 in class. It's the Drive Game Seat Racing team with Filippo Caneo at the wheel. And he is going to just try and continue in that traffic, not lose a lot of time. He hasn't got too much to gain from being in that traffic, although he has got Carlos Basto quite close ahead of him. Now, this is the Zancho car in P12. And we saw having a battle with Undercover earlier. Undercover still ahead with John Davies at the wheel. Jarl Tyen sitting in 12th in this car we are riding on board with. And you can see the slip angle of these cars just trying to keep that speed through the exit of Stavolo, heading along this windy sort of straight. Well, it's flat out at least in towards Blanchimont. That very risky turn a lot of the time. We have to be careful of the curb, and into the chicane we go then. Not much of an opportunity to overtake quite yet. You just need to try and carry as much speed as possible. You can see a little bit of hesitation with those front tyres, trying to stick and get that car turned in. A little bit of wheel spin as well on the exit. Kept well under control, though, by Jarl Tyen as they head through La Source now. Half a second gap to close down. And it all depends on how much speed they can carry along these straights, because from that first hairpin all the way up until Les Combes, it's very nearly flat out, and it's all about top-end speed, so long as you don't crash out up Eau Rouge. You can see that gap now, just 0.2 of a second. Will the Zansho car get the position it wants right now? You can see just up ahead a little bit more is the Rookie Monsters car. Down the inside, though, goes the Jarl Tyen, and he's going to take 11th, but he's going to take the incorrect line across there, following in the footsteps of just another car we saw earlier on. He's going to go for a switchback potentially as we head into Bruxelles, back down the inside, trying to make up for that time he lost by going across the curves at Les Combes, and that inside line, that minimal radius, just allowing him to take that so much quicker, and he is going to come out on top as a result of it.
Yeah, that is exactly what we saw Chinchik do, 5 minutes ago? Maybe not even 5 minutes ago. It's being caught out a little bit perhaps by the overspeed coming into Les Combes, because you'll only ever get that overspeed maybe once an hour or so. And obviously that changes the braking point by maybe 10, 15 meters, just because you've got that extra speed on top. And it can maybe catch you out a little bit, and that's exactly what we saw with Tyen there, what we saw with Chinchik earlier. But this time, Tyen managed to hold on to that position just with, as you said, the inside line through Bruxelles as they're coming on the sim racing for Holland car now as well. Now the question is, can the undercover car regain that time to perhaps challenge for 11th once more? They're coming through Blanchimont, and you can see the speed gaining for both of these cars, obviously slightly quicker for the undercover car due to that slipstream as they're coming in to the bus stop chicane at the moment. It appears that the Zansho car just had a little bit of a better launch out of the bus stop.
Yes, and he just managed to keep it going and hold that position, just trying to extend it, and he's doing quite a good job of that as well, already up to a couple of seconds. Although saying that, not too far up the road are Rookie Monsters with Luca D'Amelio at the wheel. That's about 6 seconds, but with the Jarl Tyen behind the wheel of that LMP2, that could close down rather rapidly as his driving pace might reflect. We'll see what he does though, as we've got different strategies and we've got a long way to go. We're not even at the halfway point quite yet in the race, so it's all about just getting to the checkered flag and just driving the car quickly, but also somewhat conservatively, so you don't actually destroy it when you still need a bit more life left than you might end up with, because you've also got teammates who are relying on you to keep the car going as well, which is always a little bit of extra pressure in races such as this, where it's an endurance race. We've got 8 hours, and that's a little bit more than we had back at Fuji 1 month ago, although the drivers are by far used to it, especially since we've had I think 8 races, or this is the 8th race so far of the Virtual Endurance Championship this season. And yeah, you can see a little bit up ahead is an LMP2, and I believe that is Luca D'Amelio, now just 1.8 seconds ahead of Jarl Tyen. Yeah, I got that gap wrong actually, because it was not too long up ahead to Luca D'Amelio, but that gap certainly is closing as we enter this final sector now. And carrying a lot of speed through there goes Jarl Tyen. It's got to navigate a little bit of GTE traffic, but he's come across there quite a good time before Blanchimont, which is always quite helpful. But at a point of the track where the LMP2s really get to show their pace in comparison to the GTEs, because they just have that straight line speed. And through the bus stop we go. I think we might be seeing a move somewhere into Les Combes, as we have seen quite a few times so far this evening.
Yeah, Les Combes appears to be one of the prime overtaking opportunities here at Spa. Indeed, the bus stop and the source are also both very good overtaking opportunities. We're having a look here. Jarl Tyen coming down the hill, racing down the hill towards Eau Rouge, and then he'll climb up the incredible hill towards Radio, the left, and then the right, then along the Camel straight. Be careful of the anti-cuts on the inside of Radion. We saw what happened to an LMP1 car there in Spa in real life, 4 or 5 years ago now, when it did the backflip. I think it was one of the SMP cars, if memory serves me correctly. But anyway, Jarl Tyen coming through Les Combes now, not close enough to make a move. However, there is GT traffic ahead, and this could well help the Zansho car. And look how much he's closed up, just because D'Amelio was held up in that GT car coming through the second right-hander of Les Combes.
Yeah, that not being in the best position. Of course, as that hold adage goes, traffic gives and traffic takes away. It's certainly taken away from Luca D'Amelio with that Your Name Here Porsche just being on the track in not quite the right place, although it did force him to take the same line through Bruxelles. But yeah, look at this. Yoltine is closing up quite rapidly, and I'm not sure that Luca D'Amelio will put up too much of a fight because he knows quite how quickly this Sancho car has caught up to him, and there's only time to lose, really, in battling him for this position. So we'll see how he reacts to the Sancho car. Maybe he wants a bit of a battle, but he's got to remember, not too far up the road, 2 seconds up the road to be exact, is Lorenzo Arisi for the Wave Freem LMP2 entry. That's the number 26. So that's going to be the next target for Jarl Tyron if and when he gets past this Rookie Monsters car. However, yeah, in a battle, they're going to lose a bit more time than they might like. So it's 1/10 of a second now into the chicane, and that is a very late move. Not quite sure where he was going to be able to go. He settled for the inside line. He's going to hold it as we head back onto the start-finish straight, and he's going to hold it by just a few tenths of a second into La Source. Will the Rookie Monsters car retaliate? A bit of a sniff of the inside line, not much though. I think he's going to settle for 9th place. Is Luca D'Amelio, and that's Lorenzo Arisi, who's going to have to start getting a little bit worried because this is certainly a very quick Sancho car behind him now.
Yeah, this Sancho car is absolutely incredible. We've seen them go up 2 places in what, 3-4 laps. The Jarl Tyron appears to be on a tear at the moment. As you said, the car ahead, Lorenzo Arisi, has to be very, very careful. Now look in those rear view mirrors. You can see the gap is 1.2 seconds. It isn't really that much at all. As they're coming through the column now, and look at that, Arisi in that way from the car. Again, GT traffic right ahead as they're coming down towards Bruxelles.
Yeah, this is always very interesting, and that could actually play a little bit to Lorenzo Arisi's favour right now because he has got this traffic to try and assist him, and you can see him in his seat right there, and he's going to be concentrating very hard, but that has certainly benefited him, or at least delayed the advance of Jarl Tyron, which is currently relentless, as he has increased the gap a little bit behind to just over 1 second again, and it's keeping the Sancho car honest because Luca D'Amelio behind is not dropping back quite so rapidly. So whilst Jarl Tyron is going to be looking to take the 7th position, he has got to be careful that he doesn't lose too much time or make too many risky moves, as that Rookie Monsters car is going to be there to keep him in check if anything doesn't go quite to plan. And now we have got even more GT traffic as per in the VEC, and Lorenzo Arisi is going to find this quite helpful because it's coming across him at exactly the right time, and it can't be said the same for Jarl Tyron having to go nearly side by side there through Blanchimont, and he's going to have the Ferrari ahead of him.
Yeah, the rear view mirror from Arisi, or at least the rear view camera. I must say Arisi's chair is more comfortable than Turkka Hakkinen's, but I would not say it is the optimum type of chair for racing. But anyway, here comes Jarl Tyron in the Sancho car into the pits. He just saw a flash there, and here is D'Amelio in that Rookie Monsters car. Now he has to try and chase down Arisi in that Wave Freem.
And it's not only Jarl Tyron who's gone into the pits, the race leader right now, Marcel Shinchik, has also decided now is the time to enter that pit box. With 4 hours, 40 minutes to go, we're 20 minutes into this 4th hour at least. And it'll be interesting to see whether he stays in that car and what kind of pit stop they're going to do, whether it will just be fuel or fuel and tyres. Jarl Tyron as well pitting, and that's relieved some pressure from Lorenzo Arisi as well as Luca D'Amelio, and that's sort of spread out the GT pack a little bit. Now let's see what Michi Hoyer does, because he's obviously not pitting. We'll see where he comes out in relation to this Marcel Shinchik in the Vargason racing car. It is yet to move, and if he comes out of La Source before he gets going, he is definitely going to take that position. Jone Simoncic, though, he has come into the pits as that Varga car sets off, and we'll see what happens now, because this is certainly going to be quite tight as we go up the hill. That's Moritz Mel, who is going to stay out. That's P4. And it looks like Michi Hoyer, he has taken the lead of the race as a result of that pit stop by Marcel Shinchik. He hasn't quite exited the pit lane yet, but Bursty Sports Complexity back up into that 1st position, whereas the number 27 car has yet to, is 20 seconds, 30 seconds rather, behind, and that gap's still increasing. So back up into the lead are Bursty Sports Complexity, as that pit stop for the X-Race leader finally finishes.
Yeah, pit stop finally finished, and Michi Hoya in the lead of the race by 31 seconds over Moritz Mel. But yes, very, very good gap. And 30 seconds was roughly what it was before the current pit stop cycle, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was.
As Hoya coming down towards the Peath Path, the right and then the left, then through Savile, then Paul Ferrara, then back onto the back straight now. And he's just got to keep on having a look at that gap, make sure that it doesn't begin to close down too much. And that Burst Esports Cannery car should have a nice run to the finish. Well, I say should have a nice run to the finish. There's still 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. Anything can happen in endurance racing, and it normally does.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen it happen before in the championship. And I've no doubt we'll see it again. But Lorenzo Risi, speaking of which, is a 5/10 of a second ahead of Luca D'Amelio. And that gap is closing down absolutely rapidly. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen between the two of these cars. Whether that rookie monster takes the Wave Freem, number 37, sitting just behind that Wave Freem car. I'm having a look for them on the track map. I'm not entirely sure where they are in relation to each other. Looks like there you go. They are really quite close. And in fact, you can see there Jene Simoncic in that car is ahead of him in the Burst Esports car. 4/10 of a second. Behind him is Luca D'Amelio. Behind Lorenzo Risi, there's Luca D'Amelio back up to 2 seconds. So we've got some gaps opening and closing, and it looks like it's going to be quite fluid over the course of the next stint. You can see over the rear wing there, the Burst Edge Esports across it, and a Wave Freem following relatively close behind. Of course, a little bit of dirty air might not be too helpful in that central section of the track, but at this point it can be quite beneficial just to try and keep you sticking behind the other car and maximise the gap to the car following you if you are in the middle of these two. And saying that, Arisi is keeping a decent distance behind Simoncic. It's still half a second, so he's going to be finding this very helpful in trying to save off Luca D'Amelio's approach, as we have got a couple of other pit stops. That's Maurice Mel and Dimitri Buksha, both in the pits. That's the Black Hawk car and the Go Team racing car as well. So we definitely are in the midst of the next pit stop phase. And what's interesting is that Arisi is definitely clinging to the back of Simoncic, and he could present quite a challenge.
Yeah, it could well present such a challenge. We've already seen what a challenge these LMP2 drivers can pose to one another. And look at this wonderful rear view camera. I love this camera, I must say. As they're coming up towards Les Combes now, you can just see the LMP2 car behind getting closer and closer and closer. And look at that closing up effect, almost the concertina effect coming into Les Combes. And you can see as they accelerate out, that car just gets a little bit further away. And this is something they've always got to be, I would say, not spooked by, especially when you're trying to defend, is just how fast the car behind can close up, especially during these massive braking zones. Yeah,
definitely. It is really interesting to see how they fight each other. And look at that, getting very close to the Juices Motorsports car, but Porsche through Pouon, just making his way past that GTE. And just having a look around on the track map, and yeah, you can see there's a little bit of traffic up ahead of them, but it's mainly 3 LMP2s all together at the moment. However, we'll see what the result of this, and this is Lorenzo Arisi now. That Rookie Monsters car behind is about 2 seconds, but yeah, you can see this could become a 3-way battle. That is, if the Rookie Monsters car can keep up, if Luca D'Amelio has that pace. I mean, he's staying at roughly 2 seconds behind. It looks like it might be increasing gradually, so he might not be closing up. However, the same cannot be said for Arisi as they make their way past the Varga Porsche into the bus stop chicane, and we might see a very busy bus stop chicane now, and there's a little bit of contact with the rear of that car as he flashes a little bit aggressively there, and that was a little bit too close for comfort, I think, for Varga in that Porsche. Not part of this battle, but being caught up in it nonetheless. And that has cost Arisi a little bit of time that he closed up. He was about 0.3 of a second before the chicane, and because of that blockage, a chicane within a chicane almost, he has lost that time once again.
Yeah, lost that time once again, as you said, and It's just this thing about traffic. You get so tantalizingly close to the car in front, and traffic comes, and then you're no longer close to the car in front. This is something that Risi has to deal with coming towards the comment. You can see GT traffic just ahead, but I think both Simincic and Risi should be able to pass this. Well, I was going to say pass them before Bruxelles, but no, they're going to catch them in the middle of Bruxelles.
Yeah, it's the Speedy Mite number 71, in fact, ahead of them, and that's going to be a little bit in the way. In fact, before Puon, the Burst Esports car gets past, and this could be quite the run for Lorenzo Arisi. He's going to move to the outside for Puon, under braking. This will be side-by-side action. That Rookie Monster staying ever close, keeping them in check. Both of them, you can see the onboard there. This is some really tight racing. About to become a three-way battle. Interlay fan looking to the outside line, but it's covered off well by Jerne Simincic. There just isn't the room to go through, and that could have ended a lot worse for Burst Esports than it did, because that was incredibly tight, really making the most of the positioning of the car there as they head through Stavelot now towards Blanchimont. With an effective slipstream, Arisi could quite well be in a position to make a move that didn't succeed last time as a result of that Varga Porsche, but that is long gone as they head towards the chicane now. This is going to be very tight, down to 1/10 of a second. It's about to go below that, half a tenth, and it's going to be side by side, under braking. It's going to be the inside line for Simincic, which will turn out to the outside for the second part of the chicane. In fact, he manages to cover it off just about, but look at this, Luca D'Amelio really getting close as a result of this battle. Both of the cars in front of him are losing time, and he could capitalize on this duel ahead of him if he sticks behind and makes the most of any mistakes that either of them make as they come out of La Source now. This has certainly closed up very quickly, and this could be quite the lap ahead of us.
Yeah, it could be absolutely incredible. You've always got to be careful up through Eau Rouge as well, because when you're that close behind, you get a lot of dirty air, and you've also almost got to lift off a little bit. If you saw a car coming in from stage right, coming up at the top of the hill, and look at this, can Arisi make a move? Can D'Amelio make a move? No, they're all line astern coming into Le Combe.
The Extra is doing a fantastic fantastic job at getting out of the way of these three battling cars now. But towards Bruxelles, we have seen moves before. It seems like the inside line is definitely the line you want to make a move on. But Arisi is not close enough to succeed in such an attempt as they carry on through the rest of the lap. We saw an attempt at Puon last time, but that was mainly as a result of traffic. And look at this, speaking of traffic, quite a lot lining up in front of them now. Through Puon then, this is going to certainly be interesting. Your Name here is going to be the first Porsche they have to navigate. All three of them do quite successfully, but into Le Fagne, this is going to be rather tight. Will that Ferrari get out of the way of Rookie Monsters? Not quite. That's going to force them to take a much tighter line. And up ahead, you have this Nita Velox car, costing both drivers a little bit of time. And it looks like Arisi a little bit more as he holds that inside line. Through Stavelot they go, and look at that. The gaps have opened up rapidly just by hitting that little pocket of Grand Touras. And now it is going to be a little bit more work to close these gaps up that have just rapidly minimized.
Yeah, rapidly minimized and then, well, maximized again almost immediately, as you said, and you can just see what effect traffic has in expanding and closing these gaps. Having got Lorenzo Arisi now, he's essentially halfway between D'Amelio and Simincic now as he's coming down towards La Source yet again, and obviously not close enough to make a move, and I would say he needs to almost wind up for a couple of laps in order to make that move stick once more, or at least have an attempt, I should say, rather.
Yeah, well, they're about to come up to a lot of traffic. It seems to be all concentrated in two halves of the circuit, the GTs, and there's a fair few GTs ahead of them and a little bit behind them, so they've managed to get past a few of them. We'll see what they can do with the rest, but it definitely isn't working out well for D'Amelio. He is now 1.3 seconds behind this Wave Freem car as a result of that little spat. But yeah, I agree. He's going to have to just try and wind up for another overtake in the next few laps, because there just simply won't be the opportunity with the amount of GTs they've got to get past at the moment. It is just a matter of trying to close up that gap again, wait for the track to be a little bit clear, and then make the most of any opportunity that arises as a result of it. But yeah, you can see Jerne Simincic now, who's closing up on an Aston Martin ahead of him and doing a decent job at defending, you have to say.
Yeah, doing a very decent job at defending. And this is the thing, especially when, you know, traffic affects these LMP2 cars so much, is that if you defend once, if you successfully defend once, I should say, rather, you know, you can then use traffic to your advantage, which means you only really have to defend maybe every third or fourth lap, which makes it so much more easy on the driver trying to defend than, you know, it just being a straight out fight where you just have to look in the rear view mirror almost constantly. So having a look at the gap between Simoncic and Arisi now 1.5 seconds as they're coming down towards through Blanchimont. And you know, even there, even when they're following the GT car, you've always got to be careful of that massive dirty air effect. And even these LMP2 cars, you could, you know, just have to feather the throttle just a little bit through Blanchimont in order to keep it between the white lines. Yeah,
and I have to say as well, the Hunter has become the hunted. D'Amelio getting really quite close behind that Waveframe car, although the Zansho class leader, I think that is Ferris Stanley, just getting a little bit in between them. And as they head along the pit straights, I have to do plural because we are using the long pit lane. And now you can see, yeah, Jene Simoncic really making the most of this traffic, extending that gap. However, the same can't be said for Arisi because D'Amelio is going to be looking to the outside line. He's got a lot of speed as we go along the Kemmel Straight into the braking zone for Lecombe. Will he overcook it as so many have before him? They are going to stick side by side. This is so close as they're forced onto the curb, into the wall, almost just about keeping it out. That was very, very close. And I think the elbows definitely got out there as D'Amelio does take that 5th position from Lorenzo Arisi. A little bit of argy-bargy, but he has succeeded.
I thought that was going to be straight into the tyre bars at Lecombe. Very, very good job there from Arisi. He put out of those tyre bars, but as you said, look at this D'Amelio in that Ricky Monsters car, now up into 5th place as we're having a look at Arisi there. And Arisi, yes, wanting to get that position back as soon as possible, he hopes.
Yeah, that was certainly very interesting, and they did very well to keep it out of the barriers. You knew it was going to be a little bit of contact as soon as they went side by side through there, but both came out largely unscathed, and they're going to be able to wind up for yet another move. Meanwhile, Jene Simoncic is going to be having a blast now because it has relieved a lot of pressure from behind him. He's got a 3-second gap to Luca D'Amelio from this battle, and he's going to be very happy, especially given that this battle is far from over. Lorenzo Arisi, he was flashing into the bus stop chicane, try and get the distraction of the driver in front and maybe send it, but there just wasn't that room. Both very, very skipper on the brakes as they head towards La Source now. It is a little bit more of a gap, but it's all about the exit through here and the momentum carried through, and it looks like there was a delayed response there for the front tyres of D'Amelio, and that might not benefit him on the exit because speed is going to have to be carried as much as possible through Eau Rouge towards Raidillon now and onto the Kemmel Straight, riding right over that hump on the inside as they go up 12 stories or something. Such is the amount of elevation of that set of turns there. But into the Lecombe, there just isn't that space for Lorenzo Arisi to try and succeed in taking a position quite yet.
Yeah, not that space yet. And you know, this draft is almost like having DRS open coming down the Kemmel Straight. It is that strong. As we're now having a look at a GT battle for 15th and 16th overall, Ramada versus World of Sim Racing. As they're coming down towards Lecombe, and that World of Sim Racing car not close enough as it stands.
No, definitely not. And yeah, this is GT, something we haven't been seeing too much of, apart from getting in the way of the fast second horse. But yeah, we've got a battle for 15th now with both Ramada Motorsports and World of Sim Racing. That's P16, trying to take position 15 in class. That's 30th and 29th overall. So we have got Carlos Basto at the wheel of that Ramada car, and he's got Jordi San Andreas behind him, and we know both of these drivers are going to be quite feisty, and with their current positions they're going to be looking to make them up. Having a look at the timing screen as well, there's not too much of a gap up ahead of him. I mean, these cars all the way down from 12th or so in class are separated in the single digits worth of seconds, and we can see how that closes up very rapidly depending on strategy and driver combinations, as we have just seen in the top class with those LMP2s. And just keeping an eye out now on what Carlos Basto will do against that World of Sim Racing car with the close battle there. And Jordi San Andreas getting really quite close, maximizing that slipstream as they head through Blanchimont. We could see an attempt here into the bus stop chicane. Yes, we will. Just maximizing the inside line if he can hold it against that Aston Martin. The British versus the German. And look at that. That's an LMP2 joining the party, getting his nose in. And that seems to have really benefited Jordi San Andreas, because if he hadn't got the position then, it was guaranteed by that prototype holding the outside line and not leaving anywhere for Carlos Basto to try and strike back.
Yeah, you saw particularly this is a move that we see quite often, especially when you're trying to overtake the bus stop. You saw Jordi San Andreas there in that World of Sim Racing car wash out very wide at the first corner of the bus stop, almost go to the extreme left-hand side of the circuit. That's a very common way to almost try and defend against an immediate cutback from a rival if you're overtaking them. You can see that work there for San Andreas. He certainly was helped by the LMP2 car trying to overtake the both of them at the same time as well. That is now World of Sim Racing up into 15th as it stands.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of a task up ahead of him. I think we just saw in that angle going along the Kemmel Straight. It is very busy at this portion of the track. I don't know how many cars you've got here right now, but it was definitely highlighted from that angle. Also, you can see someone go offline a little bit earlier and kick up a little bit of dust. So it is showing that there is certainly a rubbered in line, and it's not quite the same for all the other drivers if they're taking it offline to try and make a move. And that is quite the moment through P1. Caught well there by Jordi San Andreas, but that will definitely have had quite the pucker factor, as this is Michi Hoyer, the race leader, making his way past some of this traffic. 35 seconds clear of Marcel Shinchik in second. That Burst Esports Complexity car doing a fantastic job at the moment in this race.
Yeah, you can see San Andreas shaking Datas through P1 and being able to catch it very well, as you said. And as you also said, here's Michi Hoyer passing San Andreas there and making his way, trying to extend that gap 35 seconds between first and second as it stands, coming through Blanchimont just now and into the bus stop chicane, braking from, well, the best part of 300 kilometers an hour all the way down to 60 or so. It's absolutely massive braking zone. Excuse me, as he's now passing the GT traffic to begin the next lap. 4 hours and 22 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it looks like that last lap, not the quickest for Michi Hoyer, but that was probably in large part due to the sheer amount of traffic he had to contend with as he heads up through Eau Rouge and the Radion complex of turns, up and over the hill. But yeah, that was a lot of traffic. He did a 2:04.7 last lap, and Marcel Shinchik did a 2:02.9, although I still think he is on that previous lap, lap 102, whereas the leader is on his 103rd lap. Across the line there goes Marcel Shinchik. He did a 2:03.9. He's about to hit that traffic, I think, that we just saw a moment ago. And yeah, so Michi Hoyer still got a little bit more to get past, but this is Lorenzo Arisi, the sixth place car, rather. 1 second behind Luca D'Amelio in that Rookie Monsters, getting past some traffic of the same class this lap and beginning to mount a little bit more pressure on that Rookie Monsters car once again. They've had a bit of a battle so far, and whilst Arisi had been putting the pressure on to the other car ahead, meanwhile D'Amelio was able to catch up behind and make a move instead. So not the order that I think Arisi was planning on on his current position being in when he entered that battle a few laps ago.
Indeed, certainly not. And have a look at this, Arisi. Now, as you said, 1 second behind as they're coming up through Eau Rouge and Radion. But yes, we do have blue flag rules here in the VEC. It's 3 blue flags in order to get out of the way. And if you don't do that in time, well, you could well be looking at a penalty for the next race. And of course, the next race is going to be Le Mans, and a drive-through there, well, there is certainly more time to gain the time back from your drive-through at Le Mans, isn't there?
Yeah, it's not quite the absolute marathon of a pit lane as there is on this circuit, and that's into 14th
San Andreas up
place
to
goes
14th,
San
that
Andreas.
was.
Yeah, that was a move I didn't actually anticipate, and it looks like he's got a fair amount of place. But this is currently 13th place, a little bit further up the road, not too far though. This is the number 397 One Move Esports with Jan Kurjin at the wheel, and I've probably butchered that, but Jordi San Andreas 8.9 seconds behind. However, up ahead of this car of the One Move is Andy Dixie for Speedy Mike Racing, and he is going to be keeping an eye in those mirrors, but not for long, because it's going to be the right window and soon the windshield. He's going to see this One Move Esports Aston Martin. Through Les Combes they go, their favoured overtaking spot around this track, I think we've been able to decide, and that is going to be quite a clean move, a little bit cleaner than we saw a few laps ago with the LMP2s.
Yeah, a little bit cleaner. As you said, here's the 272 car, the Black Hawk Racing car coming through Les Combes themselves, down towards Bruxelles, just 0.8 of a second behind the next car, that World of Sim Racing car directly ahead. Now coming through, well, it's the corner with three names, no name speakers, and Copenhagen coming that left-hander there, and down towards Pouon now, and Shabakis there looking to try and track down that golden, white and black World of Sim Racing car that you can just see in the windscreen.
Yeah, he is doing his best to close up, and I mean these GTs, or the latter half at least of the GT field, are not separated by an awful lot, and that's going to be quite spicy through the next few 20 minutes or so until we hit that next set of pit stops, because it has been a fair bit we've been on so far. And yeah, just looking at that, we've got really different speeds arising from these different cars. They're varying by quite a few seconds between all of them, and that is certainly going to be quite fascinating as this progresses. But this is the 15th place car through Blanchemont now, getting quite close there to a Varga car, though they are not on the same lap. So this Black Hawk Racing car got a little bit of a gap up ahead, 1.6 seconds to Jordi San Andreas. Agsaba Kiss does his best to get out of the way of traffic. Bottom Dylan there with Jean Lacy Esports as well in 7th place. That's the number 66, 0.8 of a second behind Drive Game Seat Racing Team.
Yes, not that far behind. Oh, excuse me, that Drive Game Seat Racing. There we go. So having a look at Deerland now in that Jean Lazy car, making his way through the Peath Path, and just 0.8 of a second behind the car in 6th. There's a little bit of a yellow there in Sector 1. Someone may well have just had a small spin at some point as they're making their way now through the back straight down towards Blanchemont.
Yeah, and obviously it's always a little bit risky spinning it out there. There's a fair bit of runoff on the first part, on the exit of Stavelo, for you to take a bit of a wrong line. However, we have got yellow flags in Sector 2 once again. That's the number 52 car off at Les Combes. That's the
Which makes me think they may have
GTE.
had a problem at Radio.
Quite possibly. I'm just having a look. That's the World of Sim Racing. Yeah, that is Jordi San Andreas, actually, who has had that issue. And that is not going to be helpful, dropping him down to 18th place as a result of that.
Yeah, it's certainly not particularly helpful for that World of Sim Racing car. As we're having a look at Deerland now, still trying to track down that car in front as they're making their way up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radio. It's going to be very interesting to see if Deerland can make a move at Les Combes.
Yes, and he might even succeed beforehand, carrying a lot of speed on the exit of Radion there along the Camel Straight. He's pulled to the outside, and in fact, yeah, he has got past it. It's all about the braking zone, though. Can he defend from that Ferrari? And I think he has got that position locked down. That's going to be 6th place for Jean Lacy Esports and their Aston Martin.
Yeah, Aston Martin now has 5 seconds to make it into the top 5. You've got to be careful because Deerland also needs to keep a look in that rearview mirror to make sure that he doesn't get a surprise attack within the next couple of laps. But look at that gap that he's pulled out already. Deerland appears to be pulling away and now tracking down 5th position.
Yes, it's a little bit of a gap to close to Renskop up ahead, and he has got to be wary of David Arduini behind because it's not the biggest gap, and it could certainly close down if he doesn't keep on his toes, Martin Dillon. But yeah, we'll see what kind of pace he does. He is closing down that gap a little bit to Wave Freem, but we shall see what he succeeds in doing. And behind David Arduini, closing the gap, or the gap rather opening a little bit. We'll have to see what that looks like in the next few laps. And keep an eye on lap times as well to see the result of that. But Lorenzo Arice, no, that's Nick De Silva rather, for the Agera Racing number 2 is in the pit lane. And that could signal the start of the next salvo of pit stops for the LMP2 class.
It would make sense, roughly 40 to 45 minutes since the last round of pit stops. That makes sense for this LMP2 class. And will Michi Hoya come in this time round? He's coming down towards the bus stop, that massive braking zone into the hairpin right, hairpin left combination. And he's staying towards the left-hand side, which means he will go for one more lap at least here around the 7,004 metres of Spa-Francorchamps as he's now trying to pass in GT traffic on the inside of Louis Source. Very well done, the GT traffic, just staying on the outside line to make sure that the race leader can get through nice and smoothly.
Yeah, as you said, 7,004 metres is really quite a long track. Although it won't be the longest track we visit this season. I think that'll be going to next month and the 24 Hours of Le Mans in not too long a time. It starts on the 5th of June, I believe.
5th of June? Sorry,
yes.
4th of June, I should say, rather.
Oh, yeah, that's correct, yeah.
It starts on the Saturday. Yeah, it's 4th to the 5th of June is the race. That's Saturday, Sunday. Qualifying will be at a time, I don't think that's been announced yet. Oh, the 5th to the 6th, there we go. I don't know my dates. 5th and 6th. Qualifying, I believe, will also be on the 29th. I've just received a small message from Jimmy Allison there. So qualifying the weekend before, and then the race on the 5th and 6th of June. So that will be very fun indeed. Of course, it's going to be interesting how these cars can do it qualifying, because really at Le Mans, it's almost entirely flat out. You know, it's got a full throttle percentage of what, 80%.
Yeah, I think you're right with that, and it's going to be interesting as well to see what the drivers do in relation to engine wear, because we have seen a fair few engine failures this season, and with 4 times the length of this race, or 3 times rather, if you excuse my maths, it's far further to go and avoid that engine damage that has been so fatal to so many drivers this season.
You know, may have to see at Le Mans, almost some of the teams maybe shifting as if they're shifting during fuel saving, just to make sure that that engine makes it to the end. You know, shifting maybe 500, 1,000 revs below what's optimum. Yeah,
and it might prove beneficial. I mean, we've seen lots of strategies play very differently. I think back in Suzuka, we saw a few different strategies. I think it was the Wave Freem was going really long in the early stages of the race, at least on its stints. And we might see that to happen again. We'll have to keep an eye out. But yeah, this is Marcel Shinchik now. 29 seconds to Michi Hoya on that Burst Esports Complexity. That was 35 seconds about 10 or 15 minutes ago. So maybe closing down a little bit. I'm not quite sure. The last lap was a 2:05.4 for the race leader, where it was just a 2:03.0. So quite a disparity there between the two drivers. However, traffic will always play a part in that. And looking around as well, Lorenzo Risi still present behind Lucas Emilio. We're saying that he's lost nearly a second in the last 5 seconds or so. So I'm not sure that's been too beneficial for him. But everything does seem to be stretching a little bit out across the track map. We haven't got such dense clusters of cars anymore, but that's just mean it's going to be little and often rather than many and few, or many and far in between. Brief yellows in Sector 2 that have gone almost as quickly as they came out. And we have 10 minutes left of this hour before we see the start of the next set of GT pit stops. Although the LMP2 pit stops, we've seen Agera come in a little bit earlier than everyone else. Well, that has nearly been that 40-45 minutes you were talking about, Neil. before this next set of pit stops for the prototypes is about to occur.
Yeah, these prototype pit stops, and again, it's these sort of gaps. I'm just wondering, because we saw that Ajira come in fairly early. We saw them coming with, what, about 4 hours 15 to go, wasn't it? But if you time back 4 hours 15, that gives them roughly about a half-hour stint to finish the race at the very end. So I'm wondering if, even at this very early point of the race, we're just coming up to halfway, they decided, right, we'll now just time back from the end of the race.
Well, it might be beneficial to just be off kilter, as we have got a penalty there, and Michi Hoyer comes into the pit lane, but just being slightly off kilter with strategy, as you were saying, just working back from that checkered flag could give you the benefit, because if you are not pitting at the same time as everyone else, you'll be able to find yourself a clearer set of track, which can be very helpful in endurance racing, because it's all about being consistently fast in this category and in this type of racing series, rather than having those individual positions that might be a lot more important in sprint racing. When they're saying that, that's not to say these drivers are driving slowly by any means. However, those battles are going to be far more detrimental for the end result than being on a different strategy or slightly different strategy and just keeping yourself clean and away from other drivers. So it'll be beneficial. It's less exciting for the viewer, but it is definitely it can be at least very helpful for the team, as long as all goes to plan with the strategy, although that doesn't always happen.
If the F in that sentence carries a lot of weight, I must say. If it all goes to plan. And so now we look at Jeremy Zimmerchich in that Burst Edge esports car, making his way down towards the source. 58 seconds behind the leader, 6 seconds behind second place. And look at that, just having a look at that LMP2 car, that onboard sitting in the pit lane, and that is painful.
Yeah, and it's not only seeing the cars drive past, which can be very obvious at night sometimes when you've got the headlights blasting past, but it's also just hearing the sound of each car going straight past you. Fortunately, the run into the pit box for David Mrożek is far shorter than the exit onto the high-speed section, although saying that, the pit lane exit is extraordinarily long along this circuit, because you can't just suddenly rejoin halfway through Eau Rouge, because that would be deadly. So they pretty much have a poorer exit onto that Kemmel Straight, as well as having a further distance to travel. So it's not over as soon as you exit that pit lane and release the pit limiter. You've still got some way to go before you can return to racing speeds. But once again, we've got Marcel Shinchik back in the lead, because Burst Esports and Plexity, that number 49 car, pitting slightly earlier than the majority of the people in their class. So we've got the Armsim Racing in the pits. Zancho pitted recently with Tony Mella at the wheel. Andrea Martino is currently at the wheel of Armsim Racing. It'll be interesting to see whether he comes out of Tony Mella. That gap's 30 seconds. But yeah, Marcel Shinchik is in the lead. It might be a fair few minutes before we see him pit for his next stint, because I remember when we started commentating 55 or so minutes ago, the Burst car had pitted, whereas this car had not.
Yeah, this Varg sim racing car with Marcel Chinchik currently at the wheel, making his way down towards Brooks Allen. As he said, not yet pitted. It seems that Varga might just be going a little bit longer than the rest of their rivals as it stands. Chinchik now coming through Copenhagen and down towards Pua. The question is, how many more laps will it be until he comes into the pits? We're now having a look at Jordi St. Andres, 0.3 of a second behind the car ahead, recovering after that possible incident earlier on.
Yeah, well, we saw him go off at Les Combes. We don't know why, but he is now trying to recover from that. He's going to move to the inside of that Drive Game Seat Racing Team Ferrari. There's a little bit of contact. There's an LMP2 as well, just for good measure, as always. But it is going to be a successful move at a very tight section of the track. He'll have to hold off, though, from that Ferrari through La Source now, and he is going to succeed. And that was quite the move there, up into 17th place as the beginning of the recovery takes place.
The beginning of that recovery, as he said, into 17th, where, well, up into 13th, I think even were before. Yeah, looking to gain all those positions. They're only 1.5 seconds behind 16th, though.
Yeah, they have got not too far to go to, that is Lazaros Philippakos in the Speedy Mite Porsche. You can see just heading into Lake Om now, and that gives you quite a rough judgment of how far behind they are, which isn't too much at all. Just needs to close down that gap a little bit before opportunity to overtake presents itself, although we know that San Andreas is quite quick in that World of Sim racing car in relation to some of the other drivers around him on track, but it is all going to be about Lazaros Philippakos and his pace, and it's like his car is quite twitchy on the front end. I'm not sure if that's just the driving style, but yeah, it doesn't seem to be too comfortable. But this is also Tony Mella now for Zancho Racing, position 12 in the LMP2 standings, about to be position 11 if he can take it off Mariano Caio in 11th place. That's the Arms Sim Racing car, and this could be quite an interesting battle once again. So this Zancho finding itself in the battles all across its tier. However, will he be able to get past Caio before it's too late, or before he loses too much time? Heading along the Kemmel Straight now, and as he has quite the serious slipstream, I'm not sure he's going to be able to make an overtake quite yet, although he might prove me wrong. No, he's not. He does have a sniff of that inside line. Didn't like the smell, though, and tucks back in behind that Armson racing car.
Yeah, the reason why Lazarus Philippakos looks so twitchy behind the wheel is because we say this almost every race. You go, and obviously everyone watching will know this. He uses a controller. That's why he looks very twitchy. He doesn't use a wheel.
Well, that's certainly
he's
impressive.
He's the only one that I'm aware of in all three divisions of the VEC that uses a controller to drive.
Well, you got to give it to him then, to be doing quite a fantastic job in the face. I mean, we've seen some of the rigs here range from a wooden chair to some full-on stuff. I know some people at least use VR as well. So yeah,
yes.
quite the range in equipment that people are using.
I'll stick with my trusty Poang IKEA chair.
Well, I've got a little bit of a hole in the flooring of where I sit because I take off the wheels of my chair, and there's a little thing in the middle that's to cut through it. But that's my rig, and my chair has become a bit wobbly since I got a load cell pedal. But yeah, so the structural integrity of the chair, I'm not sure is going to be up to scratch for too much longer. But yeah, Caio right now doing a decent job at keeping Tony Mella at arm's length for now.
Yeah, at arm's length for now, as you said, but you just got to have a look at what the slipstream is going to be down the Kemmel Straight, because 9 tenths, 8.5 tenths, 9 tenths behind, that's certainly close enough for a slipstream, but the question is it close enough to make a move at Lecom at the end? We're just going to have to wait and see. Here comes Tony Mella accelerating out of La Source down towards Orusian Radio.
Yeah, and it's all about that overspeed. Very brief yellow flags in Sector 1. I think that might have just been a car letting itself be overtaken. We've got one of the World of Sim Racing Porsches that these guys are going to have to get past. I can't quite tell what number that is. I think that's number 28. It's kind of blended in with the 11th place car just in front of it as they both get past, so neither of them hindered by that GT, and as a result of that, they have got a little bit of clean air before they come up against the next car. That's the number 491, Your Name Here racing car that they'll be coming up against in 8th place in GT. So I have to try and get past that quite quickly, and ahead of that, it'll be another few seconds. Yeah, I mean, you can already see that Your Name Here car, actually, and that shows you how quick these prototypes are in relation to the GTs. It's about a 13, 14, sometimes 15-second deficit that those GTs have around this track, because it's about 2:03, 2:04 that these prototypes are doing, where it's more like a 2:17, 2:18, a couple of 2:16s as well for these GTs as they both get past. That was very risky from Tony Mella, and he's going to have to stick alongside a little bit more. That's really going to compromise his entrance, make it a much tighter entrance into Stavolo now. It's going to compromise his straight line speed here, and you can see the gap is still increasing to the Armson racing car. But we are going to flip to the GT battle, and this is the Wave Frame car, P10 in class. That's got Michel Rocon on the wheel with Blaze Mishk in front. Oh no, sorry, Mark Veit behind, just half a second in that Black Hawk racing car. So we'll see what that number 77 will do. Both in the same machines, although different drivers, different setups, will feel very different to either of the drivers. As we have hit the 4-hour mark, we are halfway through the VEC, 8 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. And it has been quite a dramatic race so far. And I think we've got we've got half the race to go yet. And a lot more interesting stuff to see, including Marcel Chinchik pulling into the pits as the race leader. So yeah, that LMP2 pit stop phase well and truly underway, right on the mark, you might say, for Chinchik to pit on the hour. But yeah, we've got this battle here. Whether Mark Vaque can get past is going to be very interesting on Michel Rocon, and see what kind of defense this guy puts up. I mean, they've got Christian Heinmarsch just ahead, who's come into the pit lane, and it looks like Tony Mellor still piling the pressure onto Kayo as they head through the exit here. We could see nearly 3 wide with that GT getting in there. Moving to the inside goes Tony Mellor. That was very, very tight indeed with that GT as they head through Pouhon now. That dirty air is not going to be beneficial for the Zancho car. And once again, they've got GT traffic in the way, going down the inside of the Charlotte Lacey car. Very, very interesting move. Just try and get as much time as possible to Kayo in front. Getting all of these opportunities, maximizing them as much as possible. And look at that. Not closing up too much, but certainly not losing an awful lot of time past the wave frame. Same story as last lap, though. He's had a much tighter entrance into Stavolo, and it's going to cost him again. He's now over a second behind Kayo as a result of all this traffic. However, saying that, there is a long way to the next set of GTs that they're going to have to contend with. So now is the time for Mellor to close up that gap and try and make a move on this Armstrong racing car.
With Arms and Zancho there, using every single millimetre of the track available and then some in that battle. But yes, as you said, now is the opportune time for Zancho to try and gain a little bit of time without that traffic hindering this battle over the next lap or so. Because eventually you'll reach GT traffic because you're never more than 300 metres away from it at Spa.
No, it's always a lot in the way, but yeah, I mean, the next car in front of them is the I think the number 491, and that's currently heading into Les Combes now. But after that, the next car is just going towards Pouhon, so they have got a little bit of breathing room. Although saying that, as you said, it's not going to last for an awful lot of time because they are going to hit that traffic quite fast, and when they do, it'll be thin at first. But then it will certainly be a bit more busy as this battle progresses. But we've also got the battle for 7th involving the other, involving the Wave Freem Esports entrance. That's Michelle Ricky at the wheel, putting the pressure onto Dennis Jordan with Burst Edge Esports. So this is 8th versus 7th place. You can see locking up the rears a little bit, get that extra rotation on that prototype just to get it turned in as much as possible and carry that speed through these turns, such as the way that these cars need to be driven. And on the exit now towards Blanchemont goes Michelle Ricky. That gap, or Richie, I think, that gap is 0.7 of a second. Whether it goes as down rapidly, we'll have to wait and see. But also, ahead of Dennis Jordan, less than a second, is Matthew Beavis with Rookie Monsters. So I think, actually, both both Wave Freem and Rookie Monsters have had driver changes, and they are going to find each other once again on the track battling.
Yeah, find themselves on track again battling, like we've seen so many times already. As you said, having a look now at this battle between 11th and 12th, still between Arms and Sancho, and Mellor is definitely closer this time round, isn't he?
Yeah, he is going to be looking for that. They've just got past that 491 Porsche, the Your Name Here car, and this could be the opportunity Tony Mellor wants. Heading up Eau Rouge and through Radion. Will he have the speed going along the straight? There is a GT, though, that's going to come out just ahead of them, although I think they might clear it before the braking zone. Indeed, they have. With the slipstream for Tony Mellor, he's going to have a look at that inside line, but it's going to be covered off well by Kayo, and there just isn't the room for Tony Mellor's nose to get stuck down the inside of that Armstrong Racing prototype.
Yeah, this is something about the endurance pit lane here at Spa. I always think there's going to be a horrific. I always think there has been a horrific accident, and the car coming, well, that is coming to the pits is just going to rebound into the middle of the track, just because I'm so not used to it. That endurance pit exit, but indeed, as you said, that GT car coming back onto the pit, coming onto the Kemmel Straight, and of course they really do not have that much speed because they've essentially got to hug the tyre wall on the right hand side and the very outside of Radio all the way along before they even get onto the Kemmel Straight. So that really reduces the speed of the cars rejoining the circuit. We have having a look on board here with Mela in Zandra. It looks like he might just get held up with a GT car though.
Yeah, and I think it's the same story once again through Stavolo. And it's just going to be far better for Kayo, who doesn't get compromised on the entrance for that high-speed turn, whereas Tony Mella does, and he's 0.4 of a second behind, so not quite as much as previously. And I think the loss in exit speed is going to be somewhat mitigated by the slipstream as they head towards the bus stop chicane now. It's not going to be quite enough this lap, however, we're not far off the next lap, and this could be quite an opportunity approaching himself. As there's a GT in the pit lane. The next car though is on the Kemmel Straight, although they are going to hit a fair few GTs when that arises. So through La Source they go now, getting very close as Tony Mella, although not having a brilliant exit, unlike Kayo with the Armsim racing car, just keeping that speed up and just trying to get that distance safe behind. Although the Zancho car could be looking very strong here, riding right over the top of Radion. This is going to be close. You've got the trees blasting past in the Ardennes forest. Moving to the inside goes Tony Mella. Will he get it done before the braking zone? This is the opportunity he's been waiting for many laps, and it's finally come. And he is going to take 11th place at long last from Kayo and Armsim Racing.
Yeah, Mela eventually getting that position after we've seen so many times. He's now got 10 seconds to try and make it up to the top 10. And here we have a look at this. It's Rory McDuff in the Cetres and Nitro Velic's car 0.4 of a second behind 8th.
Yeah, he is quite close. And I think that we've suddenly arrived at a time where the battles are rather close. And as well as that, we've got Michelle Ritchie and Matthew Beavis up ahead of this battle as well. So it all seems to be happening at the same time in LMP2. And we'll see what this Cetres Nitro Velic's car will do in against this Black Hawk racing car with Dimitri Buksha at the wheel. So quite close between the two of them, 0.4 of a second. It does seem to me, though, that some drivers are struggling a lot more with overtaking than others at Spa tonight.
But I think part of that is just the traffic, because the traffic is so intense here at Spa. And because all the corners are pretty quick, if you're an LMP2 driver and you catch a GT driver, you know that can really impede you, because GT's well known for their aerodynamics. They're essentially just like more refined bricks when compared to the LMP2 cars. But yes, they're just so much slower through the corners. Just have a look at that. We just saw that right there with Blackhawk versus Nitro Velic's, as the Blackhawk car was held up by that GT traffic coming through Stavolo.
Yeah, and yeah, you just see the advantage of trying to get past those GTs before the high-speed turns. And I've also noticed as well, Michelle Ritchie has gotten past Matthew Beavis, although that doesn't seem to be settled quite yet. So all over LMP2. With Rory McDuff, though, can he get a good exit through the chicane? And you can see that they use as much of that curve as possible, not quite as much as we saw in the real-life Spa 24, where those GT3s riding right up against the pit wall, but nonetheless maximising every inch of track available to them to get as much speed as possible. Not quite so possible on the exit of La Source because of that big old sausage curb, which is very easy to go onto and then get stuck on and compromise your exit speed. But you can see over the hill they go, riding right along the Kemmel Straight, sort of a mini straight that we'll see at Le Mans later on. We'll see a lot of slipstreaming there and lots of drafting and all sorts of good stuff when we get there. But right now we are at Spa, a track with a very different nature. All these high-speed turns come together to form quite an amazing track, and we have got a Your Name Here Porsche. I don't know what it is, but it does seem to be the Porsches that always seem to end up in front of these LMP2s.
Yes, it's almost like there's some sort of magnetic attraction between the two of them, isn't it? Yes. So now having a look at the Burst Edge esports car, there's Jordan currently driving that. 7/10, 6/10, 5/10, 4/10 of a second behind the car in front. But I say that we go immediately back to McDuff and Blackhawk.
Yeah, and you can see that's a Porsche just compromising the exit into Lefagnet for Rory McDuff. And once again, the traffic just seems to be working far better for the car in front this evening than it is for the car trailing. Although it only takes one car for that to be swapped on its head and the attacking car to be able to get a position done and dusted. Although keeping an eye on these guys as they head through towards Blanchimont, they have got a couple of GTs to get past ahead of them, the numbers 66 and 71. So that's Speedy Mike Racing and Jean Lacey Esports. I think they've got to get past, and they go onto the pit straight or the start finish straight, because there are technically two pit straights. I think you could argue here because of the sheer length of the pit lane, and you can see the gap opening a little bit more again. So this is the P8 car. It's the Jean Lacey Esports with Casper Stolzer at the wheel. And you can see a very nice rig he has got running right now. And yeah, that just shows you the
Triple
contrast
screens.
between the controller
Yeah.
we were talking about earlier and this.
Yeah, triple screens as well. Very nice, a very nice rim there. That almost looks like a direct drive wheel as well, if
I think it
my eyes
is.
don't deceive me.
Yeah, it looks very GT. In fact, it's even got like an extending pole that
It
makes
does,
it
yeah.
look even more authentic. But yeah, he's currently in
I'm
sixth
just
place.
now, I'm just now expecting there to be a quick release in the rim, and just at some point in the near future, accidentally triggering the quick release.
Yes, and the wheel
Yeah.
coming off, I think. But yeah, looks very nice. I'm somewhat jealous, but
Yeah,
we'll
yeah.
see what he can do, because he has got a little bit of a gap up ahead. He's a minute and 40 seconds off the class leader, that's Zancho, with Goran Djordjevic at the wheel of that car. However, up ahead of him is a 12-second gap, and look at this. It's the Rookie Monster Wave Frame rivalry with Christian Malguera. Oh no, that's the complete wrong Wave Frame, not even the same category. Sorry, but yeah, this is the fifth place Rookie Monsters with Matthew Beavis at the wheel. Sorry, and Michelle Ritchie has got past that MP2 and is now going to try and pull away from there.
Yes. Here is way for you for Rookie Monsters, as you said. Matthew Beavis currently in fifth place, looking to turn that P5 into a P4. Look at that wave frame moving all the way to the right hand side of the circuit, forcing Rookie Monsters to go Buffalo Gals all the way around the outside of the com, but not close enough to make the move that time round.
No, he has just about defended, but yeah, this is the rivalry we've been seeing a fair bit, and it's going to be another. That's an Aston Martin this time, actually, really
Wow.
squeezing to the inside of Bruxelles, making the most of that, leaving just enough room though for Matthew Beavis to get through and keep the pressure going ahead. You can see using a little bit more than maybe should be allowed on the exit of that runoff, just because it's so flat and there isn't really any punishment for doing so, unless you're going to talk about track limits and drive-throughs, which have a lot of impact around this circuit, more so than any other circuit we will see in this championship, this season at least, and potentially next season as well, because I think the Spa is just unique in having such a long pit lane.
Yeah, especially in this endurance layout, it's so incredibly long. I'm just trying to think of the other circuits that we've been to. No, this is definitely the longest this season. But look at this, the roof cam, if you like, from the Rookie Monsters car is coming underneath the banner there, up towards Blanchimont. GT traffic ahead. It's going to be caught halfway through Blanchimont. Has to take a little bit of an inside line. GT traffic exiting stage right to make sure it does not get in the way of the Rookie Monsters car, braking hard for the bust up chicane, the right and then the left.
Yeah, and he has. Oh, that's a big slide there for one of the speeding ones. This is the other one though, position 13, and that's Andrea Terzi now with the Wave Frame car in P12. That's going to be quite a comfortable position for him, and yeah, we will see what he can do in relation. He's got 7.5 seconds or so to the car in front. He's a lap down on the leader. However, just keeping it going, we've still got 3 hours 45 minutes, a long way before that checkered flag is finally waved. He's just got to keep going and keep that pressure or that speed up. And this is the race leader. Back in the lead is the Burst Esports Complexity. Now David Mroshek at the wheel. 119 laps completed and a 30-second clearing to that car behind. To Yuri Toman, who is at the wheel of that Vargas Sim Racing, and Arne Schoenfeld is in the Agera once more, and we know he is especially quick in that prototype. So we'll see what he can do for the position of the number 2 car, currently in 3rd. That might change. We'll have to just keep an eye out on that. But yeah, definitely a few driver changes in this top category in the most recent set of pit stops.
Yeah, those most recent set of pit stops, as you said. Just wait and see how this category shakes up. Having a look now, though, at the Burst Edge Esports car, there's been a driver swap in that car. So David Mroshek in that car instead of Michi Hoya, but indeed still leading this race by still a good amount, 34 seconds.
Yeah, so it is a fair gap. And it seems to be staying roughly this much, because it was like this at the throughout pretty much the whole of last, and saying over 30 seconds, between 30 and 35 seconds, and it does look like, right now at least, Burst Esports and Complexity are my favourites to win. Although,
oh no,
that's always going to be that's sealed the curse of the commentator for them. So if you have got your bets on Burst Esports and Complexity, probably withdraw it now before it's too late. But yeah, they are looking especially strong so far.
Yes, as you said, they have been incredibly strong so far, and they do look like they are the car to beat in the LMP2 class as it stands. So we've got Rory McDuff versus, Citrus versus the car in 8th, the Blackhawk car. And look at that, someone's gone incredibly wide, and that's McDuff going incredibly wide at Blanchemont. And to be honest, I don't know where he even went. It disappeared behind the trees for a few seconds.
Well, fortunately, he's managed to come back to the tarmac at least, and he has got to be careful because he is closing up to Dimitri Buksha in that Blackhawk Pescara and Racing Team LMP2. That gap is under a second, but it's going to be quite hard to close up. We've seen Rory McDuff a fair few times actually now, closing up 2 cars in front, and this will be no different. Although, Buksha does seem to be quite quick still, because there is a reason that he is in 8th place, and he is actually ahead of that Cetrez Nita Velux. So they are going to be keeping an eye on behind in those rearview mirrors. But you can see over a second the gap, and it could potentially be increasing, although that might just be a direct result of the traffic they've just navigated.
Yeah, just a little bit of traffic that they've navigated. You know, just the traffic they've navigated over the past 4 hours and 20 minutes of this race. But yes, they will continue to navigate that traffic over the next 3 hours and 42 minutes. Still Blackhawk versus Nitrovelix. Blackhawk now 8/10 of a second, almost 9/10 of a second ahead of that Nitrovelix car. Right, McDuff is going to be looking to close down that gap as soon as possible.
Yeah, and yeah, it is closing up again. We've got the 2 Porsches. Now in a bit of a sandwich is Dimitri Buksha, although that won't last too long. There doesn't seem to be much of room past that Your Name Here car, though, as McDuff did struggle to find the gap he needed to push through. But this is Dennis Jordan now with the Burst Edge Esports behind the rookie Monsters car. We've seen a fair amount so far this evening. That's Matthew Beavis at the wheel of the number 37. Half a second is the gap behind as they go up the rally-on turn onto the Kemmel Straight. That could close down quite rapidly, as we see it do quite a few times so far this evening. However, I'm not sure that 4/10 is enough, and you can see there the changing distance between the 2 of them. That last lap, 1.34 seconds was the deficit of Matthew Beavis on Dennis Jordan. So clearly very fast is that Burst Edge car. He did a 2:02.9 last lap, whereas Beavis did a 2:03.2. No, he didn't. That's completely wrong. He did a 2:04.5, and Jordan did a 2:03.2. So definitely a quicker car behind, and that does make me wonder whether Beavis will put up too much of a fight, as it may be detrimental to the both of them as they pass the class leader of GTE. That's Goran Djordjevic with the Zansho car. Quite comfortable there. And once again, it's going to be a 30-second or so lead to second in that class, somewhat reflecting the current difference in LMP2. However, Matthew Bevis, he is going to come under quite a lot of pressure now. Dennis Jordan, 3.5 tenths of a second as we head out of Stavelot or the Curb Paul Frere through Blanchimont now. 2.5 seconds, 2.5 tenths rather, a quarter of a second. Under braking, it is always a little bit risky to have a go through here, as we've seen quite a few times this evening. No one's had any big incidents yet. However, you don't want to be the first to make an incident such as that happen. As we head through La Source now, I think we could see a classic move into Les Combes. What do you think, Neil?
Yeah, that move into Les Combes we've seen so often so far today. But now it is the turn of Dennis Jordan to try and make that move on Matthew Bevis into Les Combes, coming up the hill, climbing up that incredible hill through Radion onto the Camel Straight. The speed building and building and building. And that gap closing and closing and closing. Is Jordan close enough this time? He's going to move to the right-hand side of the circuit, the centre of the circuit. Can he do it under brakes? Indeed he has. He's made the move on Matthew Bevis.
He's been very successful there, managing to as well keep it on the tarmac, which some people doing the same job have not quite done as well. I think Marcel Shinchik comes to mind quite a while ago now. I think that was about an hour ago.
Yeah,
he made the move where he just went a little bit too deep. But yeah, very successful there from Dennis Jordan. He's already putting away from Matthew Bevis, and he has now got to look ahead to Michelle Ritchie, 4.6 seconds up the road. They're both on lap 122. It's quite a gap to close up, although with the current pace of Dennis Jordan, it might not be as difficult as one may think, although his last lap was invalidated, so we have no time to compare with Michelle Ritchie, although Michelle Ritchie was 1 second faster, or 9 tenths of a second faster than Matthew Bevis. So that on the last lap, that gives you a bit of an indicator as to the pace difference between those two cars. And obviously Dennis Jordan was sat behind Matthew Bevis. Now he's going to be able to unleash his full pace, as he's already pulled a second ahead of that Rookie Monsters car. And the following that will be able to get an indicator of how quickly he'll be able to close up to that Wave Freem car, if of course he is able to catch up, although with the current pace is definitely a possibility. We've also got World of Sim Racing up ahead. Blue flags being waved all over the shop for these GTs because there is a lot of overtaking constantly happening around this track.
Yeah, just purely with the speed differential between the two classes, especially with the top speed differential, there's always a lot of overtaking here. Matthew Bevis is going to just be caught up there. Oh, cutting it very fine. You just saw in the very corner of your screen coming into a rouge.
Yeah, well, he's been quite lucky to get away with that. Did it very well, though. But yeah, that could have ended a lot worse. Although we are going to move to Christian Malguera in the GTE. So I remember this time. And it's Kasper Stolzer ahead of him in that Jean and Lacey Esports Aston Martin. So it's 6th against 5th for this positional battle. Up ahead, though, is 45 seconds to 4th with Adam Baldwin in that Jesus Motorsports Club. So right now, this is going to be quite an important battle because it's the lead of their sort of area on track right now. And it looks like Christian Malguera is quite quick. He's closing up that gap to Kasper Stolzer, and we'll see whether the Jean Lazy Esports car is able to defend from this. Currently a push, could very well become an onslaught from Wave Freem. As on the last lap, I'll give you the lap times. Wave Freem, because Christian Malguera, he did a 2:15.6 the previous lap. Kasper Stolzer did a 2:16.167. So yeah, definitely a deficit in pace for that lead car. You can see half a second difference on the previous lap. So Christian Malguera closing in very quickly, although it's one thing to close up, another thing to get past. And I say that Azure Racing have pulled into the pit lane, actually, showing just how off camera you could say they are with everyone else in terms of strategy, coming in about 10 or 15 minutes earlier than most of the other drivers will be, if not more. Maybe just trying to, as you were saying earlier, just work back from that checkered flag. But the current battle at hand is this GT battle for 5th place. And we'll see whether Malgera is able to get past or whether Stolzer is able to defend for as long as possible.
You're defending as long as possible. Well, preferably the defend for another 3 hours and 35 minutes. That is a very, very difficult job. But as you said, yes, defending as long as possible. Try and keep that 5th position as long as possible. And this Wave 3 Esports car doesn't look to be close enough for moving to Lecom this time round.
Not quite, and that's going to be the sister LMP2 squeezing in between them and perhaps getting past his teammate, actually where he might like, because this could delay Stolzer a little bit, making him take not quite the racing line through that high-speed right-hander, which is sometimes quite awkward if you carry a little bit too much speed on the exit of Lecom. And you can see through Bruxelles now, going for a sort of secondary apex to try and keep the car, that Wave 3 car behind him, although it does seem that Christian Malgera is going to be putting on some pressure. Although saying that, we've got the Burst Edge Esports and the Rookie Monsters car coming through as well, through Pooh, and that's going to force Casper Stolzer wide. That is a little bit risky, but this could be good news for Christian Malgera. You can see the constant concentration, on the Jean Alesi driver's face there on that real-life camera for him. And you can see he is trying to just navigate these chicanes with utmost precision, although it does seem that that Wave 3 car is very quick, and we could see a move imminently.
Yeah, that move could be coming within the next couple of minutes or so. That is a very good point, Hugo. As we're having a look now from the backwards from the Jean Alesi car from Casper Stolzer, you can see Casper Stolzer there in the picture. You can see him battling with that wheel. Just look at the feedback that he's getting. It's almost never still. He's always having to fight a little bit of feedback through that wheel as Stolzer now comes through the bus stop chicane and onto the start finish straight.
Yeah, you can see that he's clearly running quite high, and he's doing some adjustments as well, so maybe not quite happy with the current feeling of the car, maybe weighing up the brake balance, putting the brake bars a little further rearward just to help get that rotation, or maybe he's just preparing to not resist too much, although saying that it would be beneficial to try and keep this car behind him at least until the next pit stop. But right now, with that pace of Malgera, it's not likely that he's going to be able to keep him behind with onto the Camel Straight. In fact, immediately going for that pass goes the Wave 3 Ferrari, just having a lot more straight line speed. He's going to get past into 5th place. It's all going to be about the braking zone into Lecom, because still holding the inside is Casper Stolzer. He will be forced to the outside for the second part though, but onto the curb goes Christian Malgera. That's caused some extra rotation and cost him a little bit of time, and that's going to mean that it's going to be 5th place held on to for now for Jean Alesi Esports and their team, although for how much longer that will last, we'll have to wait and see.
How much longer that will last is going to be a very, very good question. And yes, Wave 3 Esports had a good shot there at the Jean Alesi Esports car, but the thing is, traffic just got a little bit in the way through that move. So it doesn't look like Wave 3 has the speed at this moment in time. The question is, can we capitalize on that?
Yes, and well, look at this. It's already closing up a fair bit. There was that element of traffic from those LMP2s, although currently they seem to be a little bit freer of them. Although saying that, I'm not sure how long that will last, because there are a few closing up behind us. There always will be. But right now, Christian Malgera is in 6th place. And that was a fantastic defensive move from Casper Stolzer to hold him behind. Although, will he be able to pull off a similar thing now? Heading through Blanchimont now towards that bus stop chicane. It could be the braking zone that Malgera needs to try and make that move. We've got the onboard as the picture-in-picture as we look at the trackside cameras. But it is going to be Stolzer holding off the inside as well. Just keeping that position for now as we move towards La Source. There is an LMP2 to try and get itself through these two drives, and it's going to do so along the straight, costing nobody any time, which is what you usually want to see, although it doesn't always work out like that. So it's all going to be, as we keep saying, it's all about the speed, and that is pretty much racing in a nutshell. But along this straight now towards the Eau Rouge Radion section, and it looks like Malgera is able to carry so much more speed than Casper Stolzer along there, but I think the Aston Martin is pretty much equally matched in straight line speed, and yeah, it looks like Stolzer is going to perhaps go for the same. No, it's going to be the inverse of last time. And Malguera has gotten past before the apex. And I think that might see a seal on that battle. Because, yeah, Malguera just seemed to have so much more speed on the exit of Radion. He was able to sail straight past. And then we've also got the Rookie Monsters and Wave Freem, or Burst Edge battle, sorry, occurring with this fourth place is the position. Matthew Beavis once again ahead of Dennis Jordan. So this seems to be flipping around a little bit between the two of these drivers. They're both fighting for this fourth place, and neither of them want to give this up.
Of course, neither of them want to give that position up as it stands. But we're nearing, 3.5 hours. We're about the halfway point of the GT stints now, really. If you have a look at the times, because we expect the GTs to pit once an hour on the hour, as that was an LMP2 car just diving off to the right hand side there into the pits, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah, that's the Rookie Monsters of Matthew Beavis now making his pit stop. 3.5 hours to go, and I think that's going to mark the start of the next salvo of LMP2 pit stops. It's always on the quarter of the hour that these LMP2s will stop, although that changes by 15 minutes each stint. But this is Yuri Toman. You can see his onboard heading through towards Stavilo now. He has got quite the gap to close up ahead, 30.5 seconds to David Mrozek and the Burst Esports Simplicity car, which has entered the pit lane as well. So we'll probably see the Varga car stay out for another lap or two more, although this first set of pit stops has commenced on that lap 127, going into 128 now. Yeah, you can see Varga staying out a little bit longer, and it's all going to be potentially about the length of that final pit stop at the end of the race, and just minimizing the length of that, and also trying to keep as little fuel in the car as possible, because that tends to be what the endurance racing is. It's trying to minimize the length of that final stint, or just make the final stint as optimal as possible, and then just having a sprint race to the finish from there, although you've also got these battles in between. But yeah, that's Yuri Toman then in the lead, and we'll see what happens then when Toman pits himself, and the position of Mrozek in relation to him in the aftermath of that.
Yeah, in the aftermath, just waiting to see how these pit stops really plan out, how they play out, and see who is in front at the end of this cycle. Yuri Toman in that Varga Sim Racing car, 37 seconds ahead of David Mrozek in that Burst Esports car. But as we know, 37 seconds is certainly not enough of a gap to keep that first place.
No, definitely not. And we've seen again and again, it does seem that the Burst Simplicity car does prefer to pit a little bit earlier. That's the way its strategy is working out than Toman and Varga Sim Racing. And in the final stint, though, what that might mean is that Varga can have a slightly shorter pit stop. Although with a deficit of 30 seconds, I'm not sure they're going to be able to make that up on just the fuel stop. With only a couple laps less to put in. But we have got this battle for 7th place with the Black Hawk Pescara Sim Racing team and Rory McDuff behind them in Cetrez Nita Velix. The battle for 7th place right now. Dimitri Buksha is on the defense. He did a 2:03.0 last lap, a 2:03.2 for Rory McDuff as they head across the start finish line now to commence their next lap. So it's a 2:03.7 for 2:03.4 for Buksha and a 2:03.6 for Rory McDuff. So McDuff clearly does have the pace against this Black Hawk Pescara car. It's all about whether he can get that position and position his car correctly in order to do so as they head up the radial part of the track, past the trees that are casting longer and longer shadows as this race does wear on. We're in 3 hours 26 minutes to go. Can Rory McDuff make the position this lap? It doesn't seem like he's going to be able to, at least in this first sector, going through Les Combes now into the infield. Well, not really infield, but the central part of the circuit where it is very windy and a lot more difficult to overtake as a result.
Yeah, a lot more difficult to overtake in the central part of the circuit. as you said, essentially from Les Combes all the way down to, well, Stavelot is very difficult to pass. You can make a move here and there, but it really is not easy at all. You've really got to wait until the bus stop for your next main overtaking opportunity. And here we go, the battle for 7th in the GTEs. And have a look at this, just half a second separating the two of them.
Yeah, and we've seen time and time again with these GTs that they love to get quite close, and the batting between them, because they are less aerodynamic than the LMP2s, can be very interesting. Maybe some more allows for some more unorthodox moves sometimes taking place. Although they have got less to worry about when it comes to traffic, because the traffic has to get past them, not them around the traffic, which is always beneficial to the GT drivers.
Of course.
Yeah, the LMP2 guys always like it for these cars just to stick to their line and be as predictable as possible.
Yeah, and that really is, that's also in the rules as well, is that, you know, it's the job of the lapping traffic to make their way around the lapped traffic. That's written in the rules here in the VEC as well. So it is the job of the LMP2s, for example, to make their way around the GT. The GT can just hold the racing line all the time. The LMP2s need to make their way around. So your name here, car. Look at that, make a move to the left-hand side just before the bus stop chicane. Are you going to have a nice cut back through the chicane? No, weren't able to get the power on in time.
No, not quite. He did carry a lot of speed through there, and it was looking quite strong. Having a look at that inside line into La Source, just not the position to be gained there. But he is certainly looking quite strong, is Christian Hemmingson, for your name here racing. Potentially that 7th place looking, Christian Heinmarsch, sorry, with Leonardo Pupo ahead of him. He could be sensing a little bit of a tingle, and that 7th place could come potentially into Les Combes.
And having a look at that gap close and close and close, it's going to be moved to the left hand side. He's going to be forced, 3 wide with the LMP2 coming down into Les Combes. Is there going to be enough overlap? There is indeed. Your name here goes up into 7th.
Yeah, just about to pull that off, but he's going to have to hold on to it now, because that is still some pressure behind from Leonardo Pupo. Behind him, he's got to be careful that he doesn't make a mistake quite yet and allow for his position that he's just fought quite hard to take to be taken back. However, it looks like he's quite clear, and he's going to start increasing that gap. The car ahead, that's Kasper Stolzer, is 8.7 seconds down the road, so quite some time until he'll find himself back in a battle, if all goes to plan.
Yeah, 8.7 seconds appears to be a large gap at the moment, but of course, they can easily make that up, you know, just through pure pace, or indeed from a small mistake there from the Jean Alesi driver, Kasper Stolz, currently in that car. But look at that gap is already out to a second since that move. Hemmingson appears to have the pace.
Yes, he does. And yeah, 1.2 seconds. Heinmarsch is really quite quick. We'll see what he can do in relation to Kasper Stolzer, though. The next lap, in a lap or so's time, will be a bit more indicative of their pace between each other. And we have got more pit stops occurring in LMP2. We've seen Roy McDuff, he's just gone into the pit lane. We saw a couple of other cars as well, but that was a really quick lap just before going in from Roy McDuff. It did a 2. Oh no, never mind. That was his fastest lap, which explains why it was so quick. But yeah, he did a 2:10 because he went into the pit lane. And obviously you have to slow down before you reach that start-finish line. But yeah, as you can see on the screen now, Christian Heinmarsch is slowly but surely pulling a gap away from Leonardo Pupo.
Yeah, that gap, as you said, well, it was a second before. It's now 1.5 seconds. So Hemmingson does appear to be pulling that gap. This would have a battle for 10th position in the LMP2s. It's Undercover versus Zancho. Now, where have we seen this battle before?
Yeah, and once again, Tony Mellor on the offensive to try and put Jim Hughes under pressure. As up ahead, we have Dennis Jordan going into the pits for Burst Edge Esports. But yeah, we'll see what happens between Jim Hughes and Tony Mellor. I think Mellor is looking quite quick. His last lap was a 2:04.4, with Jim Hughes doing a 2:05.3. So clearly the faster car, at least on last lap pace. Average pace though, we'll see. But Tony Mellor, he is on the offensive, and we know what he can do when he's attacking. He's done it quite a few times so far this evening, and we've seen that this battle Zansho versus Undercover Sim Racing many times before. As they head through Pool 1 now, there's a little bit of traffic up ahead. That's one of the Your Name here cars a little bit further ahead than this Ferrari that they're both going to get past. In fact, not quite. I think Tony Mellor just wanted to get a little bit of that paintwork on his own car as he flashes to let him know that he's there, although I think it's a little bit too late for that, as the Your Name Here car, and that is going to play into Tony Mellor's hands because Jim Hughes has been forced off the racing line there. You can see how rapidly that gap is closing down with the slipstream to help him. Tony Mellor through Blanchimont now is closing down to under 0.3 of a second. This could be an opportunity for a move as a result of traffic if he can get it under brakes. Will Jim Hughes hold that inside line? Yes, he does. He just places it in the center of the track, blocking any chance of an overtake for Tony Mellor without taking any drastic action. So for now, Jim Hughes is going to hold that 10th position, although the overspeed of Tony Mellor there was very high indeed.
Yeah, that was a massive overspeed, as you says. And yes, now still just having a look at this. Well, the Zansho car is now 0.3 of a second. So coming up the hill, there's going to be moving to Lucom, no doubt.
Yes, I think we are going to see the classic Jimmy Hughes. He's got quite a task to defend here because you can see just the amount of overspeed you get from that slipstream. We've got a Porsche that's up ahead of them. They're both going to have to look to the inside perhaps. No, they're not. Tony Mellor getting ahead before the apex, which is always the best because it means you're not going to lose an awful amount of time by going side by side through there. Jimmy Hughes, though, could have a chance of retaliating as they both go past the traffic. And you can see the size difference as well. These MP2s, they look big in isolation, but in comparison to the GTEs, they really are quite tiny. But there you can see Jimmy Hughes is in 11th place now with Tony Mellor and Zansho up into 10th.
Yeah, up into that 10th position. You can see that 10th position not only denoted by the graphics at the bottom, but also by the 010 on the LED light boards on the side of these LMP2 cars. But look at that gap, 1.3 seconds already. It appears that Mellor is running away. But the thing is, he's got a lot of time to wake up to the next car in 9th.
Indeed, you are right. He's got 39 seconds. No, 2 minutes even.
Yeah,
so, yeah, sorry.
I think that is 2 minutes, yeah.
That's almost a lap deficit. In fact, we might even see the next car ahead of Tony Mellor behind him in a short amount of space, in a short amount of time at least. So yeah, we are also, I think we've passed the LMP2 phase of pit stops, although we might see the GTs in the next 20 minutes or so. They're going to be starting at their next phase of pit stops, their penultimate pit stops actually, because of course they can go pretty much the full hour, the Grand Tourers, in comparison to the other cars. And just exiting the chicane then, I believe, was the Cetrez Nita Velix car. No, that's David Rochek, never mind. The Cetrez Nita Velix still a mile ahead of Tony Mellor, with Roy McDuff at the helm of that car. But this is the race leader again. David Rochek has pitted, as has Yuri Toman. That gap, though, only 20 seconds this time. So something has changed. Perhaps a tyre change, maybe different strategy as a result, changing the tyres at different times, maybe resulting in that shorter pit stop for the Vargas and Racing. No, never mind. Oh, yeah, not Vargas and Racing, but Matthias Strara for Go Team Racing enters the pit lane, as does Team Spirit Racing, I believe, or DX Droids rather. They're also entering the pit lane. They're all the way down in 13th place, so it's really not their day today.
Yeah, it's not going particularly well for them today. As you said, they're going to be hoping for a better race next time out at Le Mans in 4 weeks' time. So please join us all for that. And yes, 24 hours is going to be incredibly fun. I think it's beginning at a slightly earlier time than normal as well, if my memory serves me correctly. I think it's beginning at 3 p.m. Central European time.
Well, as my first season, that will essentially be normality for me at least. But yeah, that is...
this is true. Yes.
They'll change the stints though from the usual. If drivers are used to that at a different time, they'll have to maybe work around it a little bit more. But also, with this being an esports series, you can, if you've got quite an international team, you can really organised stints to the benefits that everyone can get a decent night's sleep as well.
One time when I didn't get a decent night's sleep was the first season that I commentated on the VEC. I think it was season 8 if memory serves me correctly. And yeah, I did the 24 hours commentary. That was fun. Yeah.
No, definitely. I have to drink a lot of water for that.
Yeah, but somehow I managed to make it through without falling asleep. I was actually pretty proud of myself. As they're having a look at Davin Rochek now in that Simplicity car coming down towards the source. Now, as you said, that gap appears to be ebbing and flowing a little bit.
Yeah, well, it is a little bit of a weird one. The Yuri Toman is only 20 seconds behind now. I do think that that's probably down to the pit stop length. Maybe the Burst Esports Complexity putting on a fresh set of tyres and Vargas Racing not doing the same. However, we've got Christian Margera now and Kasper Stolzer. We saw this battle earlier, I believe, and Kasper Stolzer now 1.5 seconds behind. He's doing a decent job, actually, keeping that Aston Martin pretty solidly and consistent in 6th place. And he's actually closing up a little bit to Christian Margera. I think that's been a little bit helped by the prototype that has just passed them. But yeah, Stolzer, he's doing well to just be consistent and keep that Jean Alesi car in a good position. Of course, it's all about being consistent in the championship, because if you can consistently score very decently, whereas one team will score very high and then very low the next race, you're always in with a chance of beating them, especially as we go into Le Mans next month. And of course, that is a 1.5 times the championship points, so even more reason to go and attend that race if you're one of these teams, especially if you're in quite a tight championship position.
Yeah, those 1.5 times points are all going to be all important next time out at Le Mans. And if I can just quickly find it, actually, I'm about to be able to find the rule somewhere. Remember correctly, I think it's even a half point, is it, when they say 1.5? It isn't rounded up to 38. I think it is just a straight 37.5. So that half point is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're going to see potentially not the championship wrapped up tonight, but maybe at Le Mans. And of course, it's one thing to win Le Mans, it's another to win the championship. If you can do both in one, then that'll definitely be a day for celebrations for the drivers. But also, you'll be wanting to sleep, as that is a big tank slapper there for Leonardo Pupo. As yeah, you can see for the no, that was for the Aston Martin, sorry, of Jean Alesi. There was a big slide through that, as riding straight over the curb goes this number 83. So you can see that was Leonardo Pupo there, taking quite a rough line over the curbs. And up ahead is the Your Name Here car. Ahead of him, that's 1.5 seconds up the road. Christian Heimarsch at the wheel of that. And we'll see what they can do, because Pupo, it's a bit of a gap to close down. With about 15 minutes left in this, and you can see he's just going slightly over the curb there onto the dusty bit, which isn't usually raced over. But yeah, along the Kemmel Straight, we'll see what the straight line speed difference is, and it seems to be advantage Porsche here at the Kemmel Straight. The Aston Martin not quite as quick along the straights, but will probably make up for that. The Ferrari rather will probably make up for that in the central section of the circuit, where it's a little bit more windy. We'll have to wait and see though. The relating times. So Your Name Here, Christian Heimarsch did a 2:16.7 last lap. It was a 2:16.69. So it was actually 0.05 of a second between them. So they're quite evenly matched at the moment. And maybe closing down a little bit is Leonardo Pupo. So this might be after one where he takes away a little bit here and there and just slowly chips away at that gap.
I have been informed by Mr. Race Control himself, Jimmy Allison, that it is indeed rounded up. So it is 38 points for a win next time out, as opposed to 37.5. But yes, that extra point, even because it is rounded up, that extra half point could be incredibly important as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close one, especially if in those close areas of the championship. I mean, the lead, it's only 23 points in between first and second right now, I believe anyway. So I've got that very wrong. No, it is 23 points. Vargas Racing leading with 550. Burst Edgy Sports 527. Right now, though, Varga Sim Racing are in the second place right now, although Burst Edge are in 5th place. So that is certainly going to make Le Mans a must-watch this season.
Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, I think it was in one of the previous seasons as well. It were 3 classes, LMP1, LMP2 and GTE. So it's before we moved across to the official packs when we were using a mod. If memory serves me correctly, there was 9 LMP2 cars that season. And at that point, Le Mans was double points. And coming to Le Mans, 8 of the 9 cars had a mathematical chance of winning the championship.
Wow.
I had massive spreadsheets and I had all the permutations written down in my notebook. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, that must have been a fair bit of work to sort out, no doubt, especially on the fly.
Yes, and then of course something happened almost immediately, and you know, my notes were essentially ruined at that point.
Yeah.
Because you know, if you always work on something, especially in sim racing, especially in racing at any point, as soon as you work on something, you know you'll have to bin those notes almost immediately because something happens in the race.
Yeah, you know what they say, no plan survives the first minute of the race. And I think in many circumstances that is especially true. We've seen it all the time in real life, and we see it all the time in sim racing as well. But one team whose plan is going rather well is Goran Djordjevic and Zansho Racing, 27 seconds clear of Christian Michael in second place. That's a number 60, Cetrez Nita Velix behind them. A fair way down the track. Zansho comfortably in the lead for now in that first place, number 87 there. And yeah, this is second place. Christian Michael, who's also got a 24-second gap behind him to Wojciech Polesny in the Varga Sim Racing Porsche. So it is quite spread out at the top of this class, much like it is in LMP2, and it does seem to be the midfields where all of the battling has been going down in those really tight areas of the race.
Yeah, the midfield is always incredibly exciting in almost any type of motorsport. As you said, it disappears through the midfield. At this moment in time, giving us the best battles, but that's not to say we will see battle towards the front in the final 3 hours and 8 minutes of the race here at Spa. Having a look at Christian Michel and that Citroën Niter Velix car, 27.5 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, this is very, very interesting. I mean, with Yuri Toman and David Brozek, that gap is still 19 seconds, so it's still not really changing. But yeah, as you were saying, Christian Michael, 27 seconds. It's not quite yet that we're going to see any battling in these top places, but as you were saying as well, when all of the strategies have been completed and we're just on that final stint, there's all to play for. That's when we might see some battles in these top areas and where it will finally be decided, because right now all we can really do is speculate.
Yeah, speculation is the name of the game at the moment. Having a look at Wojciech Polesny on board now, 50 seconds in the leader, 23.5 behind at Citroën Niter Velix car. Obviously currently on board with the Varga Sim Racing cars. He's making his way through the bus stop, the right and the left, getting on the throttle as early as possible in order to get a good launch onto the pit straight.
Yes, and just carrying it through, you can see there goes one of the burst cars on the outside, and yeah, 23 seconds to Christian Michael ahead, whereas it's 6.2 seconds behind to Adam Baldwin and Jesus Motorsports Club in that Porsche. But these are the current standings. We've got David Mroshek in first for LMP2 with Burst Esports and Pepsi, followed by Yuri Toman in Varga, Arne Schoenfeld for Azure, Michelle Ritchie, and behind Michelle Ritchie, Dennis Jordan, Matthew Beavis, Natash Starrett for Go Team Racing, Rory McDuff for Nita Velix, Dimitri Buksha and Tony Mellor in Zansho round out the top 10 of LMP2. Then in the top 10 of GTE, we've got Goran Djordjevic with Zansho in the lead, followed by Christian Michael and Cetrez Nita Velix. Marguson Racing with Wojciech Polesny at the wheel are third, followed by Adam Baldwin, and Juice's Motorsports Club, Christian Melguera and Waveframe Esports, Kasper Stolzer and Jean Lacey Esports. Christian Heimarsh is in the Your Name Here car. Drive Game Seat have Leonardo Pupo at the wheel. and Saul Sanchez is at the World of Sim Racing car with One Move Esports and Johan Kajan at the wheel, rounding out the top 10 there. You can see 126 laps completed for the leader of GTE, 138 for the leader of LMP2.
This is very impressive pace, even after 4 hours and 55 minutes here at Spa-Francorchamps, and on board with the race leader Devon Rocek in that Burst Esport Simplexity car as he's making his way down towards Blanchemont for lap number 138. He's currently on, and look at that gap that he's still got.
Well, he is very comfortable right there for now, is able to try and maximise the strategy, maybe extend these tyres and keep them a little bit on the safe side as a result of that essential safety net they have to the car behind. With that, 18 seconds, it is going down a little bit, but that may just be because Mrozek is relaxing a little bit, because we know he is a supremely quick driver in this championship.
Yeah, Mrozek is absolutely incredible, and you can just see that continuing with the pace of Michi Hoyer in the previous stint. So Mrozek doing very well at the moment. That gap 18.5 seconds, 19 seconds down back towards second place. Mrozek has a little bit of GT traffic ahead. I believe that's one of the rFactor Esports GT cars ahead.
Yes, I think you might be right, but yeah, 14th place right now is the Ramada Motorsport car with Pedro Ramada at the wheel, and that is a LMP2 getting around the outside of both of them. Up ahead though is a Speedymite Racing with Jeremy Talbot at the wheel. That is a gap of just 3.5 tenths of a second as they head towards Bruxelles now. This is going to be quite an interesting battle in GTE for the 13th place as the team owner takes his car for a spin around the circuit, and well, hopefully not a spin in the literal sense of the word, at least, as this battle begins to unfold. There's quite a lot of traffic to get past, in fact traffic overlapping traffic as well, so it's all a bit of an amalgamation of the two categories right now. However, that should surely clear itself up, but what this does mean is that the gap between Speedymite and Ramada could close up, and in fact it is just a 2 tenths of a second between them. We could see a move between these two cars imminently.
Yeah, there could be a move within the next couple of laps. At the moment, Pedro Ramada and that Ramada Motorsports car coming through corner Paul Flair down towards Blanchemont. We could even see a move coming down towards the bus stop.
Yeah, we could. Well, it all depends on the speed he's carrying through here, which seems to be very high. It is just 0.1 of a second. In fact, below that, really nose to tail through Blanchemont, running slightly wide, is the Speedymite car. He's just about kept it on the track, and he's going to hold the position for now. But how much longer can he do it? With the amount of pressure being put on him by Pedro Ramada, it doesn't look like it's going to be much longer. We could see a move into Les Combes, but certainly very close through Blanchemont between the both of them.
Yeah, so close to the highest speed corner in the circuit between the two of them. And Ramada, well, he hasn't really lost any time. He's still 4 tenths behind.
Yeah, he's just doing a fantastic job. I'm not sure where he's suddenly pulled this pace out of, but he's definitely making the most of it behind that Speedymite car as they head towards Les Combes now. This could be a potential move, moving to the outside, slightly unorthodox. Sometimes the inside line is preferred by these drivers. It all depends on that straight line speed between both of them, and it's going to be done before the turn-in, and he's going to be quite happy with that so long as he keeps it on the tarmac, which he has succeeded in, and that's going to be 13th place for Pedro Ramada and Ramada Motorsports.
A very, very good job there by the owner of Ramada Motorsport there. And Pedro will be now looking towards P12, 16 seconds up the road.
Yes, indeed. Well, that was certainly a battle to round out our stint. But I think now we're going to hand you over to Ewan O'Leary and Cameron Roger. Neil, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Indeed, it has been a pleasure with you, Hugo. But as you said, yes, let's move across to Cameron and to you.
Thanks very much, Neil. Really enjoyed the coverage over the last couple of hours, and thanks to Hugo as well. It's been great to tune in for the last couple of hours. As I mentioned, we've got 3 hours to go of the 8 hours of Spa, the penultimate round of Season 13 for the Virtual Endurance Championship. and David Mocek is still leading. His lead has been slashed to 17.5 seconds, being reeled in now by Yuri Toman, but he is still out front. As Neil and Hugo just said, I'm Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Cam Roger for the next hour or so. And yeah, we've come back and the race is in a similar situation in LMP2. We've got the same top three here, Cam, but David Mocek's lead is about 30 seconds smaller than it was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, the Varga boys are certainly the slightly quicker team, that's for sure, but Burst are giving it their all with Michi Hoyer and David Mocek. Mocek in the car at the moment. He got in at the previous stint, and yeah, we've got to see what they can do. 18 seconds is still a nice, comfortable margin, but it is coming down slowly. It was a couple of tenths on the previous lap, and it looks like Varga, especially with just 3 hours to go as we speak, they might just have enough to get that with maybe an hour or two to spare.
I think so, but I also think that Michi Hoyer might have a little bit more pace in the bag than David Mocek here, so we'll see on that one. I did actually have a conversation while we were in the break there. Well, I was on a break for the last couple of hours. I had a conversation with Michi Hoyer, and I won't read it out word for word, but I'll give you the general gist of what he messaged to me. I asked him because if you remember back about 3 hours ago now, there was that code 80 caused by Henning Voller and Kevin Jaeger coming into contact at the top of Eau Rouge. There was code 80 that Burst Esports and Michi Hoyer's car took advantage of. And so they were in a little bit of a fuel deficit. But obviously, he said that they're intending to make the same amount of stops as Varga in this race. And they're a little bit more fuel limited than Varga Sim Racing, but they're going to just monitor the race from here on in and try to avoid a splash. To me, it sounds like he's fairly confident that they are going to be able to avoid a splash, but it's easier said than done, and it's very, very important with the length of the pit lane around here. I think it's vital if they want to win this race that they avoid the splash.
Oh, absolutely, because you might think, oh, it's only going to be 5 or 10 seconds worth of fuel. Yes, but then it's the extra 35 or 40 seconds to actually drive through the pit lane. So you're going to lose best part of a minute just for having a splash. So it's going to be very important that they don't do that. I'm sure most of the teams sort of easily worked out by now what their fuel target is going to be. It's got to that point in the race where you can sort of work backwards a little bit. You can try and work out how much fuel you're going to need at the end and this sort of stuff. And you can do the maths already. So I'm sure the teams will be on top of that, especially the likes of Burst being in the team with the likes of Yene and Dennis in that Burst Edge Esports car. They're always really good at that. Having said that, their strategy today is still looking a bit interesting, though we have the next round of pit stops coming in with Schoenvliet, as always, with that car being the first ones to make their pit stop. But it is quite interesting to see that Burst Edge Esports car being so far down. They are going to gain a bit of that, or a lot of that back with their strategy, but is it going to be enough to be ahead when that checker flag falls?
That's the big question. I mean, they had 5 laps of a deficit when we left a couple of hours ago, and when that code 80 came out 2 hours and a half ago, or whenever it was, they had a 5-lap deficit, and in the last few, I think a few stints ago, they did a 20-lap stint, so they managed to get one of those laps back. In terms of a deficit over Varga. So now they're 4 laps short, well, 4 laps shorter than Varga, and that's for them to try and eke out a little bit later on in this race or throughout this race. But it's one of those pit stop cycles. You mentioned Arno Schoenvliet has just kind of kicked it off, really. Yeah, we are going to see pit stops for Burst in the next 5 laps or so, 5 or 6 laps for the race leaders. But it's one of those where the GTE cars come in as well. So we're going to have a very, very busy moment on the pit lane in a few moments' time. Fortunately for these guys, it's the last time it's going to happen this race. We normally get some of these portions of the race where the LMP2s and the GTEs come down the pit lane at the same time. It's going to be very, very busy down there for the next 10 minutes or so, 10-15 minutes or so. But after that, they will be pitting on the most part quite separately. But Nick De Silva gets back in for Arno Schoenvliet, and Azura kind of in a world of their own. They were about 40 seconds behind Varga and about 40 seconds in front of Waveframe, so consolidating 3rd place for those guys at the moment.
Yeah, when the pit lane gets busy as well, you've got to be careful for the pit boxes, because Jimmy has sort of separated them out a little bit, but you got to be a bit careful because you don't want to get involved with another car as they come out of their pit lane and you're trying to get in and things like that, because you never know. The pit stops are so long. As you're coming down the pit lane, you've got no idea when they're going to be released, so you've really got to be on your whereabouts. Also for those drivers exiting the pit as well, it's their responsibility to do so safely. So you've got to be very, very cautious when there's all sorts going on and different people racing. So hopefully no one comes into contact with that one. Yeah, with this VEC Esports situation at the moment, it's kind of opening up the door maybe for someone else to get onto that podium. That's not to say that the VEC guys won't be able to work their way back into that top 3 anyway, but it's certainly giving a good opportunity for the guys, as you mentioned, such as Schoenvliet or Michaela Ricci's team, to actually try and get up there into a top position.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there's a yellow flag in Sector 1 at the moment. Who has come unstuck and where? Down at La Source, it was the 71 car, and I believe rejoining might have hindered somebody, but it looks like that's all fine as we're seeing on the stream right now. Kasper Stoltz coming into the pit lane for Jordan Lacey Esports, leaving Christian Malglera out there on his own. He was being... they were having quite a nice battle, actually, throughout the last hour. We were watching there with Hugo and Neil about an hour ago, this battle between the two of them. But Kasper Stoltz pulls into the pit lane now, probably staying into the car because, or might be getting out, we'll see. Because I'm not entirely sure what their cycle is in terms of drivers. But yeah, certainly into the pit lane at the moment, leaving Waveframe out there just for a little bit longer. As things stand, Waveframe about 1 minute 20 down on the car in front, and they are the 2 championship rivals. Not that there's only 2. It's not a 2-horse race in GT by any stretch of the imagination, but 4 points separated them going into the day. Christian Malguero looks like he's going to get about 5th. Christian Mikel looks like he might get about 2nd place in this race. That's probably going to lose them about 10 points roughly. So that's not really a deficit you want, but it's not a huge loss really. As long as Naruto Velox don't win the race, then I think Waveframe will be able to limit their losses just a little bit here today.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, there's only a 4-point difference as well, so they're very close, and that's not going to make it as big an issue. Oh, there was a car spinning there into Puon. Yeah, there was. I didn't see who it was in the foreground, but there was a car that definitely went off the picture. That's a bit of an interesting place to have an accident. It is a very fast corner, but normally in these cars they've got so much downforce and grip there. It's really weird to see the rear just completely swapping ends, but maybe he touched the curb a little bit too much on the entry there.
Jimmy Hughes driving the undercover sim racing car, seemingly going off at Puon there as Christian Mikel comes into the pit lane from 2nd place in the GTE class, and Goran Djordjevic is out there to have nearly a 2-minute lead at this point because of the way the pit stops are working, but he'll be in about 2 laps himself, so we'll watch out for that. But there's your spin from Jimmy Hughes. Not something we often see. The prototypes we're so used to seeing absolutely glued to the ground through that high-speed corner because of the aero they have. It's almost impossible to spin them, but showing that these cars can indeed be spun. And yeah, it's quite fortunate that there's so much tarmac there and that Hughes didn't hit anything.
Yeah, he was just on a very weird line there, obviously just asking too much of the rear tyres to keep up with how hard he was trying to turn there. But fortunately, as you say, he managed to get going pretty easily. As you know, jump back to Riki, who's got Dennis Jordan not too far behind him. You can just see him in the background of the shot. Dennis Jordan is getting very close, and on the last lap was a couple of tenths quicker, so there's definitely a tiny bit of speed advantage for the number 28. But this Waveframe Esports car has done a pretty good job today so far in general, and they put themselves in a really good position. So they've obviously got the pace. We just need to see if they can hold on with this as Dennis chases them down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great fight, actually. This is for 4th place. When the pit stops correct themselves, it will be for 4th place, but it just really depends on what Ajira are doing with their pit stop strategy, because they may end up behind these guys anyway. We'll wait and find out, of course, but yeah, it will be for 4th when the pit stops correct themselves, and Ricci, Jordan, Bibistere, all very, very close together, separated by 20 seconds of the 4 of them, and that is pretty close for this deep into the race. Over 5 hours in at this point, over 5 hours and 10 minutes in at this point, and so yeah, it's quite a remarkable thing to see, really, these guys being so close. But Jordan now is starting to reel Ricci in just ever so slightly, but it's not been their ideal race, really, has it? It's been just I can't really put my finger on why it's gone so wrong for them, really. The strategy was going quite well. They had that spin, obviously, with Dennis Jordan at their come when they were battling with Yuri Toman earlier on, but yeah, I can't really put my finger on how or why it's gone the way it has, as the 71 car goes off at the bus stop chicane. Looks like they got back going again, but again, a couple of mistakes starting to creep in. We've had a few yellow flags in the last few minutes, and yeah, those mistakes just beginning to creep into some people's driving.
I still think it's going to come good for the Burst Edge team. We've been saying the whole race that it's been a long game for them, but it is quite weird to see how this one's going to work out, really. One good point to see was trying to remember, it was after the 6th stint of the race. Obviously, they'd done, after Yanis Simicic had been in the car, they'd done 2 triples, whereas Varga had done 3 doubles, and that was quite a good opportunity to see where they were, because they were all pitting at the exact same time, and Burst was still behind in that example as well. So yeah, we'll have to see again how the maths works out with that one. It is going to get to a point where they will basically do a stop. It might actually be on this next pit stop. They're basically going to do a stop where effectively they're going to be gaining on Varga, and that's going to be the stint. That's very important. But then obviously they will then have another one after that, because I believe there's about 4 stints to go in the race, with it being about 3 stints in every 2 hours. So that's going to be, the important one for them, because most of the stints so far this race, they effectively sort of lose ground, and then the odd one in the cycle then comes up where they actually gain again with the way that the tyres are working. So it just depends how that works out. But I think on pure pace, they've actually probably had pace for 2nd place today. So we'll have to see if they can get up there back into that 2nd place.
It's a big moment, really, because we've been talking about all day how you can't afford mistakes. There's not many rounds to go, and you really need to get your act together on these and so on. But it's just really not been the greatest race for them, they really could have done without it. As the end of lap 147, David Mocek comes in, and that is a normal. But that's what I was expecting him to come in after another 19-lap stint. But he's not gaining any laps or saving any laps of fuel in relation to Varga. But Mocek's been in there for a couple of stints now. I wonder if Michi Hoyer is going to get back in. Here he is on the TeamSpeak server, but they're both in the TeamSpeak server all the time because they're keeping each other company throughout the 8 hours. It seems to just be those two here today. So, and it's been just those two for quite a while. I presume they'll be drafting at least one other driver in for the next round at Le Mans. But Mocek taking his pit stop now, and still 4 laps behind Varga in terms of their fuel. And I think, well, I don't know, I might be a little bit concerned about that if I was them. I'd be certainly trying to save a lap of fuel, because you don't want to be caught out. Even having a longer final stop would be bad. Never mind making a splash and dash, which would be completely terrible for them in respect to this race.
Yes, certainly will, and that's what we said about the 2 driver thing. Actually, is quite interesting. Obviously, some of these races, as mentioned earlier, with Le Mans next time out, you're going to see drivers doing, 4-hour stints or more, and when you then come to an 8-hour race, that's only really enough for 2 drivers. But then obviously they end up splitting it into double stints, or like into 2 hours stints. So that's why a lot of these teams actually only end up having 2 drivers for these so-called shorter races. So yeah, we'll see what they do next time out in Le Mans. I know that car number 49 does have Jesper Pedersen and Robin Panzer also signed up to the car. Whether they end up showing up and attending, we'll have to see, because for the whole season it's pretty much just been Hoyer and Mocek. But there are a few crazy people who do try and do a 24-hour race with just 2 drivers.
It has been done before. You can't legally do it with one driver in the VEC, as Casper Stolz coming through right now. This is the battle we were watching earlier on between Christian Marglera and Casper Stolz. It's still Christian Marglera versus Casper Stolz, but it's the other way round because Marglera got through towards the end of the last stint, but Stolz on that pit stop cycle has been able to get back in front again. So this battle continues to entertain, and it will do again here because the Jean Lacey Esports car is now back in front. And we know that this Ferrari does get off and on heavy fuel. I think particularly the Wayfaring car is a little bit stronger. So expect to see another 45 minutes at least battling between these two on this track at the moment. That was. Are you allowed to do that? That doesn't seem legal to me. But that was one of the burst cars leaving the pit lane. I believe that might have been David Mocek, wasn't it? Coming out of the pit lane. It could well have been. Crossing the white line there to overtake a car. I'm not entirely sure if that's even allowed, but certainly very good awareness at the time to nip past somebody there, and I'm not sure if it's legal or not, but it was very quick thinking.
I'm sure we'll find out either way at some point with the specific rule. It is a very weird pit exit here using the endurance layout, actually. But yeah, we're going to see that amazing overspeed there in the replay. Just nothing that he could do about that one, and Stolzer there into 6th place. That Jean Lacey car is not having too bad a race, is it? Considering everything really. They've sort of yo-yoed around that midfield for now, but yeah, they're in a fairly decent job.
There's been a strategy ploy here from Nito Velix. I think they've tried the no tyre stop again because they're in front of Zancho all of a sudden. Christian Mikel is defending from Goran Djordjevic. The gap is just over a second between the two of them, and I think there's been a bit of a roll of the dice here from the championship leaders in a bid to try and win this race. They've realised that they're not going to be able to catch Zancho on the road, so they might as well try and catch them in the pit lane, and so they've decided to skip that tyre change and are defending now from Djordjevic. We'll get the lap times in as they come across the line here in a few moments' time. They're coming up towards Blanchimont right now, but I think Mikel has decided to not take tyres, double stint them, and in this battle now, I think he's going to have a lot of defending to do, and he's going to have to try and hold off Djordjevic for as long as possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. We've seen already how newer tyres is the way to go by literally seconds per lap. So I doubt he's going to be able to hold on for too long. But if he can try and hold it on enough so that he doesn't lose that much time, he doesn't lose all of the time he saved by not changing tyres, then again, that will be in his favour. But holding on to this position is going to be very difficult indeed. But sometimes you just got to try something different. There's no point sitting behind, realising that you're not going to win if they're 20, 30 seconds off the road. You need to do something different and try and at least make yourself in a position to win rather than just sitting in 2nd or 3rd place the whole time. So it's good to see that. But it looks like we're going to see not the hardest battle in the world because look how close the Zancho car can stay in all these corners.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to work out whether that was no tyres from Mikel because he doesn't seem to be that much further ahead of Wojtek Polesny. But we'll get a real reading on Djordjevic's lap times on the next lap, although it is kind of difficult to get a reading when he's stuck up behind somebody else. I'm not so sure that wasn't a slow stop from Zancho rather than a quick one from Nito Velix. We'll get to the bottom of that one for you, though, and we'll try and work out what the hell's going on between these two at the moment, because you're right, we saw in the very first stints of the race that some guys who decided to double stint didn't really pay off in the way that they were hoping, but it's an all Corvette battle at the front of GTE, and with over 5 hours gone, it is still this close, nose to tail, between two of the very great teams. The reigning champions of Season 12 may well be handing over that label to Nito Velix by the end of the season. There's still a long way to go in terms of that just for the moment, but it's certainly going to be a good fight between them. Slipstream going on right now for Djordjevic. He's going to be closing up to the back of Christian Mikel as they go through Blanchimont. Is there going to be a dive into the bus stop chicane? He's not really got the run for it, but he is close enough if he wants to have a dive. Djordjevic to the inside, at the final chicane. They go through the inside line for the first part, outside line for the second part. He gives plenty of room, and Christian Mikel's more than happy to use it right now as they go side by side over the line. This is a great battle between the two of them outside line for Christian Mikel now, and we'll see if he goes for the wide line on the entry and a narrow one on the exit to try and get the run off of the corner. He slots in behind for now, but Djordjevic is more than happy to take first place away. Christian Mikel demoted to second, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to come back at him as they go up through Eau Rouge. He just doesn't seem to have the run, and I don't think he'll be trying it into Lecomte.
Now, it doesn't look like he can come back just yet, and to be honest, I don't think he will be able to hold on. As you mentioned, those newer tyres are certainly very good with the pace advantage, and I just double-checked the pit stop times, and yes, Michel's was 35 seconds less stationary time, which is pretty much the time for a tyre stop, so I would be pretty safe to say that he didn't change tyres. So got him that track position, and now it's all, obviously he's just lost that, but he now just needs to make sure he doesn't lose that 35 seconds, otherwise he might as well have just changed tyres anyway. So but as I said, you do need to try something, and they're obviously just going to see if that works. They still got the best part of an hour to try and make that work, but I wouldn't be surprised if Djordjevic extend this gap quite considerably, as we've seen in previous stints. That is literally seconds per lap that you get from newer tyres.
Well, my thing is that Berger aren't actually as far behind as I would have thought they would be. So did they have a shorter pit stop, or am I just remembering the gaps wrong?
I'll double check that one.
All right, okay, we'll get that one too in a few moments' time. Yuri Toman's in from the lead of the race, by the way. Matthias Ster might well take the race lead, because he is defending right now from David Mocek, who is who was the man I thought was going to take the lead a few moments ago. But it seems that Matthias Ster is going to be that one instead, unless he peels into the pit lane at the end of this lap. It's not going to be helping the Polish driver, though. He's going to want to get through as quickly as possible on this, because he's losing time just a little bit on the Go Team Racing Cup. As you can see on your stream right now, while the Speedy Mike car's getting through on Christian Mikel, but the two leaders going towards the final couple of corners now. I believe that's those two just going out of the bus stop chicane, or maybe towards it. I think it's towards, actually. There's a couple of battling LMP2 pairs happening right now, but over the line in a few moments' time, Mocek will be behind Matthias Ster. We'll see if he goes into the pit lane or if he's going to try and lead a lap throughout this race. He's going to stay out, and it looks like he's going to lead a lap here for the Go Team Racing. And that's great to see for those guys, because we've not seen them up towards the front almost the entire of this season, and now they're going to be leading a lap here at the 8 Hours of Spa. They've both passed Yuri Toman, who's in the pit lane right now. It's actually Marcel Chinzik who's just gone in for Yuri Toman. But they take the lead, 1 and 2 right now, Matthias Ster and David Mocek. But it looks like Mocek is going to be through here in a few moments' time. A little bit of GT traffic up ahead, and Mocek hasn't got the greatest run out of Eau Rouge, but he'll have a lot of slipstream, and he might drive it down the inside. No, not quite. He stays behind for now.
Yeah, he was just a little bit too close, actually, coming through Eau Rouge, so he would have had to back off and then lose that momentum and overspeed that he got. So he's going to have to try that again now coming into this second sector. And just looking at the Varga GTE there, I just did double check, they also had a shorter pit stop, so I'm pretty sure they didn't change tyres either, which is how they have kept that gap to Nita Velix as well. So again, just trying something. Don't know why they're flashing just there a little bit. LMP2 is a little bit aggressive, but sometimes you just have to send it through those corners. And now Ster's going to be holding on through this sector 2. It's kind of sort of simple, just stay with someone, but it's a bit difficult to get an overtake in this part of the track, especially when you know there's going to be a massive straight coming up. But that traffic hasn't helped out, so can Mocek get his nose down the inside here, coming out onto sector 3? No, he's going to get blocked off just a little bit by the One Move Esports car, and that's going to hinder his exit and his slipstream up to Blanchimont. But I think he might just have enough to be looking when we get to the bus stop.
Yeah, this is really costing David Mocek time. He really did need this kind of battling, because not only is Go Team Racing going slightly slower than he would be going, but the battling also does cost you time. All the looking in the mirrors, the going side by side, it all costs time as Go Team Racing pull to the inside line. I wonder if he's going to let Mojcik have that one. Nearly a bit of contact, and actually he was going into the pit lane. That's why he didn't want to get dived down the inside, so he pulled to the inside just to make sure that Matthias Stehr could get into the pit lane. But he's led a lap at least now, and he comes into the pit lane. Yuri Toman is really not that far behind David Mojcik. It's 11 seconds as they go across the line. But yeah, I think you're right. In GTE, Adam Baldwin seems to be closing on both Polesny and Mikel, and I think by the end of the stint, he may well overtake them both, although he didn't gain very much, or he didn't gain anything on that last lap. He actually lost a 10th.
And we're looking at this ARMS sim racing car. And from what I can see in the recent laps, they got a penalty, then they served it, but then they got, from what I can see, a speeding penalty when serving that penalty. So then they had to come in and serve a second one, which is how they've lost quite a bit of time, as I believe DX Droids have just got a penalty as well. So that is, yeah, not ideal, especially when they're already basically last, or at least last of the running cars in the LMP2. But we are getting that point of the race now where the drivers would have already, or the teams I should say, have already racked up their cut counter, because there is basically a set limit within the game that you're allowed so many cuts or off tracks, as they're otherwise known, by the automatic detection system. And then obviously once you go past that limit, you'll be starting to get penalties. So we are now at that point where they've used up a couple of cuts here and there, and unfortunately some teams are falling foul of that, because we've already seen quite a few drivers, actually probably 5 or 6, get some drive-through penalties.
Yeah, it's really which team did it really was it Ajira? It was Ajira, wasn't it? And that's how they're 40 seconds behind Marcel Cincic, isn't it? Because they were nose to tail pretty much before, and it costs about 35 seconds. You know, without that drive-through, Victor Silva will be 3 seconds behind Marcel Cincic right now, and what an exciting prospect that would be for the remainder of this race. So it just shows how important those kind of gaps, those kind of cuts are, and you know, it's especially around here, it's really, really important for you to not do that. You know, pretty much all the other circuits, now that we've been here, pretty much all the other circuits, you could have just got away with it. I mean, at Silverstone, you really don't lose very much at all, because the pit lane is relatively fast, it's very short, and it actually cuts off the final corners. But around here, it's so long, it costs you about 35 seconds, and it's cost Ajira a shot at this race win, unless Burst Esport and Varga both get one themselves.
Yeah, this pit lane really spices it up with the strategy, and also the want to not get those cut track penalties. On some tracks, you might, you know, almost purposefully take a little cut here and there, knowing that you've got the allowance, whereas here, you know, you just don't want to even risk getting the opportunity to get a drive-through penalty. And it is so easy on this track as well, which makes it even more difficult. But then that is why, you know, we'd have come to these tracks where certain things like that are a little bit different, and it's certainly something that they will have to think about. I mean, even when we get to Le Mans next time out, that's actually quite a long pit lane as well, so you don't want to be getting drive-throughs there. And as we know, penalties from this race will turn into, for instance, drive-through penalties at the start of the race next time in Le Mans as well. So trying to avoid things like that is going to help you get the most points and maybe even win a championship.
Well, yeah, at Le Mans you've got those that very long pit entry road, haven't you? That are chicanes that are actually short or slower, excuse me, than the on-track chicanes. As down the inside goes Jose Berrigower into the Lecom section of corners. That's on the 252 game seat car, and that's for 15th place in the GTE category. Jose Berrigower driving for the 52 World of Sim Racing team. And they had a great start, well, not a great start to the season, but a couple of good results early on. Was 16 points and then 10 points after that, which for those of you who are not aware of the point system, that's a 5th place and roughly 10th, something like that, maybe just inside the top 10. So a couple of decent starts, a decent start, should I say, to the season. 10th place in the championship, though mathematically possible for them to still win, but very, very, very unlikely, and extremely unlikely now that they're in 15th, only 1 point to their name so far. If the race were to end now, but it's not going to, and he's got 9 seconds to catch up to the car in front. Speedy Mike Racing, one of the closer battles in GTE, but there's some, or a even closer one going on in LMP2. Matt Beavis and Matthias Stair are both nose to tail pretty much right now. Rookie Monsters versus Go Team Racing, and these two teams have been pretty much inseparable so far. I mean, earlier on it was Go Team Racing and Black Hawk. They were the ones that were really kind of not apart at any point in this race. But now it seems to be Rookie Monsters who have fallen back slightly, and Go Team Racing, which just seem to be getting better and better as this race goes on.
And also with the season in general, Go Team Racing has been making amazing improvements over the last 6 months to a year or so. And this is just another example of that. As they're battling now Rookie Monsters, who have been around for many seasons now. They know what's going on. And Go Team Racing are starting to challenge this top lot in the LMP2. But can he get the slipstream and get down the inside? Because going around the outside this final chicane is going to be very difficult. Though he's had a massively late break, and that's going to be put him on the inside for this final corner. Though he just gets cut off a little bit of contact, and Rookie Monsters seem to hold on there. But is he actually potentially lifting off there to allow a bit of a better battle now coming down into turn number 1? Stair's going to be on the outside once again. It's going to be very difficult, but if he can do a bit of a cutback, no, he's actually going to try go around the outside, which will give him a good exit actually to get a nice slipstream here. But is he a little bit too close actually? He might lose all his momentum coming up Eau Rouge.
Yeah, not sure what was going on at the bus stop chicane there, but it's worked out in Matt Beavis' favour as they go up through Eau Rouge right now, and we'll see if finally Stair's going to be able to get through here, outside line into Lecombe. And is this going to be the one this time, or is Beavis going to hold on once again round the outside through the first part, and Beavis backs off just to make sure that there is no contact, as the number 60 Nitro Velox car has gone off the road, and they're very slow towards Blanchimont. I think the championship leaders have had a crash at the pull for a curve. There was a yellow flag in Sector 3 not so long ago. They were going slowly a few moments ago as well. There have been issues for the championship leaders. Wojtek Polesny in the Vargas Sim Racing car move in front. Juicy's Motorsport Club move up behind them as well with Adam Baldwin. He stays out, just Christian Mikel, but he's had some problems here. We'll try and get a replay for you in a few moments' time, but this is a huge moment in this GTE championship.
And I wonder if that's going to be an issue with his used tyres as well. He's going to be really slow and struggling, and he's now got Juices coming up behind him as well. So this is really not a good sequence of events for Christian Michel. And as he now comes up through Eau Rouge and Radion, this could be a potential opportunity for the Juices car to get even closer, which he is doing. And he's now going to be in the slipstream, and it looks like he's going very slowly. So I wonder if he's got damage or some other issue that's making him go so slowly, because that is a bit weird to be losing that much time.
Let's have a look. Let's see what happens. It just looks going slowly, doesn't he? He just looks a bit slow down here. I wonder if there may be something as a precursor to this, because there was a yellow flag, but he pulls over to the right-hand side, possibly to fix some kind of issue that he's having.
Is his wheels turned to the left there?
It does look so. That does look. Maybe he's resetting it.
I think that could be him resetting his wheel. Yeah. Then the wheels turn back straight. I'm pretty sure. Especially, I don't know if this is with other wheels, but I'm pretty sure with Fanatec's, when you basically turn off the wheel, it goes obviously full way on the axis, which is full lock left. So I'm pretty sure that is what he's had to do. He's had some sort of wheel issue, and he's had to reset that, which is such a big shame, because he'll also probably not have force feedback, or have some sort of weird force feedback as well, just because of how that happens when you do that when you're driving the car. So he's going to really struggle towards the end of this stint, on top of the fact that he's got older tyres as well. That's been a horrible sequence of events for that team.
I mean, not only could there be some actual issues with the wheel or whatever, but also when something like that happens, I guess maybe your confidence in your equipment and everything, you might be going around the corner thinking, am I going to suddenly be turning full lock left and be in the wall in a minute? You might be just, and if those kind of issues are occupying a section of your mind, you're not putting all your mind into the driving, so it can affect you for a little bit longer than you might expect. But in GTE, if you're in LMP2, because the pit stops are not that far away, or they happen more regularly, you might be able to get away with just pitting now and taking the pain and swapping it out for somebody else. But in GTE, you've got to stick to this hourly kind of routine, otherwise your race is almost ruined. So they're really in a very difficult place right now and left with very little options.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it looks like he's going slowly as well. So that's a bit weird. There's obviously not a full fix to whatever that issue is for Christian Michel. And the important point of this, as you say, is for the championship. They're in a very good position to get a podium today and get some really good points. And this is going to really hinder that. Fortunately for them, the number 99 is their closest competitor, who is a little bit further down in 6th place at the moment. But yes, it's not going to be the most ideal day. Their next competitor behind that is then Varga. They are quite a way behind, 16 points behind, so they do have a little bit of room to play. But Varga looking like they might even get a second place today, so that's going to be a lot of points, and this could be quite a big swing in the championship.
It very well could. It's a massive moment in this one. Just sent a message to Turka Hakkinen. I appreciate he might be a bit busy right now, but we'll try and figure out what's going on with Christian Michel, and we'll try and get to the bottom of that for you in the next few moments. But yeah, it's a difficult situation for Knight of Alex. Something's still not right here. That's immediately obvious. We're just looking at that car right now. Something is not, you can just see it. It's something that's not right with that car, and you know, it just shows it's never over until it's over. Here it is on board again with Christian Michel. It just doesn't look quite right, especially from the outside. It just doesn't look quite to be on the pace. We'll see if we can get a bit of a view as to what that issue may be in these last few moments. But yeah, it just shows it is never over until it's over. You said it there. Knight of Alex were looking in an incredibly strong position. I thought they were going to be going into Le Mans with more than 20 points of a championship lead, but that has all come crashing down now. Christian Michel into the pit lane a good 25 minutes early. So not only have they had these issues, lost a load of time on the racetrack, but they're going to make an extra stop compared to all of the other GT runners in this race.
And we've already mentioned how long that extra stop is going to be as the Sancho LMP2 comes in. So that's going to be a lot of time lost on top of the huge amount of time that they've already lost just with whatever that issue is. So, but I assume they're going to make a pit stop. And one reason why they probably didn't do this already is because obviously to do a driver swap, your teammate has to come in and load up their game as well. So if they weren't ready for that, because you're not allowed to basically just sit on the server, you need a few minutes to do that. So he probably had to do an extra lap to give his teammate time to come in, which is obviously adding to the issues even more. So such an unfortunate situation, but fortunate for one team is Jean Alesi Esports. They're getting up into 4th place, so they're going to be very happy with that one, but they do have some 49 seconds to their next car.
Yeah, they do indeed. It's the top 3 kind of running away with this race at the moment. So Varga and Deuces are the ones who are really going to gain out of this. Sim Racing for Holland, I'm afraid, have not had a good race. I'm afraid to say Dennis Duna down in 21st in the GTE category. That's not going to yield them any points at all. So I would argue that they could well be out of the GTE championship fight. Christian Malker is in the 99 car. They came in just 4 points behind Knight of Alex. They may well be leading this championship as we leave today, given how things have gone in the last few moments, but he's really going to want that extra position over Kasper Stoltz. It's going to be very hard for him to break into the top 3 for Malguero, because as you mentioned, 3/4 of a minute between Stoltzer and Baldwin. Yeah, any point at this point is really going to matter, especially for these guys. Turka Hakkinen is now out of the pit lane, and he is going to be driving like a man possessed because, you know, he's going to want all the points he can get. He's going to be very fired up after what's happened in the last few moments. So, yeah, 18 seconds to the car in front, and we've got to just kind of sit back and watch and listen and learn to what he's doing right now, because he's going to be driving extremely quickly.
And they're just shy of a minute behind the number 99 Waveframe as well. So on top of that, they're going to have the extra pit stops. So they're going to be probably basically best part of a lap behind that car. Obviously, then taking into account any pace difference as well. But either way, they're not going to be able to catch that up on pure pace. That is very unlikely anyway. So this is a very good opportunity for this number 99 Wavering to put themselves in a really good opportunity. They are obviously basically now just worrying about Varga in terms of the championship as well, because Varga are still only 12 points behind Waveframe as well. So this is going to be a very close championship as things stand if the race was to finish now. But we still have over 2 hours of racing, so there's still plenty of things that can happen.
You know, you could be forgiven for thinking that Nitro Velets were going to be in pole position to take this championship a few minutes ago, but it is never over until it's over, and that is why we love endurance racing, You know, we've been here for 5.5 hours. Nitro Velets have had a very smooth sailing run of it so far, but in all of it, you've just got to keep watching every single revolution of the wheel around here, because, you know, anything can happen at any moment, and you just don't want to miss those kind of moments. And so, yeah, real shame to see for Nitro Velets, but, you know, their downfall is the gain of the likes of Waveframe, Varga, Deuces are all going to be there as well by the end of today. So a lot of calculations that we're going to have to do, and a little bit later on when the final pit stops have been made, if the on-track action has kind of died down, then I will try and do the maths on the championship, but it is going to be quite difficult to do because it just keeps changing all of the time, especially in GTE. So we'll have to park that thought for a little bit later on. Just to give you an update on the prototype classes, by the way, while we've been looking at the GTE class for the last 10 to 20 minutes, David Mojcik is still leading by 9 seconds ahead of Marcel Cincic, and Matthias Stair has got ahead of Matt Beavis, and he's pulled ahead of Matt Beavis now in that battle we were watching not so long ago. But David Mojcik putting in a great drive right now, I have to say. I was fearing when he first got into the car that he might lose a little bit of time compared to what Michi Hoyer was a little bit earlier on, but he's shown himself to be very, very, well, we know he's a capable driver, but he's shown himself to be really, really quite good and more than able to hold his own in this fight.
Yeah, I myself being part of C Sport, obviously I see the VEC side things as well, and David was not even in the pit stop that he just did. He was saying that he was not overly confident on basically keeping ahead of Cincic, and Cincic is really closing him down, to be honest. You know, if you look at the overall span of events, if you go back an hour or so they have been closing them down, but they're not just absolutely steaming up to them. So there's definitely some potential and some hope for them to at least be somewhat challenging them when we get towards the end of the race. But it does look like Varga might just have enough to get there. I mean, for instance, on the last lap, there was about 7 or 8 tenths of a difference for Cincic. But as we know, traffic does come and go, so there might be some laps where that changes just a little bit. But yeah, it's certainly in a good position for Varga to chase down, but Mojcik is doing a very good job at the moment. Just needs to keep on pushing and see what he can do. He can only do his pace. He can only go as fast as he can, and as long as he does that, then hopefully he isn't too disappointed either way if the result does change.
Nick De Silva into the pit lane for Ajira Racing, and that's kind of going to kick us off really for the next round of pit stops. We know that they normally do that, so yeah, don't expect it to be too long now before we'll see more pit stops in LMP2. But in GTE we do have a fight that is developing. Mario Tump, is catching Leonardo Pupo for drive game seat. That's the battle for 6th position, and Tump is catching by a big margin every single lap, more than 2 seconds really. Your Name here bearing down right now. Not the car we expected to see up front actually, but Your Name here have really been improving as well. You talk about improved teams and Go Team Racing, who have really been up there towards the front in the latter half of the season, having not been there in the first half. But Your Name here, I mean, not a team I've ever heard of, and not many drivers I've ever heard of either before in their driving lineup. But they're clearly not bad drivers, are they? They've really done very well so far this season for you know, kind of underdogs, dark horses to support during a race. Then these guys are really ones to watch.
Yeah, certainly, considering this car that's in the race is the 491, and all the cars we've started with the number 4. I believe, were from the reserve list as well. So this wasn't even a team as such when the season started. It wasn't an entry, I should say, when it started. So they've jumped in obviously later on in the season, and they've really getting to a point where they're trying to show themselves up. And they're now battling here for 6th position. And Pupo is doing a decent job defending right now, but that slipstream is always very difficult to defend against. And the Porsche isn't too bad in a straight line either. So as we come around this final chicane, this is going to be an important point of the track for Tump to get close enough to make sure he can get a good run out of turn 1 and try and get that slipstream up Eau Rouge.
They're both being caught by Turka Hakkinen right now, by the way, which he's 15 seconds back. So we'll watch out for that a little bit later on in this race. But Leonardo Pupo now is going to have a hard time keeping Mario Tump behind him, because the rate at which he's being caught is quite astonishing. And as I said, it's very hard to see him staying in 6th place. It's been a good drive, though, from Drive Game Seat. They've weren't really up there towards the front after the first 2 hours. I don't think they were even inside the top 10, but well inside it now, even knocking on the door of a top 5. But they may well lose their position right now. To the outside goes Tump and Your Name Here Racing, may well go into 6th place, side by side into Lecom. But in the end, Pupo lets him have that one, just breaks a little bit early. And round the outside at Lecom, how many times have we seen that manoeuvre today? It's kind of the textbook move for getting past someone here at Spa. And when they cooperate, or when the car that's getting past cooperates like that, it really isn't very difficult at all.
Yeah, such a tight corner. You always get pinched as the inside driver. You always get pinched on the apex a little bit, and it just makes it so difficult to continue defending through the next couple of corners in that Le Mans complex as well. As we did see with Toman and Jordan, it is possible to sort of come down upon another driver too much, but it seemed that Tump gave him plenty of room there. As we now come to the other way through, with Andrea Terzi in the car, 11th place for the number 68. They're only just about 2 seconds behind the Ramada Motorsports car. And we've already seen Pedro Ramada doing some good moves in the earlier point of this race. And remember, that car actually had, I believe it was 2 drive-through penalties from the previous race, so they're not doing too badly with their position, considering they've already had to been through the pit lane twice compared to everyone else.
He's trading lap times with Pedro Ramada just in front and in the Aston Martin right now, and Ramada's just been overtaken there by Adam Baldwin. So Andrea Terzi getting right in on this right now. Ramada actually doing a bit of a cutback through Pouon and challenging Baldwin ever so slightly, but battle closing in now, and this is for the final space down the top 10. That's the sim rating for Holland car just behind them as well, but they are at least 1 lap down, might be 2 laps down on those guys. I don't think they're even inside the top 20 at this stage in the race, but Ramada certainly missing a couple of apexes right now. Terzi looking pretty strong on the back of that Aston Martin, and he's going to get a great slipstream here because of the sheer size of the Aston in front. As they all slipstream down into Blanchimont, going to be some very, very cars at the back of this train. The Terzi car is getting a double slipstream, and as they go through Blanchimont, a little bit of overspeed, and he just ever so slightly goes out wide because of the overspeed, and they all concertina up going into the chicane. I wouldn't want to be a prototype embarking on these guys right now, but I can see a couple in the background of that shot there. I believe the 45 car is just coming up on these guys right now. Team Spirit Racing not about to have a great time with these 4 in front.
Yeah, indeed. It's turning into quite a nice little battle here, and it always gets a little bit confusing as well when you have blue flags and that sort of thing getting involved as well, as it gets very difficult. But the LMP2 they're getting past as we get into Eau Rouge, then losing a bit of momentum, so it takes a while to get that overspeed once again as you come up over the brow and up the Kemmel Straight, which is a lot more uphill than what it looks like on the camera. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to quite get up to Adam Baldwin, so he's just going to have to slot in there in front of the Ramada Motorsports entry. But yeah, this little train of GTEs is quite nice, but also with the blue flags it can get quite interesting. And but it seems like it's going pretty decently so far. But Terzi getting close to Pedro Ramada, but not quite close enough on that lap to make an overtake.
Yeah, Ramada Motorsport also haven't had the best season so far, but it's certainly been a good drive from them. They've come up through the field and inside the top 10 now for the first time that I can remember, certainly. And I believe that World of Sim Racing car in the background is involved in this fight. Sol Sanchez just 4.5 seconds adrift, so he might try and get involved as well. This midfield part of the GTE field is really quite interesting, from Pedro Ramada down to Jose Beringauer in 15th place. All of the gaps are less than 10 seconds, which is really quite close for this stage in the race. Nearly 6 hours complete, and many laps, and it's still this close. Another LMP2 car coming up on the back of them, and this is DX Droids, who are also about to get held up ever so slightly because of the amount of GTE cars in front of them right now, although going to get most of them on the run down towards Blanchemont. Interesting situation for Sim Racing for Holland to be in right now, because they kind of want to get through here, but they don't really want to spoil this battle either, but they don't want to lose time themselves. It's a difficult equation to make, really, when you're a lap down and faster than the cars in front.
Yes, it's always a little bit difficult, because once you get past, you're then just going to get blue flagged straight away as well, although that solves that situation. But you're just going to get blue flags straight away, so you have to commit, go past, and then go off into the distance, which makes it quite a bit of a challenge, but fortunately that solved that issue.
Yeah, it was quite fortunate the way that worked out in the end, actually, because these two now have been allowed to battle without interruptions, really, without a Sim Racing Holland car in behind Terzi, possibly distracting him ever so slightly from the job at hand, and there's no traffic in front of them to really be bothering them either. A good run through Eau Rouge and Radion for Pedro Ramada, though, and Andrea Terzi is not going to be quite good enough in a straight line to be able to make a move. He's going to get the slipstream. He's got a little bit more speed into Lecombe, but no way through here either. So Ramada is going to carry on once again. These two pretty much identical on pace, which does make it quite difficult to overtake. When you haven't got that kind of overspeed, that little bit of an advantage, it can be hard to get through, especially in a BOP category like the GTE class.
Yeah, you got to have just that little bit extra, those few extra tenths, be it just with driver talent or with the way the tyres are. If you're literally on the exact same strategy at the exact same time and this sort of stuff, it can make it a little bit harder, but also just with the way it works out, maybe with your top speed or whatever, it can just make it that little bit harder in certain situations. And Ramada's doing such a good job, at least from the onboards that we've seen so far. Really good race so far, and being very aggressive, very good with racing, and that also just makes it even harder for the likes of Terzi to get past. But this is another opportunity now coming out onto the back straight. He's going to get a really nice slipstream. This is such a long run, because even through Blanchemont you'll be gaining just a tiny bit as well, and this is going to be a nice place, but it doesn't seem he can really get close enough. So I do wonder if they're just struggling, the Ferrari's just struggling a little bit for top speed against the Aston Martin.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I noticed it earlier that the Ferrari was struggling, but here is the most important battle going on out there on the road right now. This is the battle for the lead between David Mocek and Marcel Cincic. It seems that Cincic has been able to reel in Mocek a little bit quicker than Toman was able to do a few laps ago. So this is now on between these guys. Just over a second, but I think by my calculations, David Mocek is in at either the end of this lap, if he's not fuel saving, or at the end of the next one, if he is going to save a lap of fuel. But on schedule, it would be in at the end of this lap for our race leader. Currently looking at Marcel Cincic, though, who doesn't look like he's going to be held back by anybody, because he nearly took 2 seconds out of David Mocek on that last lap, and that is not an insignificant amount of time to be taking out someone, as the battle in GTE is continuing. Down the inside goes Terzi, and he gets that place in front of Pedro Ramada. So as soon as we stop looking at it, the move is made, but Terzi was just waiting for the right opportunity. He got it, and then he took it down into Lecombe. Let's see, though, down into the bus stop chicane, because David Mocek could well be into the pit lane. No, he's not. He's staying out one more lap, which suggests to me that he has been saving a little bit and might be the reason why he's been caught so much in this stint.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried if they pit, even at the end of this next lap. We do have 3 more pit stops for these guys. 3 more pit stops, including the one they're just about to make. So that means they're going to lose around, let's say, 4, maybe 5 minutes just in the pit stop. But that still is more than 2 hours then of pure driving, which means that's a little bit tight, really. It's a little bit tighter than what they're going to want for 3 stints to the end. So if they can get another lap after this one, maybe, then that will just help them out a little bit, because you also have to remember the race finishes depending on where the leader is. So they might have to then effectively do one more lap than they planned, depending on what the race pace is like. So, yeah, I would say this is just a little bit too early. If they can make the extra lap or so, I think that's going to really help them out. But they probably can get to the end from here, it's just with fuel saving, but therefore they will be obviously slower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's, as you say, there's 4 stints to go after this. No, I was right the first time. 3 stints to go at the end of this one, and that means they'll be able to save another lap every time. So by the end of the race, they will actually be on the same strategy as Varga, but this isn't helping either. Fair amount of traffic here with the Waveframe GTE. That's the 99 car, by the way, not the Terzi driven car we were looking at a few moments ago, but nicely done by Mocek to get through there, although it's not a great exit from the port for a curve. Going to be a big slipstream now for Chinzik, although I don't think it's going to matter. Mocek may well pull to the inside here just to make sure that he doesn't get overtaken and he's able to get into the pit lane. Will Chinzik go for a dive at the bus stop chicane, or will he stay behind for now? He stays single file as the Rookie Monsters car is just in front. Mocek is into the pit lane though, 20 laps at the end of that stint there. So if they continue to do that to the end of the race, then they will end up on the same strategy to the lap of Varga Sim Racing, but the difference is Varga can push harder for the rest of this race.
Yeah, they certainly can, and I think that is as early as they would really want to not be making it too extreme with the amount of fuel saving that they have to do. I still think that Varga are going to have it just a little bit easier, and I do believe that this is going to be a good opportunity. But they've got quite a bit of traffic as well now, so this isn't going to help that. But I do wonder if they're going to be able to get this move even in the pit stops. We'll have to see how that one works out. But getting past that Rookie Monster as well fairly comfortably, this is going to be a crucial point in the race, because if after this pit stop sequence Burst can come out ahead, I think they still have somewhat of a chance of holding up Varga. But if Varga just come out in the lead and they got a clear air, then they're going to be off in the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to well, I can't quite work out if they're going to change tyre. I don't think they are changing tyres this pit stop, excuse me. So they're not going to be able to take use of that. They're going to have more fuel, and in the end, an overcut might actually be beneficial, because there's no tyre advantage there. You've just got a lighter car if you're Varga Sim Racing. So it's not looking great for Burst at the moment, but you never know. It's never over until it's over. That's for sure. As this is actually at the moment. Chinzik putting people lap down for the first time here in LMP2. He's put Matt Beavis 1 lap down, and he's about to put Nick De Silva a lap down as well. Although, to be fair, De Silva is going to have to make an extra pit stop in comparison to Varga and Burst, because of the way they've been doing their fuel, and also the fact that they've pitted under the Code 80. But let's not forget, you could argue that the Burst Esport pitting under the Code 80 has really screwed them in this race, because it's made them fuel save at this stage of the race. But if they didn't pit under that Code 80, there's no way they'd be in the situation they're in now.
Yeah, absolutely. They're still ahead of where they would have been.
Oh, yeah.
Had they not done that, and they're still closer to the potential victory as well. And if they had the same speed as Varga, because I do believe Varga are just a few tenths lap quicker on average. If it was the other way around, then they would probably have had the speed to hold on to that position as well. So I think it was a good call. In hindsight, it seems to work out. It was a good call. But obviously, they haven't really quite had the pace to challenge directly for the win, which is obviously a bit of a shame. But we will see how this one works out, and we'll see how far Varga are going to go and how easy they have it at the end of the race with the fuel.
Michele Ricci exits the pit lane right now, right next to one of his one of his Waveframe Esports teammates. Yeah, interesting to see in the next few moments. Chinzik has got one more lap after this one, and he will be into the pit lane, unless he's been saving some fuel himself. which I don't see being the case. So we've got about a lap and a half to go until that Varga sim racing pit stop. I mean, in terms of the championship, Burst Esport kind of need to win here for the sake of their teammates, really, don't they? Because Varga are going to be gaining points as it is. They just want to kind of soften that blow as much as possible.
Right, yeah, exactly. And we have seen Varga make mistakes as well. If you remember in Indianapolis, in the final stint there, I think it was Chinchik was chasing down Dennis Jordan on that occasion, and he made that mistake coming out of the chicane onto the back straight as well. So I think that is going to be a good possibility, or not a good possibility, but still a possibility, I should say. There's still a chance of it happening, and that's why you just got to keep going and keep as close as you can to your opponents, even in the final parts of the race. Or is Antonovsky, they're going a bit sideways into the bus stop chicane, but he comes then into the pit lane.
Yeah, we'll see where he comes out in relation to Matt Beavis, because he was bearing down on him before that pit stop there, as Dennis Jordan is also in for Burst Edge Esports. You see him, or you have seen him go past just a few moments ago. Oh, there he is, just getting out in a few moments' time. Yeah, Chinchik now leading by 1 minute 20 ahead of Mocek. Is that enough for him to come out in the lead? We'll wait and find out in a few moments' time. In GTE, it's still Goran Djordjevic leading ahead of Vojta Polesny. As we see, just to go back to Burst Edge Esports, Jone Simincic gets in for Dennis Jordan, but it's really not been a great race for them. And, you know, I think they're going to struggle to get on the podium in this race, really. I know Ajira are sort of struggling here, but you know, I think it's going to be difficult for them to get on the podium, and this is not the time they needed their first non-podium of the season.
Yeah, no, this is the crunch point in the season, isn't it? And getting those results is very important, but that's how it goes, and that's racing, and it's been a very close race today. So just a few little mistakes or changes here and there can have quite a big outcome. And now we need to, as we see Simincic come out the pit lane, we see what this number 28 entry can do. 2 hours remaining exactly, just gone. So that is going to be a nice 3 stints, and I would assume he's going to continue that trend of doing 3 stints to the end. But we just need to see, is that fast enough to have any sort of chance or implication to get involved with the top 2?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the big question, and we've got 2 hours left to answer it. A big thank you to Cam Roger for his contribution so far in this race. I mean, in this race. It's been a pleasure once again, and yeah, we'll hopefully see Cam doing some more commentating at Le Mans. It'd be good to see you there, and yeah, alongside me, Ewan O'Leary now for the final 2 hours of this race. It's Lorenzo Bonda, and Lorenzo, it's been a brilliant race so far. I've really enjoyed it, I have to say, and we've still got 2 hours to go with yeah, nothing is really settled at this point, everything on the table. And even an hour ago, we're seeing our championship leaders in GTE have problems showing us that it's never over until it's over.
Yeah, it's been a disaster for Nitro Velox, right, in these final 3 hours or so, and then at the worst possible moments, the lightning strikes on them, and it's those things about racing that you love from the spectator's perspective, but for the team's perspective, it's just horrendous because it's going to shuffle up the standings a little bit. So for them, it's basically damage control carrying into Le Mans. But I also liking a little bit the perspective in the prototypes as well, because we know Varga is still in the lead of this race. But I really am interested to see how much Burst is going to go to try to take those lead points away from there and try to make it a little bit more interesting towards Le Mans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Chinchik running down the pit lane right now, and this is a very important moment in the race. He's been going incredibly quickly in these last few moments. He set a 2-minute 1.9 on his final full lap out there on the road. That was 4 seconds quicker than Dawid Mocek. He releases the pit limiter now, and it's not even close. Varga Sim Racing retakes the lead here at the 8 Hours of Spa, and that is considering the fact that they've both made the exact same amount of pit stops. They're on pretty much the exact same strategy here, and Burst might even have to do a little bit of fuel saving to get to the end of this race. Varga Sim Racing back in control. They've lost it for about 3 hours of this race, but they're back on top now. and it's looking very, very hard to stop them. It will be their 6th win in 8 races in the Virtual Endurance Championship for Season 13. It's been purely almost poetic for them. They've been incredible, and they've been incredible once again here today. Class of the field once again.
Yeah, they've been pretty much unstoppable, really dominant. I think the only wins they didn't have was round 1 and then round 5, which they actually got podiums. So despite not having the win, they still got podium, which is, for me, kind of really impressive. And we had the hypercars back in the start of the season, and even so, they've still been so dominant, not letting everybody get closer and contested the title. Burst Edge is doing a really good job, but it's so far back now that right now it seems out of reach. They basically have a hand and a half in the trophy already.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though they didn't actually win the Silverstone race, I remember because it was raining in qualifying, they qualified 2nd overall, even with the hypercars. So it was really quite a remarkable, and that was quite a start to witness as well. At the start of that race, with the LMP2s being pretty much the same pace as the hypercars, to be honest, when the rain came down. But that's not something these guys have to worry about anymore. Their dominance has really come into full focus, and they're leading here once again. The pit stop cycle is pretty much over in LMP2, so that means it's time to start pit stops in GTE. Adam Baldwin, Michal Sedlacek, Kasper Stolzer, all in the pit lane right now. And there's going to be some driver changes here you might expect. Under 2 hours to go. Kasper Stolz looking at his hands, maybe a few blisters at this point, but doesn't look not too bad. This is the kind of portion of the race where we see the final driver swaps being made, really, isn't it? And people going to the end from here, absolutely not out of the realms of possibility for someone to go to the end of here. In fact, it's an ideal distance.
Yeah, there is an ideal distance. Basically, the optimal, you really want about at least 3 hours max from your driver, because a track like this, it's not like Suzuka. It's not track heavy or traffic heavy like you get in Suzuka, where you might have to pay attention every single time for the P2s or slower cars. And here you can relax a little bit more, but the flow of the track demands you a little bit more as well. So getting 3 hours max out of the car is the best thing you can do, as seeing Stolze coming out of the pit lane.
He does indeed. Where's he going to come out in the end? It's actually Martin Darland, because Stolz has got out.
True.
And John Lacey Esports have changed their driver. Martin Darland is now driving that car. He's got Andrea Terzi's just gone through on him there, but it doesn't really matter at this point, because Terzi is going to have to come into the pit lane a little bit later on. Sedlacek and Baldwin are separated by 7-8 seconds at the moment, roughly. They're on exactly the same strategy. They're separated by 19 points in this championship, and they're both trying to take advantage from the demise of Nitro Velix, which has really been very prominent in these last few moments. So yeah, it will be very, very useful for Juice's Motorsport Club to get ahead of Varga here. I mean, with only one race to go, having more than 20 points of a disadvantage to Varga, I think is a little bit too much, especially for just one race that's just 1.5 times points. I think they do need to get in front of Varga somehow.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, especially given the fact it is Le Mans, right? You're going to have to rely on strategy and a little bit of luck for you to actually make the ground on Le Mans. But still, it's an open battle, but it all comes down on points and then the placings of the field. And we know sometimes Le Mans, depending on circumstances, can get a little bit aggressive with traffic and things like that, even between battles. So we'll never know. It's still a whole lot of things to unravel in these final two rounds, including this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Still just under 2 hours to go, as we mentioned a few moments ago. Battles that are closing up right now. The one on your screen is actually a battle. It's just changed, though. Your Name Here Racing getting ahead of Drive Games Seat, the 252 car, driven by Lorenzo Jesuitis, I'm going to say, for the 10th and 11th positions. Then Alessandro Apolloni is not too, it's 12 seconds behind in the other Drive Game Seat car. But in LMP2, Amdonovski is being caught by Matt Beavis by about 1.5 seconds every single lap, and that is a battle that has raged on for many, many laps, actually. They're a surprising distance behind Matthias Ster, who they have been battling with an awful lot throughout these last few hours. But having a battle of their own right now, Andonovski and Beavis, and so yeah, that's about 2.5 seconds, and one to watch a little bit later on. Also, Martin Darland catching on Jeremy Talbot right now as Pedro Ramada getting down the inside of the World of Sim Racing car driven by, that's Carlos Basto, who's got in for Pedro Ramada, getting past Blažej Mesk. So even though we're 6 hours into this race, over 6 hours into the race, you might think that the action's dying down a little bit, but no, we've still got plenty of things to be watching going on up and down the field.
Yeah, it's those different strategies finally converging in the final 2 hours. You know, some people going for the double stand. It is very possible, but you guys pretty much said it that, you know, having better tires saves you about 1.5 seconds, even 2 seconds, depending on how aggressive you really want to be with the car on the track. So you really have to think through your strategies, be lucky with it, play the traffic doesn't get you any bad spots, and so far some people are getting away with it, and can't wait to see what the final 1 hour and basically 1 hour and a half that we have going on in this race still has. Actually 1 hour and 15 minutes going on in this race still provides.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there'll be another twist and turn to this story. I'm sure it's not over just yet, as we're looking at Mario Marquez on the back of Nicolas Paez in the Team Spirit Racing car number 45. That's the car that has Anthony Jans driving some of the time as well. The driver, or one of the drivers, who actually won this race last time we were at Spa in the Virtual Endurance Championship. That was a 24-hour race. This is a different kettle of fish, really, with only 8 hours on the clock this time, but it's still definitely a challenge. And of course, we've got 2 classes instead of the 4 we had back then. No LMP1 cars, no GT Pro and GT Am. It's just a pure GTE category that's been providing the entertainment for us today. But up here into Lecombe, the best overtaking opportunity we've seen all day. This is where most of the moves are made, but on this occasion, Mario Marquez is not going to utilise that particular part of the racetrack to make his move. He just sticks behind for now in this battle for 13th.
Yeah, really good battle from Marquez as they go down into Jackie. I was going to say Jackie corner, but it's those corners that they say that has no name, but it's now Jackie X, named after the Belgian famous driver. So it's going to be really interesting how those 2 cars, I think they're still on the off strategies, right? So it's going to be, I think Marquez might have a little bit of a strategy coming up in a few turns, but again, really interesting battle. Still a whole lot of track action. You expect at this point of the race still have to be a little bit more gap racing, but having these track side-by-side actions, or even the guys catching up to each other, it's good to see.
Yeah, it definitely is. As the leader in GTE comes in, that's a little bit early from what we're expecting, but they're so in the green in terms of fuel, it doesn't actually matter. I believe Christian Malguera is going to take the lead here. Well, actually, I might be able to eat my words here, because Ibrahim Khan has got in and he's already going again. So that's a driver change. He did the first 2 hours, did Khan, and now he's doing the last 2, but really, really fast. He managed to pull out about a 20-second margin in his first 2 hours. They played the strategy really, really well as well. And as you can see, they are ahead. I believe that Wayframe are running about 5th or 6th in the corrected order, and the fact that Zancho are a pit stop ahead of them right now just shows what a great race they've had today, as we look at a 3-car battle going on for 13th.
Yeah, 208 battle in the 13 as they go down into Blanchimont, one close to another. There's the Speedy Mite right ahead of him, and the dive has been made by the World of Sim Racing as he goes down into the inside and basically seals the deal into the second half of the bus stop. A really good battle over here. I really quite like the cleanness out of the drivers still with 148 to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very clean so far this race. And not too many accidents. A few more than what we're used to seeing from some of the other circuits, to be fair, but that's the kind of thing we get from Spa. It's a very challenging circuit, and so when you put 40 cars on, don't expect them to all come out straight and narrow. But up Eau Rouge we go one more time. World of Sim Racing looking very quick at the moment, and it's Blažej Mesk on the back of Lazaros Filiparkos as they go side by side up the Kemmel Straight, and it's round the outside through Lecombe. We've seen this so many times so far today, and that was one of the easier instalments of it, although Filiparkos is going to fight it. Got his nose chopped off ever so slightly, though. He wasn't having any of that, was he? Not taking any prisoners there and taking 13th position there for World of Sim Racing.
Yeah, Blažej just ignoring Lazarus, not giving any concerns about the Greek controller god, and just Lazarus Blaze basically had to, slam the brakes to avoid a massive crash, and that could have been a three-way crash. But that brings the Ramada Motorsports ever so closer to that Ferrari, and it's going to be really interesting how Little Pocket is going to defend over here.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it there, Greek controller god, and that's a very, very good way of describing it. He did get his nose chopped off there for those few moments there. If you ever have been on board with Philippakis, you can even see it from the outside, actually. Sometimes it just looks a bit, jerky and, kind of unnatural, but he is very, very good. And there you go, bit of on-board Philippakis action right now. It looks incredibly unnatural and jerky, but he's really, really fast, isn't he? He's not one of these slow drivers, even though he hasn't got the equipment. He's a great example of you don't need to buy thousands of pounds worth of equipment to go quickly. He's really quite fast, especially considering the equipment that he is racing with.
Yeah, it's insane. He basically has a force feedback, a direct drive force feedback in his ends, and who knows about the kind of grip the car is kind of providing, right? Because you don't get that from controllers in comparison to your S direct drive or a Fanatec direct drive. So really interesting, really impressive what the Greek is doing with that car. I cannot do it. I'll be very honest. I actually can basically do 10% of what he does.
Yeah, I couldn't do it with the wheel, so there you go. He's probably quicker than me, even though he is on a controller. But yeah, he's defending right now from Carlos Buster, and we're looking at Adam Baldwin, who is closing a little bit on Michał Sedlacek, who is in front of him. This is now the battle for third position, because Christian Marclera has come in from that third place, and that has released this battle a little bit. Baldwin ever so slightly catching Sedlacek every lap. It's just one of those battles where he's chipping away every lap. He's taking a couple of attempts, taking a few tips here, half a second there, 1/10 the next time. He's slowly bringing that gap down. When those guys came out of the pit lane 5 laps ago, so 10 minutes ago, the gap was 8 seconds. He's got it down to 6 seconds right now. So, by the end of the stint, he might well be there, but it's certainly taking this gap 1/10 at a time, not trying to just be a hero and close it all within one lap. He's just very considered and just slowly eking out that gap, and that's the way you need to do it.
Yeah, you really need to be overly patient, right? You really don't want to turn those tires, right, so early in the stint, even midway through the stint, because, trying to go for the double stint over here, I think everybody might actually switch tires at one point over here, and I think Deuces might not go for the single strata whenever they come into the pit lane. So every small amount that you can accrue is already a win. So I have no complaints of what Adam Baldwin's doing. Playing patient is good. The traffic actually is working in his way as well, as we're looking to Martin Durlin actually I think he's trying to defend from Ren's Klopp, but I could be really wrong. Actually, that's Nick Westphal right ahead of him.
Yeah, he's on the attack at the moment. Nick Westphal is going a little bit slower than those around him, because I believe, well, certainly there's got to be some tyre difference going on here, because these gaps are way too big in terms of what Darling is gaining for this to be pure talent. This has got to be tight. And just look at the way that car is behaving in front. There's definitely some old tyres on that thing at the moment. So, yeah, Martin Darling is going to find this pretty easy, I'd imagine. He's very, very close as he comes through the Paul Frere curve. It's been a portion of the racetrack we sometimes see accidents, actually, but it's been very clean through there so far. And it's been quite good around here as well at Blanchimont. Let's hope that doesn't change with this battle as they go nose to tail through the fast left-hander. Just a little bit wide from Westphal. That car's not quite going where he's pointing it right now. He flashes the lights. He goes to the inside line. Not sure why he's flashing the lights at all, really, but he defends. He brakes a little bit late, and he gets into the pit lane. That's what he was flashing about. He wanted Darlin to know that he was going to the pit lane, basically telling him, don't dive me down the inside here. I'm trying to get to the pits.
Yeah, good awareness from Durlin to, just be patient, not go for the dive, not overcommit his car, maybe possibly get into a crash so late in the sim for Westphal. And looking as well, I think I saw one more guy, Andrea Thursday now in the pits. You basically mentioned that he had to come to the pits anytime now. Possible driver swap for the Wave 3 Esports number 68 car?
Possible. We'll see when he gets rolling again. But as we mentioned a few moments ago, it's that ideal distance, isn't it, really, to the end of the race? So we'll update you on that as soon as we know. but for the moment, he's still getting service down on pit lane. In GT at the moment, Ibrahim Khan is leading by over 40 seconds to Turka Hakkinen, who's into second place. But let's not forget, he is off strategy and will be making an extra stop in this race. Michal Sedlacek is bearing down on him by over a second a lap. That gap down to 5 seconds. But it's really going to be damage limitation here for Turka Hakkinen. A real big moment for Nigel Alex. I promised a little bit earlier on that I'll try and do the maths. If we get a quiet moment in the race later on, then we'll try and do the maths on the on the championship standings. But it's going to be so close in GTE. I already can't wait for Le Mans, to be honest, purely because of the GTE championship fight. Never mind a Le Mans 24 hours victory up for grabs as well. It's going to be brilliant.
It's going to be brilliant because right now, if you look at the standings, not even counting the points for this race, we have Nitro Valix with 481, then the Waveframe, the 99 is about 4 points behind. Then we have Varga basically 9 points behind, actually 8 points behind Waveframe, and Sim Racing for Holland, even though we're not counting them as into this fight, they're still not out of it. So it's going to be a really interesting one. They have about 40. They are nearly 40 points away from Nitro Valix. So again, if they have a good placing over here, but they are not, unfortunately, they could have moved up a few spots, not a few spots, but a few points, and then make this more interesting towards Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. They've not had a good race, I'm afraid, and it sometimes does happen for them. They had a great start to the season. It was a victory first time around, 2 second places after that, but then really they've not scored. They've not been inside of the top 10, for the last 3 rounds, and that's not going to, or that road is going to continue, for this next few, or for this next race at the very least.
Also, it's a letdown that they had a really promising start in here as well. They actually started top 5 if I recall correctly, but it's dropped down suddenly into the field midpoint through the race.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, they did have a good start. Oh, big moment for Mario Marquez, and he's in the wall at the top of Eau Rouge. He's in the wall again, I'm afraid. Goes across the road, and great avoidance there from Waveframe Esports, whichever car that is. It could be one of the championship contending ones. There's the race-leading GTE car. This is a terrible place to be parked. Don't drive too far backwards, though, because you're going to get disqualified here. This is Mario Marquez of DX Droids trying to find a suitable place to get. Oh, this is so dangerous, but he's just about been able to get going again without causing a complete catastrophe. That was a good awareness from him to be able to do that safely. But wow, what a big moment that was at the top of Radion, as we have a battle coming through as well. Yartian going around the outside of the armed sim racing car. He's into 11th place, but he doesn't know what we've just seen at the top of Radion there. That was very scary stuff.
That was very scary stuff. I think Marquez tried to go for the clutch launch. Use the clutch as best as you can and then have the car spin 180. But the car just did not want to give that wheel spin and had to go for the 3-point turn. And 3-point turn towards the apex of the apex exit out of the Eau Rouge Radion complex. You really don't want to do that, especially with the cars going about 260 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, by the way, as well, the Waveframe car that had to go on the grass to avoid that accident was actually the championship contending car. They were second place in the championship, and they've just avoided a huge moment. Ren's Klopp behind the wheel, and great avoidance driving from him to be able to do that. But lost for words almost at that moment. Ajira Racing, meanwhile, in LMP2 have been into the pit lane right now. And they are now still 2 stops away from... So they've got to make 2 more pit stops in this, as we're going to see a replay of Mario Marquez. There were a number of moments there where you thought, he's got it, he's saved it, he's done a great save, but in the end, he just got away from it at the last moment, and it was really close with the Waveframe GTE. I'm still in somewhat shock as to how there wasn't a bigger accident there.
Yeah. Looks like the car bottomed out as well into the Radion complex, looks like. And then just unstable the car so much that he just couldn't keep control of it.
Yeah, it was very totally out of control, and thankfully no bigger incident was caused. But he's back going again. Everybody is back going. He's actually into the pit lane, presumably to repair that bit of damage that he will have picked up hitting the wall with the rear of his car as he did. Yeah, we've seen Ajira racing into the pit lane. We've got Roman Jakubovic closing on Matthew Beavis in LMP2 right now. We've also got Jordi San Andres closing on Lazarus Filiparkos. Sorry, that's Sean Jacobs, the other car. Filiparkos has just swapped out for Ollie McGowan, I believe, unless I've got my speedy mics mixed up. But this is definitely the battle for 13th place between Sean Jacobs and Jordi San Andres as we go towards the bus stop right now. But, I mean, a little bit of a shame to see World of Sim Racing all the way down here. I was expecting more from them at the start of the season and more from them throughout these races. Oh, for whatever reason, it's just not clicked in these last few weeks. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure why, but I've not seen them challenging for a race win in an endurance race for far too long, I'm afraid.
It's a team that has those promises, right? But unfortunately, I think the GTA field has been really strong this season. Let us just state that, right? Basically, they've been so close every single race. I think Suzuka was a perfect example of this, of how close the drivers can go over here. We don't even have Williams in here. Last round we had Williams competing, and they basically took the win with Kuba Brzezinski and Niko Wisniewski. So the GT field is those things. You have to be on the top of your game to actually contend for a win over here, and they're not. They unfortunately haven't pulled it.
Yeah, you're right. The GT fighting in Suzuka was really fantastic, very, very enjoyable. And it's been a similar sort of situation here in Spa, although the LMP2s have chipped in as well to provide us with their entertainment that they have so far throughout this race, and they will do a little bit later on. But yeah, this is the battle we're watching right now, 13th position, but also a battle going on for 7th between Beavis and Jakubovic, over a second being gained by Jakubovic every single lap. And Blackhawk throughout the middle of this race really did start to kind of tail off almost, and we're losing a bit of time, but now they're well and truly back to their best. That was a dive down the inside from Matt Beavis at Blanchimont. A lot of GTE traffic right now, and this is up towards the front in GTE as well. That's Tusis they've just overtaken. They will be getting through on the Vargas Sim Racing car and the Nitro Velix car very shortly as well. This is a very stressful situation for these guys to be in.
Yeah, and also Adam Baldwin was not happy with that move on Blanchimont with the dive from Beavis, because he even blinked his headlights towards the Rookie Monsters LMP2. And right now Jakubovic is going to get that draft, maybe a little bit of an arrow push headed into the All Rouge complex.
He just seemed to back off there, did Jakubovic?
Yeah, he did, setting himself up.
Well, yeah, he's set himself. He's got himself a big launch if he has. I think he might have miscalculated it slightly because he's lost a little bit too much time. But he's going to have a huge overspeed now. Beavis was caught up behind that GT, and now look at all the speed from the Blackhawk car. Down the inside he goes into Lecom. Bit of a slide. Beavis tries to go for a little bit of an undercut, a bit of a crisscross maybe, but no, he can't indeed do that. He stays behind for now. And that is Jakubovic through. I feel like this race is going to come back to Rookie Monsters, though. I feel like these guys are on different strategies, so you never know. It could turn back in their favour as they go through No Name Corner, or it used to be called No Name anyway, as they come out of it now, getting past the Vargas Sim Racing car. And yeah, more battling going on in front of them in GTE for 9th position.
Yeah, Blackhawk and basically defending themselves into the PIF. I like it to call it PIF path. Is there a proper name for this curve?
Well, Cam was calling it the Fania chicane earlier on, but I prefer PIF path actually. It sounds more entertaining. But it's not turned out very well for Nick Westphal there actually. For Paul Frere curve, they're 3 wide on the exit, and Guillaume Mas is on the outside line going through Blanchimont right now. And this can only end in complete glory or complete disaster. We'll see which one it is. Round the outside goes Guillaume Mas, trying to make this work for one move. They've gone side by side through there, and great respect between the two of them for making that work. Inside line for the bus stop chicane, and Nick Westphal might try and stick it down the inside for the final turn. He does. He spins around Guillaume Mas, and he corrects him actually, to be fair. and they go side by side off the corner. Here comes the Vargas Sim Racing car, putting a lap on them both as they go 3 wide into turn number 1. Guillaume Mas is in the middle trying to make this work, and they're still 3 wide. Right round the outside goes Nick Westphal. Guillaume Mas slides for the second time in 2 corners, and Nick Westphal holds on.
And basically, Moss nearly rear-ended the life out of that Blackhawk car right in front of Vargas. They were on the inside. It's those things, right? Racing sometimes can bite you in the rear in the least ways you really want to have to be bitten, right? Imagine if you T-bone a guy you're battling for position as collateral damage, you get the Vargas Sim Racing team.
Yeah,
It's late in the race.
Exactly, yeah. That would be bad, because but it happens. You're right, it does happen from time to time. This is what happened in replay form. Hard to know if Guillaume Mas came across on Nick Westphal there, or if Nick Westphal tipped Guillaume Mas into a spin. I don't really know how to call that one. Which way I would be leaning towards. I think Mas was possibly coming across on Westphal there.
Yeah, I think he did came on Westphal. The might have been without a little bit of a room, the one move team, but correcting the car, I think he wasn't pleased by it 100%. Right. So the problem is when they come into La Source, you guys get so close to one another. Just let the P2 guy go. Just let the Sedlacek eventually go, and then you can battle all over again in the Camel Straight, because you're gonna get close to one another, right? And you don't have to endanger the guy that is fighting for the championship this late in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good point, as Nick Westphal now still defending from Guillaume Mas. These guys are now actually one of or 2 of 5 cars in front or in the middle of Vargas Sim Racing and Deuces Motorsport Club, who are battling over a position right now. But Guillaume Mas is going to try again. Not into Blanchimont this time, maybe into the bus stop chicane, or is he going to wait again for La Source, maybe Le Com as well, which is a very good overtaking opportunity. Oh, a big slide as well from Westphal, not the greatest exit onto the front straight, and maybe this is the opportunity One Move Esports we're waiting for. Doesn't look like he's close enough though. On the brakes he looks to the inside, shows the nose, but decides not to go for it, deciding to wait for the better opportunity at Le Com, which is coming up right now if he's able to get a good enough run through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, the problem is there's 2 LMP2s right behind. There's another LMP2 just coming through the Eau Rouge complex. Might get a little bit. Oh, there's a wiggle in the Westphal's car. He's going to open up the move. Tomas actually go on the outside.
It looks like this is going to be a done deal now. The Aston Martin is much better in a straight line than the Ferrari, as one of the prototypes going 3 wide down the inside, getting through, and Guillaume Mas is into 9th position. Finally he's able to get through after all of the catastrophes that have happened over the last lap, and there's another battle going on now for what I believe is 12th place in this class. Ramada Motorsport, that's not Ramada Motorsport in front, sorry, that's one of the Black Hawk cars on a different lap to these guys. It's already San Andres though, closing on Ollie McGowan very, very quickly indeed. Sean Jacobs, excuse me. Oh, that's a big squeeze. And onto the grass goes San Andres, and down the Camel Straight he hits the wall. He's somehow managed to keep the car going in a straight line, but he has hit the wall and may have got some damage because he hit it at a very, very high rate of knots.
Yeah, I really want to see how San Andres' car is going to perform on the straight. They're coming to this one. Rather aggressive move, even though Sean Jacobs or Ollie McGowan left a little bit of room, Ollie left a small fraction of room. I think that might have been a lack of communication in there for the overtake, but still, I cannot believe how San Andres' car is still on the track.
No, I can't either, really. It was Sean Jacobs, by the way, not Ollie McGowan, getting my Speedy Bike racing cars mixed up once again. But yeah, that's Sean Jacobs in 13th place at the moment. I think you're right. It just looked like a bit of miscommunication between the two. It's quite a complicated kink coming out of when you finish Radion and Eau Rouge and that kind of peril. You've got that right-hand kink, and it can create some miscommunication like this. Down to the middle of the road goes Jacob, and I think he was just taking his normal line. Really, you want to pull to the left-hand side to take the racing line into Le Com, but San Andres was there. I think Jacobs was expecting San Andres to go to the inside, and San Andres was expecting Jacobs to expect him on the outside. I think there was just a bit of a miscommunication there, but yeah, that kink is kind of deceptively well, it's not obviously not something you think about when you're driving on your own, but when you're battling other cars, it is the root of much miscommunication between lap cars and even cars that you're battling with.
Yeah, and I think there's the best analogy can actually be done over here on the chat. It's the Kevin Estre move with some sarcastic tone to it.
Yeah, it's yeah. To be honest, I have no idea what you mean, but I'm sure people at home do.
Oh,
I'm just a bit thick.
It's basically, I think Kevin Estre, I don't know if he was on the Nürburgring, even in here on Spa, made the move on the ground, tried to make the move on the ground. It actually worked for him, but it's such a high risk move. You really don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Well, I remember something like that happening at Nürburgring. Didn't remember it was Estre actually, but yeah, it's certainly spectacular. Doesn't always work out, as you've just seen, but fortunately for us, San Andreas is still in the race and didn't cause a big accident. The pit window for the penultimate pit stops is open, should I say, for the LMP2 cars. David Mocek is going to be in about 2 laps' time, I expect. Well, no, it's not quite open yet, is it really? It's still going to be a little bit of a stretch, but Mocek is going to try and do another 2 laps here if he wants to make it on the same amount of pit stops as Varga. It's difficult to see him winning this one, though. Nearly 23 seconds between Mocek and Tinsick. We've seen it's never over until it's over, but it's not looking good in the terms of that Burst Esports Simplexity car. That is a big gap, and I don't think they've got it in them to close it, unfortunately.
No, I don't think either. I think Varga basically got this thing in the bag. Unless, again, Spa is one of those tracks that is famous for basically having the Le Mans effect that Toyota had, right? Basically, the strategy striking down in the final 5 or even in the last lap or so. But for now, Varga basically dominant lead. Again, proving why they are the leaders of this championship. And again, basically retaining, like putting the 2 hinders of the trophy unofficially, but then we have Le Mans, but Le Mans is a whole different story. We're not going to talk about it right now. We want to see the focus on this track.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that we're going to, a whole other thing that we're going to have to consider when we get there in 1 month's time. But make sure you join us. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And we're going to be here, of course, on the Virtual Endurance Championship YouTube channel. And yeah, it's going to be a fantastic race. Make sure you tune in. Yeah, in GTE at the moment, which I've been monitoring for the last few moments, Adam Baldwin is still closing on Michał Sedlacek. I'm mentioning earlier on about how he was just taking it a tenth at a time. He's still doing that at the moment. They're not really making that much of an impression on Turkka Hakkinen, who really does have great pace, but that issue has really set him back. And the fact that he's going to have to make a splash and dash a little bit later on is really going to hurt him as well. But Adam Baldwin and Michał Sedlacek, I'm expecting a battle between those two, and that's going to be a high-stakes battle, isn't it, really? Because they're separated, as I mentioned earlier, by 19 points in the championship. Deuces are going to want to reduce that as much as possible, and so Michał Sedlacek's going to want to retain it and maybe extend it as well to keep their rivals at bay. So there's going to be a lot of battling going on, and they're both going to want that second place very, very badly indeed.
Yeah, for Deuces, this means passing Team Racing Holland. They're going to pass regardless. I think it is just a matter of getting closer to the leaders, right? And so that's why Adam Baldwin might have that right in the mind of that Porsche 911 RSR. But for Varga, I think has bigger implications. They're nearly 20, I'm going to say 17 points, actually 16 points away from Nitro Velox. And Nitro, as you said, they have to make that a splash and dash towards the end. So it's, again, big implications. I really want to see how aggressive Sedlacek will be defensive if Adam Baldwin comes into the overtaking spots. So, again, really interesting battle brewing this late in the race. And I really want to see this one. I really am interested in how this is going to pan out.
Speaking of Nitro Velox, number 30 LMP2 car has been off at Puon there. Timotes Andonovski has been off the road, and Roman Jakubovic is not going to be too far behind him now. Just 4 seconds the gap between the two because of the issues for Roman Jakubovic that he has just had through the last few moments. And you don't often have small accidents at Puon. There is a lot of runoff through that corner, which is unfortunate and will have probably saved him. in all honesty. But yeah, you don't want to be having accidents or even spins through there. He's lost a bit of time. And of course, the kind of toll that will have taken on his tyres is quite immeasurable as well. The kind of heat that you put into your tyres through there is very, very difficult to get down again, especially with the way these tyres work on rFactor 2.
Yeah, once you get the heat, if you overheat your tires, as we're looking on the replay, I think in Nitro Velux there, the LMP had a problem at Puma. Oh!
Wow.
That's aggressiveness into Pujon that I did not expect.
Well, a little bit, yeah, but it's trying to... I don't really know why he was doing that, actually. He's not really near anybody. Well, he is now, but he wasn't a few moments ago, Andonovski. But, yeah, very, very capable driver, by the way, Andonovski, and very smart, normally, but just making that small spin there, costing him about 7 or 8 seconds, bringing Jakubovic closer. And Jakubovic was catching anyway, so we may well see a fight between them, but the pit stops have begun again. David Mocek is in, as well as Michele Ricci. Both into the pit lane right now, and I believe Ricci has had a drive-through maybe for cut tracks at some point. He's not stopped in his box to my knowledge, although I might have missed it. That is entirely possible. But no, it looks like he has stopped in his box, and that was a normal pit stop. I'm just wondering because it's not showing me his last lap time, which indicates he has done a cut track on the last lap, but he's back out there again, and that's all fine. But yeah, a big moment for Andonovski, and he's going to be struggling on his tyres now. Jakubovic going to be bearing down on him as well, and we're going to have a fight to watch in the next few moments, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we might have a little bit of a battle coming up in the next... I want to say maybe in the next 3 or 4 laps, if this keeps going like this. And Haken and this battle between Baldwin again, high implications. We just mentioned that. So I think the traffic, to be very honest, is playing so much in Baldwin's hands because he's getting the cars and getting so much draft out of these cars that is making up the ground on that traffic alone. And Sedlacek sometimes not getting that draft that he wants to basically have a clear track. And for battles like this, you really don't want to have a clear track with a guy just looming large like Jaws on you.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is going to be very nerve-wracking for Michal Sedlacek right now. It's just 4.5 seconds the gap. 1/10 was taken out of him on the last lap there. Up front of Sedlacek, there's a minute's gap to Ibrahim Khan, who's completely destroyed the field today. For Zancho, they've not had a good season, the reigning champions from season 12. Actually spread their talent really across the board. They had a hypercar, an LMP2 car, and a GTE. Now they're just down to the LMP2 and the GTE. The LMP2 struggling to get top 10s in this season, but the GTE slowly improving once again. And it's kind of a shame to see them start off the season on such a back foot, and really they haven't been able to defend the title and they would have in the way they would have wanted. But you know, for them to be able to take a race win at the least is a very good thing for those guys to take away from this season. Yeah. And they'll be able to give Le Mans a good shot now as well.
And finally, I think the Zancho curse has actually been dissolved right in the races here at VEC, because it's a lineup that can fight head-to-head with any of the other teams in the grid, but they just cannot get a break. Like, literally, they cannot get a break. And finally, I think going from pole, dominating every single stint with Khan and the other drivers has been really impressive, as I think they got overtaken by Burst. I think that complexity just overlapped them. So I really want to see how they do in Le Mans, and imagine a world there where Zancho could actually be a factor on the other drivers' championships. That could be really interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to happen this season, but maybe next season they'll be there or thereabouts in GT again, which seems to be their favoured category and the one that they run best at. The race leader is into the pit lane once again. Marcel Cincic had a lap's lead over Matthias Stehr and Michi Hoyer a few moments ago, but now he has pitted. He will relinquish that lap over everybody. Well, over some people anyway. Roman Jakubovic comes into the pit lane as well. Matt Beavis yet to pit for rookie Monster. Well, as I say that, he comes into the pit lane as well. So a few LMP2 cars running down pit lane right now. But this is Michi Hoyer. He's into that car for the final couple of stints in this race. Still a little bit of fuel saving for these guys to do, but second place is looking more and more likely for them. It doesn't look like they're going to get challenged from behind. It's difficult for them to challenge in front, but they've got to keep going. Just never know what could happen to Varga. They've got to be there or thereabouts just in case.
Yeah, they just need to, I think, carry the track as much as you want. You can basically lift, I think, a lap or two without any problems, and then you can lift and coast every single lap you can go on. They basically gonna go a second or a half slower, and they still, I think, would be okay within the realms of the championship because they just been so dumb.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was a moment. Trying to get down the inside of Satellite Racing, that is, in the Porsche, a team that were right up there towards the front at the start of this race, but unfortunately an incident with, I believe it was Rasmus Andreasen, when James Zuber was driving that car.
Yep.
They had that problem, and they've dropped way down, I'm afraid. But hey, look out for those guys at Le Mans. We'll talk about those guys in a few moments' time. But Michi Hoyer down the inside of Matthias Stair. No point in fighting that for the Go Team racing car because, yeah, they're on different strategies. Go Team are still yet to pit as Yuri Toman gets into the car for the final hour and 20 of this race. He's going to be taking it home for Varga Sim Racing.
Yeah. And the gap between Hoyer and Toman as they got into the car right now to wrap up the things for Varga is basically 21, 22 seconds roughly between Simplexity and Varga. So the strategy has been very similar to one another. Varga, again, just getting some really good runs and not letting burst whichever card it is, get closer and make any moves. But the effort has been there, so props to them.
Yeah, just while we've got a couple of moments, by the way, I want to go back to Satellite Racing we mentioned a few moments ago. So he gets a bit of a slide on there. They are, I'm going to go out on a bit of a limb here, but they are my early pick for GT Le Mans victory in this one, because just have a listen to their team. Starting the race here today was Henry Sinek. He's come over from Drillers Esports in the last few moments, or in the last few months, excuse me. Really, really very good driver indeed. Then he swapped out for James Zuber. Unfortunately, had that incident, which has really set them back in this race. But he is very, very quick indeed as well. And also, Yimi Nisler is also very, very fast. Those three guys, I think, are going to combine very, very well indeed at Le Mans. And considering the season that Satellite Racing have had so far, they'll be delighted with those couple of signings that they made of Sinek and Zuber as well. So yeah, I think they're a force to be reckoned with throughout the Le Mans race, and I'll be looking out for them. Although there are some very, very strong teams up and down the order, as you might be able to imagine. You know, guys like Zantio, Deuces, Varga, Nigel Velix, Williams, they're all going to be there.
And they're all going to be there. Big names are all going to be there. But Satellite is a team that I've been following on other sims for quite a while now. I think for the past 2 years at least, and they've been on a real big rise in terms of infrastructure organization. I know some of the managers of the team have host so many talks with them, and they are very focused within the sim racing team. Having VRS also come in as a partner for them help them wonders in terms of building setups and things like that. So really I'm interested what the Satellite team builds up into Le Mans, and he basically said the lineups also all-star can again match up with any other car in the field. But again, it's so bunched up. You have 8-9 cars that can battle for the lead with ease in Le Mans, not because of the draft, not only because of the draft. You have driver skills, you have strategy, so can't wait to see what they do.
Let's go back to LMP2 here at the 8 Hours of Spa, because there are some battles going on in this class once again. Roy McDuff has got in for Timotej Andonovski, and so he is now driving there and taking this one to the flag behind Roman Yakubovic. He's going to be hoping that he finishes in front, but for the moment he's staring at the back of that Black Hawk car, and expect Matthias Stair and Go Team Racing to come out not too far away from these guys, because that's the kind of region he's been in before. Matt Beebe is about 16 seconds behind, so he's involved in this fight as well. It's Yakubovic versus McDuff at the moment, and they seem pretty evenly matched as they go through Pouhon once again.
Yeah, good pace from Rory McDuff over here, and we know Rory is one of those guys that can go really fast, right? I think he might be. I want to be. I'm gonna be a little bit biased. That Rory, I think, is slightly faster than Timothée, but both drivers are really quick. So I don't see whoever's in front of him, the Blackhawk car, Yakupic, being able to defend anytime soon from Rory, as they have the better tires in comparison to Yakupic.
Yeah, it looks like that, but you know, the fight's going to rage on for the moment, and I'll be interested to see where Stair comes out in relation to this battle. A little bit of traffic up in front going into the bus stop chicane. These guys pretty much full of fuel at the moment. They've not long come out of the pit lane. Let's not forget, just one more stop to go for these guys, and the final GTE pit stops are also coming up soon. Matthias Stair, comes out of the pit lane, and he doesn't come out the pit lane at all, actually, because Moritz Mel has got into that car instead. He's just in front of Roman Yakupic and Rory McDuff, just under 20 seconds in front as things stand right now. So he is onto the Kemmel Straight and in 6th place pretty comfortably in this one. Roy McDuff, in a bit of traffic, has lost a little bit of time, but you can be sure that that's going to swing back towards his favour a little bit later on. But yeah, there are still battles happening in GTE. Sean Jacobs versus Jordi San Andres is going on, and these two, let's not forget, came into contact last time. They were battling. Jacobs not leaving San Andres the room, and the World of Sim Racing car got onto the grass, got into the wall, but somehow kept going again. You can see the crumples at the front of this Porsche right now. It's clearly a little bit damaged, but clearly not affecting San Andres that much.
Yeah, and again, we are both surprised. We were talking about this. We were both surprised to see this car still running, even with the big hit in the Campbell Straight. If you go for a hit like that on the Campbell Straight, you're sure to spin the car around 540 degrees, not be able to come back on track, and maybe be caught by someone else. But I think on San Andreas is going to have a little bit of draft to work with in the Campbell Straight, but I don't see him closing on Sean Jacobs or even pressuring him to make the move, as Wavestream just gone by them. The LMP, of course.
Yeah, the LMP2 car getting through there. That will be the 26th car of, well, it was Michele Ricci, and it is still Michele Ricci, battling with Jone Simonjic. It looks like Burst Edge Esports have finally been able to fight off Wavestream, and they might be able to get on assumably here, although that 18-second margin may be a little bit too much. We'll wait and see how many more pit stops Ajira has to do here, because I've still got my reservations about their splash and dash that I'm pretty sure they're still going to have to do. So it could still be the podium for Burst Edge Esports, but even if they were able to get 3rd place, Vargas Sim Racing look like they're going to be winning this one. And so that would mean they lose 9 points over Varga, extending that championship lead to 32 points heading into Le Mans, which means if they finish, inside the top 10, pretty much they will have sealed the championship. So yeah, things very much looking up for Varga right now, even if Burst Edge Esports are able to get on the podium again.
Yeah, it's basically, just you can leave the car in the back of the field, grab a cup of coffee, and just go full relax at Le Mans. Of course, you really don't want to relax at Le Mans. You really want to win a 24-hour race, which is the biggest 24-hour race in the whole world, in the whole racing calendar. So I'm really interested to look at the prospect of how aggressive the strategies will be for the Vargas and Racing. Do they take it easy? Do they go hard and go for the win every single time? Because sometimes, going hard for wins, it can bite them so badly. And you have to finish, if I recall correctly, half of the race for you to get some points, or even 75%, if I recall correctly, for you actually get counted towards the points. And if you don't get that in a timed manner, it can get problematic for you.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, backing off and driving slowly can also bring its own problems as well, especially towards the end of a race.
True.
Which we may talk about a little bit later on. But we've got battles to talk about right now. Sean Jacobs in front of Jordi San Andres with just over an hour to go, and not too long until these guys will be in the pit lane once again. But these guys not really thinking about that right now. It's all about the battle. San Andres down to the inside. He goes for 13th place, making a bid for that place. And he gets it, a bit of a slide into the corner, but it's very well controlled. And in the end, Sean Jacobs couldn't really put up much of a fight. He decided not to go defensive down into Le Combe. He didn't give Jordi San Andres nearly as much of a hard time as he could have done.
I think Sean didn't really want to push the car way too much. Maybe different strategies between Sean Jacobs and San Andreas in terms of pushing the car. I know Sean is a very capable driver, could have defended, but he's not overly aggressive in terms of defense. And San Andreas just pushing that car. Maybe the body work done in the crash that he had with Ollie McGowan made the Porsche slightly faster on this race.
At the moment, Pekka Hakkinen is in 7th place in GTE, and despite the fact he might be able to or might be making an extra stop in this one, I think he could well end up with 5th here, maybe 4th
I agree.
at the end of this race. That's an extraordinary recovery drive, isn't it? We saw earlier on he was down in the pack battling, scrapping for points, but now he could well be in the top 5 by the end of the day. That's an incredible drive from Pekka Hakkinen in 7th right now.
And minimize the damage that he has towards Wayframe and Varga, because from the looks of it, Varga is gonna get ahead of the 99 on points. And I'm just rumbling over here because they are on different spots. Wayframe then Renz is in 5th place, whereas Shedlacek is in 2nd. So there might be a little bit of a switch in the championship here. We will have to see, but minimizing the damage still would be within the top 3 and within the realm of getting something into Le Mans. Props to Turca and the boys at Nitro Velix. They did an amazing job. Never give up.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody at the moment is bearing down on Renz Klopp here, because Mario Tump is taking about half a second to a second out of him. And Turca Hakkinen is taking 2 seconds to 1.5 seconds in that kind of region out of Renz Klopp. So it's going to be a bit of a freeway fight coming up here soon, I'd imagine anyway, as these guys come across the line. That's the number 99 Wayframe car, followed by the number 491 Your Name Here racing car, followed by the number 60 Nigel Velix racing car. 1.2 seconds was the gap that Tump took out of Klopp on that occasion, but Hakkinen was 1.2 seconds quicker than Tump himself. So we really are about to get a trio of battlers for 5th place in GTE. It's an important championship one. Wayframe came into the day just 4 points behind Nitro Velix, and by the end of the day, despite their issues, Nitro Velix might end up gaining points on Wayframe anyway.
Yeah, and that's the thing you really want to have for Nitro Velix. Try to, if you get behind on points, if you get behind on the standings, minimize the point gap, right? Try to get it within 2 points, maybe 1 point. You can even survive with that, be comfortable with it as they get overtaken the Lecum's chicane. I think that's the rookie monsters that just overlapped them. So for now, every single point that Pekka Hakkinen gets from Renz Klopp and even Sedlacek and minimizes that damage for them, it's amazing. They're probably going to be satisfied with it. Of course, it's not the P2 they wanted, where they were in this race, but still very respectable results out of the Danish brand.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian Mikel and Turca Hakkinen have been driving as a 2-up challenge for most of this season, actually. It's been just those two. Dennis Lind was put on the entry list for them. At the start of the season, there were 3 of them, but we haven't seen Dennis Lind all the time. He has been tuned in every now and again. I don't know if he is right now, but yeah, certainly his team doing well. And let's not forget they have been champions of this category before. They've been multiple time race winners in LMP2 GTE. They've been very successful in the VEC under various different names that I will add. Singularity, I think they were called last season, and changes around again. I can remember about 3 names at least for them. They might even have more. But back to the Nitro Velix team, and yeah, it's certainly been a very, very good team. Christian Mikel has done it before in the VEC. He won overall in LMP1 back in season 7. That was 6 years ago now, so he's certainly got the experience.
Yeah, one of the interesting things for Nitro Velix has been the restructuring of the team, because I think last season with Singularity they had Alan Terzic, Yuri Kasdorf, basically all-star lineup for them in the top tier competition. Of course, not discounting the GT and the LMP2 categories, but midway through the season, Yuri Kasdorf goes to RWG. Now he's in Red Bull Esports. So lots of mixes and comings and goings for Nitro Velix, and still with these shufflings of drivers being very competitive, and props to them, because in a championship like this, you need to have top level drivers to carry on through the championship, and they basically done that. You can see what Turka Hakkinen is doing.
Yeah, Turka Hakkinen's really rocked into my consciousness, certainly in these last few months. Really stepped up to the plate, and he's no slouch, is he? Very, very good driver indeed, is Turka Hakkinen. And yeah, showing it to us right now. They've made a great signing as well in terms of their LMP2 contingent. I think, anyway, they've made a great signing in Timotej Andonovski, who was kind of a refugee from Drillers Esports when they shut down not so long ago. Nitro Velix Racing took them on. And yeah, I think that's, I believe they did anyway, unless I've got my teams mixed up, which is very possible. But yeah, certainly a fantastic driver is Andonovski, a good signing.
Yeah, Andonovski also really fast driver in the LMPs. I think, did he? I'm trying to remember if he actually drove the hypercars at one point in this championship.
I
cannot
think he
remember.
did. I'm racking my brain as well. I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah.
Silverstone, if I recall correctly, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. But it seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All the way back to Silverstone, when we had the hypercars in. It seems like an awful long time since I've seen a hypercar driving at all. In reality, it was probably 6 months ago, 5 months ago, maybe not even that. So yeah, a big restructuring so far as we've gone along in this VEC season.
Yeah, it's been insane, right? The changes and making this LMP2 feel very much bigger and more competitive has been really good. And in the meanwhile, I think you mentioned one thing about the Splash and Dash. It's basically confirmed because Arne Schumvliet is in the pits right now, has his car. The LMP stint has been going around for 45 to maybe 48 minutes, depending on the different fuel gauges you really want to use, the mixes. But the Splash and Dash is kind of confirmed. Maybe half a stint to 2/5 of a stint, maybe for Schumvliet in the Algira number 2 car.
I think he might be able to make it to 20 minutes to go, 25 minutes, if my maths is correct. So that's, yeah, I think you're about right on that.
Yeah.
With the amount of fuel that he's going to have to take. But he is going to have to make another stop. Yeah, you're right, though. Because Toman, Hoyer, Simoncic, those guys around him are only going to make one more stop. So I think that pretty much confirms Burst Edge Esports in third place. Where are Algira going to come out? I think it might well be top 5 for them today. But, you know, their drive-through penalty for track limits has really cost them. It cost them 35 seconds. But, you know, by the end of this race, when they kind of knock 35 seconds off their time, I think they're going to have 2, maybe 3 more positions that they could have had in this race.
Yeah, I think that's the position they really don't want to be in. That drive-through really did hurt them. It is a track that doesn't favor, you know, those track limits. Spa is infamous for that kind of stuff. And looking at Matthias Tara, is he right behind Arne over here?
Let's have a look. He is actually. Sorry, it's Moritz Mel who's got into that car. But Star's been driving such a long time. It's hard to forget. But Mel is now right. Yeah, you're right. Right on behind Schumvliet. You can, well, maybe he would have changed tyres. Not entirely sure for Schumvliet. But anyway, those guys are nose to tail right now, and there is a bit of traffic in front of them as well, coming out of No Name Corner. That's one of the World of Sim Racing cars, and one of the Black Hawk cars as well. But as you can see, in the top left-hand side of your screen, we have less than an hour to go in the 8 hours of Spa. It's been a fantastic race so far, but I think there is one more twist in this tale just yet. So make sure you stay tuned for this final hour. It's going to be very, very interesting indeed. And it all starts off with this battle for 5th place, which is going on right now.
And Mel just pushing the limits out of that car in the Go Racing team. I really want to talk to the Go Racing team. You know, they've been on the off strategies to some of these teams. They're trying to mirror what the leaders are doing. At one point, they actually get within top 3 because the leaders are pitting, right? But let me give the props, because they've been pushing the boundaries of that LMP2 and getting within top 5 for a team that hasn't had the biggest luck this season.
No, certainly not. And Cam was mentioning a little bit earlier on, actually, how much they've improved throughout the season. Has been quite astonishing for them. But in GTE, we'll change the subject slightly because Michał Sedlacek is into the pit lane after 181 laps. That's 1 lap shorter than we were expecting, so maybe trying to do a little bit of an undercut. He's gone under the hour mark now. He knows that he can make it to the end of the race, so get in the pit lane as quickly as possible, get fueled up to the end of this race, and then he can just focus on that final hour and the inevitable fight that we feel he's going to have with Adam Baldwin.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. I really want to see if he's gonna put some tires in that car. I don't think he will. No tires for Sedlacek. Just seeing if it is him still in the car. It is still Sedlacek in the car, and battle's on. I really want to see where Adam Baldwin will come up whenever he goes into pit lane, because I think he has to come this lap.
Yep.
And then we just have to throw him down if the traffic is gonna play on Sedlacek's way whenever he comes out on the out lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's well, to be fair, Deuce's Adam Baldwin's got a couple of prototypes behind him right now, so might be hampered by them slightly, just having to slow to let them through. He has caught one of them at quite a nice point, but there is another one stuck him right behind. Is there going to be a bit of a dive, or is it going to be quite nice for Baldwin? I think it's going to be all right in the end, so Baldwin might well get away with it. Vargas Sim Racing getting out right now into some clean air, which is good news for them. So Sedlacek is going to get a bit of an undercut here. But if you mention the fact that he hasn't actually changed tyres in this one, here, Lorenzo, you know, the fact that Adam Baldwin's got less fuel in the car, they're on pretty much the same tyre wear, but Baldwin's just got less fuel in the car, so he's actually going to be getting an overcut here.
He might get an overcut, and it will then come down into how much rubber they spend on the tires, because some of the curves over here, they are kind of like high degrading. As I'm looking into Baldwin coming into the pit lane, this is it. You know, really want to see now how much fuel does Adam Baldwin commit towards that car, and the traffic kind of played this way there. So it is all down on Sedlacek getting lucky, getting maybe some draft from other cars, and who knows, maybe go for that undercut, but we'll see.
So we'll just keep an eye on him as well, Lorenzo, to see if he's going to take tyres here, because it's going to be very important to see, both in terms of pit stop time, but also in terms of what kind of rubber you're going to have left towards the end. We saw at the first stint of this race, you know, double stinting really didn't work, and that some teams really found out the hard way. I think Varga were one of them. As he pulls into his pit box right now, does Adam Baldwin. Presumably he's going to be the man taking this car to the end of the race. But does he risk taking the tyres at this stage, or is he going to go for no tyres? It doesn't look to me that he's gone up on the jacks, although I can't see it very well.
No up in the jack still for the Deuce's car, as we're looking to Sedlacek, just done with the bus stop. We'll come to the start-finish line, and still Baldwin revving up the car right now, so getting to get away from the pit lane, and he will do it. No tires for the Deuce's car, and João Barbosa is in.
It's a driver change, right? That's just a bit of a surprise to me. But there you go, driver change for Adam Baldwin really getting close out. As here he comes out of the pit lane. He releases the pit limiter, and he's not gonna have great speed going down the Kemmel Straight. He is going to be marginally in front, but they're going to be side by side pretty much. There goes the Varga car. You can see in the top right hand side of your screen, Sedlacek went through fairly easily there. They're both going to be on exceptionally old tyres. From what we know at this point, and they're going to have cars bearing down on them left, right and centre, but I don't think it's going to matter in the end. This is the big battle though between Sedlacek and Barbosa. Barbosa has he gained a little? I think he might have gained ever so slightly, about half a second in terms of time. The gap's now less than 3 seconds. Beforehand it was about 3.5 as Turkka Häkkinen gets down the inside of Rens Klopp into Lecom, and he gets up into 4th place. A very important championship pass there from Turkka Häkkinen.
Yeah, now all the things that Häkkinen needs to do is widen that gap. I know that Klopp will be able to overtake him, but what would be an ideal gap for Häkkinen over here, as he still has about 75% of his fuel in his stint, so about 20 seconds or something to have a comfy margin whenever you come down from your splashing dash?
Well, I think Rens Klopp still has to pit here, and I think Turkka Häkkinen does as well, and Turkka Häkkinen's pit stop, I think, is going to be shorter, so I think he's going to be ahead of Wave for him here, whatever happens. I don't think he needs to pull a gap. To my I could be wrong, but I think he might be all right. Whatever happens here, this is what I mean. His drive has just been so incredible that even guys like Wayframe, who have had a very good race, their car hasn't been the fastest car today. Okay, but they've had a very clean race. I haven't seen them make a mistake. I haven't seen them spin. I haven't seen them go off the road at any point. Haven't seen them make any dumb traffic manoeuvres. They did get embroiled in one battle early on between the top 5 cars, but everybody was involved in that, so they can be excused for that one. I haven't seen them put a foot wrong today, but even though those issues have befallen Nitro Velix, they've still managed to actually beat them out in this race.
Yeah, it's quite surprising. And one thing that is more surprising to me is Zansho, their lead is just one lap. One full lap. They basically lapped the entire GT field, and Con still has to pit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a complete domination from Zansho today. They have still got to pit, you rightly say, but they do, on corrected order, they have over a minute's lead, and I think that's the biggest winning margin we've seen in VEC, especially in the GTE category, for a very long time. That's the kind of gap that you would see after a 24-hour race, not an 8-hour race, but it just puts into perspective what a drive Zansho have had, and I guess it shows the advantages of not being involved in a championship fight. No pressure, no expectations at all, and that kind of weight off your shoulders can make you fly a little bit.
Yeah, full send every single lap, no care whatsoever for the life of other people, and get away with it. Yeah,
absolutely. Very effective as well for them here today. Whoa, my goodness, that was a bit of slalom skiing from somebody driving the Sim Racing for Holland car going towards Le Combe right now, going one side of the One Move Esports Aston Martin, and to the right side of Carlos Basto driving the Ramada Motorsport car. He must have got the fright of his life through there, but that's Basto versus Guillaume Mas battling over 10th position. It's a double Aston Martin battle, two of the same manufacturer going on right now. Sim Racing for Holland not involved in this fight, by the way. They are a couple of laps down at this stage, but these two have really been involved in the entertainment for the last couple of hours. The Aston Martins have been battling a fair amount over this 10th position, along with some others.
Yeah, but I think there's one car right in between. Is that the Varga? Is that the race leader? It doesn't look like that. Looks like either VRS, the satellite, or the One Move that had just made the lap overtake on them. There is the Burst, the P2, just splitting the field a little bit. Sandwiched by both GTE cars. You really don't want to be sandwiched by GTE cars that are battling for position.
No, not really. That was Michi Hoyer going through from second place. They're about 10 minutes away from their final pit stop at the moment, just over 30 seconds behind race leaders, the Varga Sim Racing. Carlos Basto and Guillaume Mas still battling those. We've got a yellow flag in sector 1. That's the 491 car. Your Name Here Racing from 7th place. Christian Heidmarsh is off at Eau Rouge, and I wonder if that has been a big accident or not. We'll wait and find out in a few moments' time, because these two Aston Martins are battling into the bus stop chicane. The Nitro Velix LMP2 goes through, and Basto moves to the left-hand side, forces Guillaume Mas onto the grass, and he has to brake late. He's missed the corner completely, and he's lost a fair amount of time.
Yeah, that's the problem on the bus stop. You can commit. If you overly commit that car, and Mas is not pleased one single moment of it, just blinking the headlights, and but to be fair, that's the overcommitment on the bus stop that you really can want to do, and you can get away with it sometimes. Wasn't the case for the driver of that number. I need to see the wrong move, but the number 397 car.
The race leader in GTE is also into the pit lane. Ibrahim Khan making his final pit stop of the day, and that's on lap 486 or 5. I don't quite know which one, but whether he's crossed the line yet or not. But it doesn't really matter. He is way out in front right now, ahead of Michal Sedlacek, who is slightly pulling away from João Barbosa. I'm kind of surprised, unless there was some kind of driver time thing that they were going to kind of rule that they were going to breach. I'm not entirely sure why they have swapped drivers at the very final moments. Adam Baldwin will have been in the groove. He's been in there for the last few hours, unless he's had some kind of issue with his setup or some personal issue that he had to attend to. I don't know why you changed just for the final hour.
Don't you have a max limit? Don't you have a limit for driver time?
It's 70% of the laps completed by your
Didn't
car.
Baldwin? I think Baldwin did nearly that on this race.
I can't honestly remember. We have seen him in that car a lot, but you're right. They might have been limited by that. If they weren't, though, it's a bit of a strange one as to why they would have changed that. I'll make a few messages or send a few messages, and I'll try and get to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, but that's the only reason I can see that Baldwin would get away to the car and hand it to the Portuguese driver, João Barbosa. That's the only reason I can see him getting away. He might have reached the 70% somewhere around the stint, and he probably would have been either disqualified or get a massive drive-through or time penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try and figure that one out in the next few moments. Meanwhile, the battle for 15th place is going on between Jordi San Andres and one of the Black Hawk cars. They were both running inside the top 10 earlier on, but I'm afraid some issues, not least when Kevin Yeager was driving, have set them back just a little bit. And that Speedy Mike car in the foreground is actually a fight as well here for position. Down the inside, though, Jordi San Andres on Kevin Yeager, very late on the brakes. Glowing, and he gets through into 15th place. Bit of a slide for Kevin Yeager, and he cannot respond.
I cannot respond, and San Andres has one more target inside because Sean Jacobs is not far away from him as they go into La Source, and I think the gap between them is right about half a second between. Actually, I was gonna say half a second, but it's slightly shorter than longer than that. Nearly a full second between Andres and Jacobs as they both come up into the Al Rouge complex, nearly cutting the corner, San Andres. But that Porsche is looking, again, really pacey.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of free car battles going on right now, by the way. Carlos Basto is not that far in front of Blazis Mesk. That's the other World Sim Racing car trying to make up positions. Guillaume Mas has just got through on Carlos Basto, by the way. And so he's starting to run up into the distance. But the battle that they had has brought Mesk into the equation here. And this is going to be a good fight now for 11th position. Let's not forget, points go down to 15th position this year in the Virtual Endurance Championship. So there is every reason to fight for every last point you can gather in this championship now, because every point does matter. Bit of a slipstream going on now for the World of Sim Racing car. Going to see if there's going to be a move into the bus stop chicane. Got to negotiate Blanchimont first, try and get a run off this corner. Goes a little bit wide, but it is a good run for the Porsche. And he goes to the inside of Carlos Basto. Blazis Mesk, pretty easy move in the end, 11th place, and nicely done on the brakes. No real argument from Carlos Basto, and in the end, he is through as we look at Burst Edge Esports versus Waveframe Esports in LMP2. This is also a battle going on for one of the podium spaces.
Yeah, Yerne is putting the time on that car, trying to get away from Michele Ricci, but the Italian putting the whole lot of pressure on Yerne Simic. There is one car right ahead of him. I think that's the Black Hawk as they come to the bus stop, and there is the also Sim Racing World, but that will be a little slightly split because Ricci is going to get the Black Hawk towards the tail end of the bus stop. He's going to lose some time in it, but Simic getting lucky with traffic in here.
Just on that occasion, he does, yep, and that's Kevin Yeager they've just negotiated, and it's Jordi San Andres as well, who is just in front of Ricci right now. A little bit wide through turn one for Simic on that occasion, but he's not going to be under threat from Michele Ricci on this occasion. They're going to go up the hill through Eau Rouge again. Let's not forget there's one more pit stop to come here, and I believe they're both on the same strategy pretty much at this point. So this is the fight for the final podium space in LMP2 and overall, so it's going to be a pretty high energy fight from now on until the finish. Burst Edge Esports need every single point they can get, and so if they can hold off Waveframe Esports here, then they will be able to gather an extra 3 points.
Any points for them will be really good, but again, it's getting out of reach, right? You have Varga just basically dominating the race, no problems whatsoever for them, and you can see Burst basically on the high pressure from Waveframe. And the one thing you really don't have is the number 26 car applying pressure on a team that is trying to crave P3 in the championship. They're far back from Varga not even within contention realm. But for Wayfree, this is also important for them because every point they get from Argira is important for them in the championship because they're tied for points.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to want to keep their podium run going as well, let's not forget, which is going on for 7 races in a row so far for Burst Edge Esports, which is what Yerny Simoncic is defending right now. We've not seen Alex Siebel today. It's been Dennis Jordan and Yerny Simoncic, mostly 2 drivers in most of these cars, to be fair. And Burst Edge following that pattern, but Michele Ricci just had a look to the inside there, showing the nose, trying to get into the head, get into the mind of Yerny Simoncic, but a driver of Simoncic's caliber is not going to be phased easily. And so he stays in front just for the moment, and things kind of level out between the 2 drivers. Not too long until these guys have got to pit. Michi Hoyer normally pits around the same amount on the same lap, and he is about a lap and a half away from pitting. So expect to see Simoncic and Ricci in, well, Simoncic at the very least in the next 2 laps, but that was a fairly big moment.
Yeah, fairly big moment for Ricci in the corner entry of the All Rouge Radion complex. Cars get really wiggly in the apex, in the first part of the apex, and good control for Ricci to keep that car on track. And still within the draft realms of Simoncic, as they're going to have to come down into pit lane anytime soon. That will bring Mel into P3, but he's on the off strategy, and he is within the same strategy as Varga, if I recall correctly, so he's going to pit late. You might get a splash next year.
Yeah, absolutely. So you never know. It's going to be... you're going to have to keep watching until the end, basically, to find out what's going to happen. But these two still running nose to tail with one of the cars in front, and I caught a glimpse of it. I believe it might be the Wayframe. No, it's not. Sorry, I just saw a bit of red and thought it was a bit of an orangey red and thought it was a Wayframe car, but it wasn't indeed. Very, very close there from Ricci on the back of Simoncic. So they go out of Stavolo nose to tail, but that was almost a rear-ending moment there between for Ricci. They both get through on the drive gain seat car easily, and there's going to be some more slipstream happening up towards Le Mans. Sorry, not Le Mans, Blanchimont, should I say. And a lot of overspeed now. Is he going to dive it down the inside this time? No, not quite. He keeps doing that. He keeps showing the nose into the bus stop and forcing a mistake this time out of Simoncic, and he goes into the pit lane. So with 40 minutes to go, he knows he can make it to the end from here. He's pitting as early as possible, going for a bit of an undercut on Yerny Simoncic.
And really good pressure call from the Wayframe car, you know, just putting the ball on now on Yerny Simoncic, where you want to go, when do you really want to go into the pit lane. And then he's going to be aggressive all the way out, Michele Ricci or whoever takes over that car. So it's a really good, interesting call from Wayframe to go for the podium. Meanwhile, really good battle brewing up in P3 over on the GTE field because Barbosa is not performing. Turca just did a 2:15 last lap and dreaded 2 seconds, nearly 3 seconds away from the Deuces car. And then Nitro Velox GT is crawling already on the back end of the Porsche 911 out of Deuces.
Yeah, I think that Nitro Velox are on newer tyres than those guys, and they have to pit again here, so I wouldn't be too worried if I was Deuces Motorsport Club, because I believe that Turk Agnon has to pit again. I could be wrong, but I think he does have to pit again for a short pit stop. It's still going to affect him, and he may well still finish 5th, but here we go. It looks like he's going to try and make a move on João Barbosa. Not seeing it on our screens right now, but Hakkinen is through nice and easily. Didn't miss much, really, because it was a pretty slam dunk maneuver. And when you've got that kind of pace difference, he took 2.3 seconds out of João Barbosa on that last lap. So when you've got that kind of pace difference, it really doesn't matter. I have had word in, by the way, and thanks to Nick Newcomb, who is watching along, team manager at Deuces Motorsport Club. I asked him why on earth you would change Baldwin out at that point, because he was so in the groove, so in the flow, that why would you want to interrupt that? He said simply it was the 70% rule. They couldn't go on any longer with Baldwin if they kept him in, so they would have been disqualified. So yeah, you win on this occasion, Lorenzo. You were correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think they would have reached the 70%. I think midway through their stint, and they would have been disqualified. And it's unfortunate, but it's still really good outing from Deuces, and for the championship hopes, it's not the brightest thing overall, but you're still within the realms of getting a P3 in this championship, because then Le Mans you have the half points extra. So for them, really good outing despite Barbosa getting the car to avoid the 70% out of Adam Baldwin.
Yeah, absolutely. As the leader comes into the pit lane, Vargas Sim Racing not going as long as... oh no, sorry, that is on schedule. Pardon me. So Yuri Toman is into the pit lane. Schumfleet is in as well. Pretty much everybody is making their final pit stop right now. As Schumfleet isn't in. I've just read that wrong. Simoncic is in. Now, where is Ricci in relation to Simoncic? Those two were battling very, very closely. And neither of them are taking tyres. I think they're pretty much going to come out side by side here. So, yeah, going to be a very interesting in about 40, 50 seconds time to see where Simoncic leaves the pit lane and where Ricci is when he does indeed get out there.
Ricci is on Stavilo.
Yeah, well, is Simoncic rolling yet? Yes. No, he's not. That's Vargas, sorry. He's just going down the pit lane. Oh, you're right.
Out.
Oh, God, you're right, yeah. How on earth has that happened? Simoncic is out. So he's going up the hill now, and Ricci's nowhere near. So, where's he lost this 40 seconds? Was it a drive-through penalty for... Surely it can't have been a drive-through for cut tracks. Or unless we've missed something major.
I'm slightly surprised.
I'm puzzled. I'm completely puzzled by that.
I'm the same.
Well, yeah, that's not even close, is it? 40 seconds? That's too big to be a tyre difference even. And why would you put tyres on with 40 minutes to go?
Yeah, unless you're really gunning for... You don't get extra lap points in here. This is not Formula 1, so... I'm puzzled. If anybody knows, please let us know.
Answers on a postcard, please, is the idea at this point. Yeah, there's a lot of discussion going on in the chat. It's not always about the race, and that's fine. Yeah, and if you do know, then please inform us, because we're at a loss right now as to how on earth that has happened. Yeah, we'll try and work that one out and get to the bottom of that one.
All right, we got something here. I got something here. I don't know if it is the out lap, but Ricci's first lap, I think this is the first fast lap that he has at 2:28.
Yeah,
I think that this is out lap. I really want to see the next few laps.
That's still only 20 seconds. It doesn't explain the other 20.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I cannot look towards the whole lap gap they have since Ricci came out of the pit lane, but still, this is weird.
Very, very weird indeed. Yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of that one before this race ends in 35 minutes' time. But for now, we'll do what we're a little bit better at, which is watch battles actually on the track, because there's a lot more simple to understand at the moment. World of Sim Racing just moved up into 9th position ahead of Guillaume Mas, who's driving the One Move Esports car, a car that has really improved throughout this season. And they're getting top 10s in Division 1 now, which is fantastic to see for them in the VEC, as we're watching now Christian Heinmarsch on the back of Drive Game C. Alessandro Apolloni is driving that car right now as well. So this is about for 7th place. And Christian Heinmarsch, who is not too far behind. He's got a good runner out of the bus stop chicane as well. Might try and go into La Source, or maybe wait for Le Com as well.
Just looking over here on the points for One Move, this GTE car. I think this is the first outing they have on Div 1, because looking over here, the participation points, they had participation 2 rounds in Div 3, then the rest basically in Div 2, basically dominant Div 2, and then getting this Div 1 spot. Is this his first outing?
I think it's had at least one. I've seen that livery at least once before. I'm not entirely sure how many, though, as they're in the slipstream right now. Down to the outside. We're going to go to the outside of Le Com, and here we go. Apolloni on the inside. Heinmarsch not giving him the space to even contest him through that corner, though, and he takes that place away into 7th position, as Jordi San Andres is in 15th, just behind Drive Game C in 14th, and just in front of Kevin Yeager, who's in 16th. So this is a free car battle going on GTE, which has just been relentless today.
Yeah, they're kind of liking the spotlight. I think San Andres is enjoying that spotlight a little bit as he put the all slightly touch between Ciucci's and San Andres, and I don't know if that accrued damage on the back end of the Ferrari from the Ciucci's, but San Andres, putting that master pressure on the car, getting aggressive every single lap that he goes if he has a position to overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just trying to get through every opportunity he can, really. We had the Blackhawk cars running nose to tail a few moments ago, by the way, just behind these guys, but Kevin Yeager has come into the pit lane just behind them. Jordi San Andres is still fighting, though, and here is Jone Simicic getting in front of, that is Go Team Racing. Moritz Mel is into the pit lane, and he is now down to 5th place, probably will be down to 6th. By the time Waveframe get through, they're coming up towards the La Source corner right now, and I'm pretty sure that Michele Ricci is going to get in front of Moritz Mel, although we still don't know quite how. They're 40 seconds behind Jone Simicic, who they were fighting with not 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, again, if anybody knows how come they are 40 seconds away, please let us know. I'll pay you a bagel. I'll give you a bagel if you actually answer me this. But it's interesting, how come they're still 40 seconds away, and how underperforming is that car being? I cannot look at the. All right, now I can. Let's take a look.
2-minute 1.6 on the last lap is downright frightening. That was their fastest lap of the race so far. Michele Ricci's flying out there at the moment. But their fastest lap of the race so far, I'll add, not the race's overall fastest lap. That's currently held by Varga Sim Racing with a 2 minutes 0.9. So they're 7 tenths away from that. But to be setting that car's best lap of the race at this point is quite astonishing, actually. Ricci's clearly a man on a mission. Yeah, he's definitely got new tyres on that car, but it doesn't cost 40 seconds, does it?
It's lengthy. I think it is 30 seconds. Because it is 1 by 1. So you get about 5 or 6 seconds each change of the tires. So if we dip the full tires, it's a little bit tricky, because I'm looking at Simic's last lap, 205, 206. So he's on wasted rubber. He's on worse rubber than the Italian. So that might have been a strategy call from Simic to try to keep that car within the top 3 spot. But I don't know. It could bite on them at the very end of this race.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think we'll park that discussion now, really, because we've talked about it and we've not solved it, so we'll just leave it for the moment. I think we're going to get a great fight here, though, between Michele Ricci and Moritz Mel in the next few moments, because Ricci's flying and being caught by Moritz Mel. Unassumably is bound to be into the pit lane at some point. He might be able to get a top 5 out of this, because his last stop is going to be quite short, but he does need another one. Ricci's still about 9.5 seconds away. Jimmy Allison confirming to me, by the way, that he says it's 37 seconds for 4 tyres and 17 for 2. So, yeah, it seems that they have taken on 4 tyres, and that's the end of that. They've taken. I'm slightly puzzled still, because my question is, why would you take tyres with only 40 minutes to go? You need to gain a second a minute to make that worthwhile, which is 2 seconds a lap. And at the moment, they are, well, we'll get the proper times in a few moments. They did gain 3.5 seconds on that last lap, but, it's not going to stay like that forever, is it? It's going to even out.
It's going to even out at one point, maybe towards the latter portion of this thing, because now Michi just done a 203 on that car. So, I don't know. It's all those puzzling calls that Sim Racing kind of provides, and Simicic is on the 206, so not the best rubber. I'm still puzzled by it as well. Meanwhile, the Nitro Velox car, the GTE, in the pits finally, so basically half a stint for Turkar Hakkinen to actually perform.
Yeah, put half a tank of fuel in that car and he will be away running down the pit lane right now, and he's going to get out ahead of Martin Darland, I think. Darland comes out of the final corner right now, whereas Hakkinen is heading up the hill through Eau Rouge on the pit exit right now, and he's into 5th place. He's got 40 seconds to catch João Barbosa. That's not going to happen in the next few moments. But Turkka Hakkinen, it's actually 4th place, sorry, not 5th. It's 4th place for Turkka Hakkinen. He's going to lose a very, very minimal amount to those in front of him. Those behind him in the championship. A great damage limitation day from Turkka Hakkinen and Christian Mikel if they can take this to the flag.
If they take this to the flag, I'm just looking at the points here. Let me just get the points, because now I'm really interested in terms of points. But I done a goof over here, so I cannot tell you right now. But all right, here we go. So these 4 long races, basically P4 grants you about 18 points. So so far they're getting as much points as they can from away from the 99 car, and that's around 4 points total, because Wade Frame is on P6. Actually, P6 grants you 15, so taking 3 points away. So I'm looking really good for Turkka Hakkinen so far. The one thing he really doesn't want is that Vargas in racing in P2 for now.
Yeah, he wants Juice's Motorsport Club to get ahead, but at the moment, João Barbosa just doesn't have that pace, does he, at the moment? Michal Sedlacek is pulling away. Ibrahim Khan's pulling away from everybody, but Michal Sedlacek is pulling away from João Barbosa. Vargas Sim Racing look like they are going to come home second in GTE right now. That will give them 25 points to Nitro Velix's 18, gaining them 7 points. Varga came into the day 16 behind, so if you do the maths, that's 9 points of a margin for Nitro Velix heading into the final race of season 13. Juice's Motorsport Club are going to gain 3 points. They came into the day 25 behind. They're going to come into the Le Mans 22 points behind, and I think they're going to be 3rd in the championship, possibly even ahead of Waveframe, depending on Christian Malglera's final run in this race. I think he's going to finish 6th, and so that is going to lose him 3 points, meaning he's only going to be 7 points behind. So actually, I was counting out Waveframe, but they're only going to be 7 points behind. Varga are going to be 9 points behind. Juice is 22 points behind. So 4 cars separated by 22 points. Heading into the final race in Le Mans, 3 cars by less than 10 points. Not bad.
Not bad at all. But the one thing I'm actually wondering over here, because we saw tracks that favor specific cars, like I was looking at the chat, like BMW was favored in Suzuka because it's a better track for them. They can move, they are more nimble. They waste a little bit less tires than the other cars doing the track. That Indianapolis favors the Porsche in terms of torque and acceleration and how the car handles. Le Mans, which car is favored over here? I really don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm a bit rusty, by the way, so if anybody can help me, and I'll appreciate every single help I can.
Well, Le Mans can be a little bit deceptive, and we'll
Yeah.
I guess we should save some of these discussions for the actual Le Mans, but we'll have this one while we've got a couple of moments right now. You know, it's very, people say, oh, you know, they think of the Mulsanne Straight. That's the first thing you think of when you think of Le Mans. Yeah, the Mulsanne Straight, you know, it's a straight line speed track, but you forget that you've got these incredibly technical sections. The chicane's very technical. You need slow speed, mechanical, good chassis grip to go through those corners, and then you need the aero grip of the Porsche curves as well to sweep through there. So, you know, it's not as simple as just taking all the downforce out and making your car go as fast as possible in a straight line.
I think this might come into a fuel battle. Which car wastes more fuel?
Could do. Well, it depends if it comes into a fuel race, doesn't it? Some races do really end up like that. And you can. Why have Vargas Sim Racing suddenly got a? Have they got a? Vargas Sim Racing into the pit lane. DNF next to their name. Has there been a disconnection for our race leaders and our championship leaders with 25 minutes to go? I believe that may have happened.
It did.
Jimmy Toman is in the pit lane right now. DNF next to his name. He needs to get back into the server as quickly as possible. He's going to lose this race when as things stand. And meanwhile, Arno Schumvliet has been into the pit lane for his final stop. He's in 5th, not too far behind Moritz Mell, and that's going to be a battle to watch. But goodness me, Yuri Toman, lightning strikes at the worst possible time.
Can
Oh
I
my
call it
goodness me.
commentator's curse?
We may have done.
I think I called this 2 hours ago.
Oh,
I think like an hour and a half ago. Like, this track can bite you in every possible way, in the worst time possible. So, Jiri Turman, Michael Silacek, boys, I apologize because I think I did a big curse on you, but championship-wise, oh my goodness.
we believe it's an internet drop for Yuri Toman because he's lost connection from the TeamSpeak server. He's lost connection from the webcam Google Meet thing. So we believe that Yuri Toman has disconnected, or his internet has disconnected entirely. And with 25 minutes to go, we have a lead change. Mitzi Hoyer is now leading by 1.5 minutes over their teammates Burst Edge Esports. Now what's going to happen here? Because these two are teammates. I know that from all of my experience with Burst Esports, there are never any team orders. But surely Mitzi Hoyer isn't going to just pull over and let Simoncic have this one. It would be an extra 5 points. It would be precious extra 5 points for Burst Edge Esports in this championship that they dearly need. But are they going to do that? I don't think they are, but I'm just putting it out there as a possibility.
I think it is a possibility as well. I'm boggled by this. I'm really boggled by this.
Yeah,
I really want to count the standings right now because this actually might bring Burst. It all depends on if Jury can actually come back. All right, he's back. He's actually back. He's in P6 right now. So now it's all for.
Well, he's going to be 8th. He's going to be 8th easily here. He's going to be 8th because Roy McDuff and Kubovic are very close together. Toman's leaving the pit lane right now. He's back out there, and let's not forget he'll have enough fuel. He'll have new tyres, I think, but he's going to be too far back to make a difference. Surely at this point, 8th place. Now, how many points is that going to give him? Presuming that things stay the way they are for Burst Edge Esports, is going to give them 25 points.
12 points.
12 points, do we reckon? That's going to lose them 13 from their 23-point margin coming in. So 10 points would be the margin heading into Le Mans as things stand. As we run right now, Vargas Sim Racing would have a 10-point championship lead heading into Le Mans.
Actually, no. I was gonna say no. You're actually fairly accurate. It is 23 points. I nearly said 13 points, but oh my goodness, this brings a whole different dimension now into Le Mans.
It's never over until it is over. Quite unbelievable. And yeah, to be fair, Aidan Millwood making a very good point actually, that his route was rebooted very quickly. But yeah, there you go. He's back in the race and back on the server. He's not going to get this lap counted, is he? Because when you rejoin,
he's
you don't
P9.
you don't get that lap. You don't get the lap counted. So I'm seeing from the top. I've just remembered that when you drive out of the pit lane, that lap actually doesn't count, does it? It's an out lap, and it doesn't count towards your total. So he's lost another place and he's lost another point.
So that's P9. So
12 points.
6, 7,
the
8,
gap.
12 points. 13 points taken away.
Yep. Oh,
my
goodness me. Goodness me. As if we wanted any more drama in this race.
You know what I like to call this? Welcome to the marvelous world of sim racing.
Yeah, exactly. You can have mechanical failures in real life, and this is the idea of a mechanical failure in sim racing. It is just as heart-wrenching, and Yuri Toman and Vargas Sim Racing feeling the full effects of that right now. They're in 9th place after 7.5 hours of racing. They're 2 minutes behind Matt Beavis. There's no way they're going to be able to get anything else out of this race. He's going to be deflated and demoralised. Will this affect them going into Le Mans? The momentum that they had. You know, they were finishing top 2 every single race. The first 7 races of this season, they finished in the top 2. They've won 5 races out of the 7 so far. You know, on such a high, momentum completely in their favour, but is this going to affect them going into Le Mans, or are they going to be able to put it behind them in the next month?
they have to put it behind them because this is the first known podium finish they have the entire season. Like every single race they have finished in the podium or won. So a vital race like this where you can kind of clinch the championship and you don't get that kind of performance, it's gutting. It's a gut. It's basically a knife in the gut. But you have to stanch the bleeding really quickly and then prepare yourself for Le Mans. And it's a track that can gut you easily as well. I'm just looking over here. There is a possible battle between Wayframe and Argira for P4, and I'm just looking at the standings. Yeah, I was correct. This is actually battle for P3 in the standings as well.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, you're right, actually. That's a very good point. They came in tied, did Wayframe and Argira, so whichever one finishes ahead of the other at the moment is going to be third in the championship as we leave Spa here tonight. But Ricci is so much quicker than Arnaud Chumbley, and he's going to want to be getting up towards Moritz Mel as well, because he's not too far up the road either. But there are only 17 and a half minutes to go. Anyway, let's have a look at the battles going on. Michele Ricci versus Arnaud Chumbley. This is the one we want to be watching as the sun is starting to set on the 8 hours of Spa. We're going to finish in the slightly darker conditions than what we started with nearly 8 hours ago now. Chumbley just ahead of Ricci, and a battle for the third place in the championship. Ricci, if he gets through quick enough, is going to have a shot at the podium, because just in front, Moritz Mel is only 4 seconds up the road for Go Team Racing.
Yeah, I'm just wondering really quickly here as Arn is actually looking really aggressive on the Deuce's Porsches. Oh my goodness. And now Ricci's going to have a room on the pit path.
Oh,
no.
And off the road goes Chumbley. That was a little bit physical between the two. Chumbley goes around. Oh, dearie me. The drama in this final hour, this final half an hour, absolutely incredible in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Another car going around, Argira Racing at the pit path chicane, and that's going to consolidate their 5th place. They're not going to be getting anything else out of this race unless they get caught by Roman Jakubovic, but goodness me, I'm not really sure how to call that one. A bit physical between the both of them.
Yeah, physical to say the least. That's an understatement. As you see on the replay, Ricci going for... That's the Senna Ask move. You're going for a gap. If you're no longer for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver. Where's the gap? I know he's overcommitted and trying to push the car wide into the second half of the pit path, but surely Ricci might get a drive through over here, because you basically got a car, even though you're battling for position, off the track, and possible rear end damage for Arnaud Chumbley.
Yeah, Jimmy Allison agrees with you on that one. So yeah, there you go. Or I believe anyway. I'm trying to kind of work out, but yeah. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We'll leave it up to the stewards afterwards. And if there's a penalty for them, either of them at Le Mans, then you will know about it, because hopefully you will have tuned in for the races. Ricci goes diving up the inside of the Varga Sim Racing car. Clearly not pleased, Michal Sedlacek there, flashing the lights once again. But you can see that by that move on Arnaud Chumbley and by that move on the Varga Sim Racing car, that Ricci's in a rush here. He wants that podium, and so he's pushing at every possible moment to try and get it.
Yeah, and just to mention, Michi and the boys from Burst, I think they will be very pleased about this result, despite Varga disconnecting, because it gives them a little bit of a hope. We were talking about this. I really am interested to look on Go Team Racing. I think they owe us a splash and dash.
Do you really?
I think they do.
I thought they were fine. I really thought they were fine to the end of the race, but I guess we'll find out over the course of the next 15 minutes. I thought they would be okay, but maybe not.
I'm wrong. Sure. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong.
Not sure. Also hearing at the moment, Michi Hoyer is not driving that quickly out there at the moment. It has to be said, 2 minutes 11.7. He had a 90-second margin not 2 minutes ago, but now it's coming down quite drastically to Jurne Simicic, who's actually being caught by Moritz Mel himself. So are there team orders here at Burst Esport? If there were, then the championship margin would go down to 4 points heading into Le Mans, and it would really help out the 28 team. It would set us up this perfect scenario at Le Mans where the winner of the race between Varga and Burst Edge, if either of them win, then either of them can win the championship if they manage to do that. But are there going to be team orders at Burst to be able to do that? Here is Michi Hoyer going into the final chicane. He doesn't look like he's on full attack at all, does he? Let's see the lap time as we go over the line right now. What's it going to be? Is he trying to let Simoncic organically catch him? It's a 2 minute 8.7. Another 4 seconds is going to be lost. He's going to have to go slower than that if he wants to let Jone Simoncic catch him. And from what we're seeing right now, it looks like they're going to reverse the places.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario, right? Basically, it's a whole minute and 21 seconds that Hoyer has the lead to Simoncic. So basically, he has to go slower, 10 seconds a lap, roughly, for you actually get closer. And all right, I got from Matthias Tara that the Go team car has fuel. So good. I really am happy if the Go team actually has fuel and get a podium spot and quietly, climbing up into the podium stand and getting a really good result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're kind of catching Jone Simoncic right now, which would be for the lead of the race, and that really would be dramatic, wouldn't it, at this stage?
Yeah.
Michele Ricci's not going slowly either, but here is Michi Hoyer trying to get through on some of these GTE cars as efficiently as possible without causing them any trouble, because he's not in a rush. It seems they go through Pouhon right now. 4 seconds Simoncic took out of him last time around. He goes over the line again, and there's a yellow flag in Sector 2. Let's see what's gone on here. It's the 37 car. Rookie Monsters. Matt Beavis has gone off at Lecombe, but he is back going again. Let's see. Yeah, 4.3 seconds Hoyer was caught by Simoncic. I don't know why he doesn't just do his own drive-through here, just to, lose a bit of time. But, he's just choosing the on-track route at the moment to just slow things down.
Yeah, we're looking on the replay. I think the instant the Rookie Monsters, they get side swapped by, I think that's a Black Hawk car that swiped them in the Lacune chicane. So, lack of communication between the drivers and maybe failing to go through the apex for Rookie Monsters.
Hoyer's in. Hoyer's in from the lead of the race. Hoyer is in. Michi Hoyer from the lead of the race. This is a planned swap between Burst Edge Esports. Oh my goodness me, what drama we have seen in these final few moments of the 8 hours of Spa. You can see Jone Simoncic in the top right hand side of your screen. He's coming through Pouhon right now, and he's going to catch Michi Hoyer to the tune of 35 seconds as they go through this pit stop. Is it going to be a drive-through? Are they going to pit for fuel? Are they going to put a couple of tyres on it maybe? We'll see.
Give him Michi Hoyer a cup of coffee as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, he could grab a cup of coffee if he wants to.
Tyres in.
Tyres it is. Tyres it is for Michi Hoyer. The gap was 80 seconds before. If he was to be able to take 4 tyres, they're going to come out pretty much side by side, but there's only going to be one winner between them. Wow.
Did he go for a driver swap in here?
Unbelievable. Let's see when they get going again. Is Mozart going to get in, or are they going to leave Hoyer in there? This is quite remarkable. An extraordinary finish to this race. Just over 10 minutes to go right now. He's going to get dropped off the grass, and he's going. He's going. So he goes down the pit lane right now, but Simoncic is not too far behind. They're going to come out pretty much side by side. But Hoyer wants to get in front of Go Team Racing here. So here he comes,
Hoyer
up the hill. Michi Hoyer comes through, and there goes Jone Simoncic through on the racetrack. He goes into the lead of the 8 hours of Spa with just under 10 minutes to go. After some team orders for Burst Esport, they want these points. They need to capitalise on the fact that Vargas Racing are not going to have a good day at all. They're going to finish down in 9th, and Burst Esport want to take the maximum points they possibly can, and so they've reversed the cars, and they've possibly reduced this championship margin down to 4 points as we leave Spa in just 10 minutes time.
Alright, so Tillman is P9, 30 points, basically over here P4, P8. Yeah, 27 points shredded. If it keeps going like this, Actually, 20 at 18 points shredded. It's gonna be it's insanely close. This is the most unusual NE to a race I've probably ever seen.
The most dramatic I've seen for a very long time.
Damn.
The leaders, the top 4 cars, are separated by 15 seconds at the moment. What a remarkable race. What a truly, truly remarkable race. Simoncic leads at the moment, 2 seconds ahead of Michi Hoyt. Moritz Mel just under 8 seconds down, and he's pushing hard right now. He wants a race win suddenly 10 seconds up the road from Go Team Racing. I'd love to see them get a podium because they've really improved so far this season. Started off in Division 2, getting a 3rd and a 2nd place. They did the first half of the season in Division 2. Struggled initially as they got into Division 1, but a podium for those guys would be like winning the championship. But he's got to hold off Michele Ricci, and that's going to be very entertaining as well to watch because Ricci's on some new tyres and he's not too far away from these Burst Esport cars. I don't think he's quite going to get there, but he's going to give it a very good go.
Yeah, he's gonna give his best effort because I think last lap was a 2:02 for Mel, and Ricci just did a 2:02. So basically shredding the time away. Last and a second between Ricci and Mel. Go Team is gonna have the world in their shoulders right now in terms of pressure, with 7 minutes and 40 to go.
Yeah, he's going to want this podium very badly. But Ricci wants this podium badly as well. He's going to want the points, of course, as well, in this fight between Ajira and Wave Freem Esports. 7.5 minutes to go at the 8 hours of Spa. And this is the fight that everybody is focused on. Moritz Mel defending on older tyres compared to Michele Ricci, who put some new ones on half an hour ago. And so he is really
Warriors
flying.
coming closer.
He is. It's going to be a formation finish for those guys at Burst Esport. Down into Puon they go. Ricci behind Mel. Negotiating some traffic and some Wave Freem Esport traffic as well. Trying to go one way and then the other for Ricci. This is where he tried to make the move on Schumveli, but he doesn't go for it again on Mel, possibly learning from his mistakes last time.
Yeah, just trying to, be overly cautious right now because there's still that penalty looming large, right? As Mel gets a little bit of a wiggle, gets blocked by the World of Sim Racing car as they go into Paul Frere. Oh, this is amazing for Mel because it has split them apart a little bit, but still there is the draft working for Ricci as they're going to come into Blanchimont, and he's not going to be able to set up a movement to the bus stop, but he's going to get really close from that LMP2 from the number 4247 of GoRail Team Racing.
3 laps to go as they come across the line. Simoncic crosses the line with 6 minutes and 10 seconds. He is going to be able to do 3 more laps in this race. Michi Hoyer is 4 seconds down. He's lost a bit of time in the traffic, and there's an awful lot of it coming up in the next few moments. Moritz Mel does not want to see that, but I'm afraid there's nothing he can do about it. He's just going to have to deal with it, trying to get through on to defend from Ricci the best that he possibly can in that fight for the podium, but it's Simoncic right now who's leading, getting past the Zancho GTE leading car. 3 laps to go for them as well. Just look at the traffic though. This is a busy part of the racetrack for such an important battle.
You really don't want to be with that traffic, I think, for Mel right now. Oh,
off the road. There was a car off the road, 77. Who is that? A bit further down. Black Hawk Racing. Just off the road, but they're back going again.
Oh, and now Mel getting close, I think, with the number 51 of Speedy Might on the exit of the little Coombe chicane into Malmedy, and now gets Ricci really close to that diffuser of Muriz Mel. I don't think Muriz is going to be able to defend this anytime soon, as they're going to come into Puhan.
Here we go. Is there going to be a move here? It would be brave, but it's not out of the realms of possibility for Michele Ricci to actually go for this. He's going to stick behind just for the moment. Moritz Mel still in front into the pit path chicane. Ricci has tried moves here before, and they've not, well, they did pay off, but not without contact. So he's staying behind for now. 0.3 of a second. It's nose to tail. Forget the gaps, because just see it for yourselves how close this is. There's going to be punches thrown between these two here. There's going to be an attack from Ricci at some point. They're both going to want this podium very badly indeed. Go Team Racing are going to really want it, as the battle for the lead is almost heating up between Burst Esport. not entirely a battle, but it is going to heat up. Here comes Ricci, outside line into the bus stop chicane. He's going to give him the inside for the second part, but Mel is stern in his defence and he holds on just for the moment. That's the first attack, and he's defended it well.
Defending it well as they go by into the John Alesi and the Zansho leading GTE. There is no room for Ricci to make that move. He kind of dives the Zansho GTE, and now the move needs to be set up now on the Leclerc because he's running out of time. Maybe 2 laps left in this race.
Just 2 laps and 2 more opportunities at Lecom, which has been the best opportunity all day to make a move. So he's really going to want to do this quickly. Oh, Rouge they go. The slipstream is going to be massive. The overspeed is going to be quite astonishing here, but Mel is getting some from a GT in 11th place. I think that's Carlos Basto's Ramada Motorsport car,
yeah.
And he's been saved there by the GT. The slipstream that he got there saved his position.
By the way, Hoyer could have gotten close into Simic and made the move, but he just backed away. You know, acting as the human shield for Burst right now. So it's basically sad Team Motors, and Hoyer is going to play just the human shield in case Mel actually and Ricci get close, because the gap is about 5 seconds, even though they're not going to reach.
The gap's closing by 2 or 3 seconds a lap. It's 5.5 seconds right now. So, you know, that's not insignificant. And they've just had some LMP2 traffic to negotiate.
In front of the GOAT Team Racing.
Yeah, you're right. That's Turk Hakkinen. Oh, it's getting close. Ricci trying to take advantage, but couldn't. And goes to the outside line at Stavolo. Whoa, round the outside he goes. Just look at the grip he's got right now. And here we come out in the Paul Frere curve. Big slipstream. Once again, there's going to be a lot of speed coming off of this wait for him each car, and he might even be really on the back of him through Blanchimont, pushing him through this fast corner almost. Here we go. Can he make a move into the bus stop chicane? Is Mel going to defend as well as he did last lap? Here we go. Inside line he goes. Ricci takes the outside. This is a carbon copy of what we saw last time. Mel shoves him out wide. Can he keep him there? Yes, he can. Ricci is staying behind for now as they go on to the final lap of this race.
Yeah, Ricci's going to have just about 3 or 4 more turns to make that overtake. So it's going to come down to a massive set from the Italian driver on Mel to try to take away from that podium spot. We'll go Team Racing. Oh,
Michi Hoyer's got a penalty. Michi Hoyer has a penalty. For whatever reason, Michi Hoyer has got a penalty. It's got to be a track limits penalty. So that is heartbreaking for him. He might lose out on 2nd place here in the end, but it's not going to matter because Yoni Simic hasn't got one. So Burst Esport will be happy. In the background, Ricci goes to the outside line of Moritz Mel. They bang wheels on the straight. Look at these two right now. Ricci shoves Mel over the corner, and here they go side by side into Lecom. They're both making contact. They're both going to be severely displeased with each other after that, but Moritz Mel holds on.
Mel holds on, and there's a Speedy Mine, I think that's a 71 that it splits them a little bit. There will be some slightly damage between both LMPs, but I can totally see Ricci coming from a mile away in the bus stop. Just wait and see.
But what's going to happen here with Michi Hoyer? Because he's not going to be able to drive through the pit lane. It's the last lap of the race. So what's
the time penalty?
What's the time penalty for it?
40 seconds?
We'll get that confirmed. We'll get that confirmed because this is the last lap of the race. It's hard to know. We'll get it confirmed. Nobody has a clue. So we'll work it out at the end of the race because it's ticking down now. The final 20 seconds, and they're all going wide at the Paul Frere curve. That's a penalty for somebody. I hope it wasn't one of these two, but it may well have been. We'll wait and find out. Moritz Mel has to defend into the final couple of corners. And it is for one of those guys. Who is it? Mel has got a penalty right on the very final moments. Moritz Mel in the final minutes of this race has got a penalty, and he might lose out on the podium. Although coming out of the final corner and over the line, Jurnej Simincic wins the 8 Hours of Spa in remarkable circumstances. Michi Hoyer crosses the line in 2nd ahead of Moritz Mel, who finishes on the line 3rd. And in the end, Michele Ricci's going to finish this race 2nd. What a remarkable ending to this. Where are they going to come out? Are they going to be able to still get a podium here? Michi Hoyer, will they get a penalty? Will they get the podium? Unassumably, it's coming over the line right now as Ibrahim Khan comes over the line to win in GTE. No arguments about that. It's been a fantastic drive as unassumably gets 3rd place. overall and in LMP2. He manages to get a podium after all of that. Michi Hoyer and Moritz Mel both miss out due to penalties on the very final lap. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe what we have seen in the final moments of this race. Simply astonishing.
And believe it or not, even with the penalty, they still get top 5. Both cars, because Jakubovic and Rory were so far back, they just couldn't capitalize on this. All right, this might be top 3 most insane finishes I've ever seen in sim racing, and I've been covering this since 2016.
Simply astonishing stuff. Truly, truly amazing. One of the best VEC finishes I've seen for a very, very long time. Possibly the best finish this season. And just remarkable. Let's have a look at your final results as we see the lights of Spa-Francorchamps. It's Joni Simoncic who takes a dramatic race win to take a step forward in this championship. And it's Michi Hoyer who crossed the line second, but we don't think he's going to finish second afterwards. But is he? We're not entirely sure. This is a completely provisional result, by the way. This is not confirmed in any way, because there's a lot of totting up and maths to do after with the amount of drama that we've just seen. But Michele Ricci, we think, may well finish second. Unassumedly, we think is going to be third. Moritz Mel White will be fourth, question mark. We definitely know Roman Jakubovic will be sixth, ahead of Rory McDuff. And Matthew Beavis, Yuri Toman down in ninth. He's going to be heartbroken just ahead of Tony Meller, who definitely does finish in 10th place. In GTE, Ibrahim Khan wins the race. No arguments about that. Completely dominant drive from Sancho today, ahead of Michal Selicek and João Barbosa, who came in third. Toga Hakkinen, good recovery from him to finish fourth, ahead of Martin Darland in fifth. Christian McLaren for Waveframe in sixth, ahead of Your Name Here in seventh. Drive Game C in eighth. Good recovery from Blažević Mesk as well to get ninth for World of Sim Racing. And One Move Esports rounding out the top 10 in GTE. Goodness me. What a fantastic race that was, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that is one of the most insane races I've ever seen in a multi-class event. The guy's saying over here there won't be a 4-car podium in the LMP2.
I think we're going to need more than 4. I think we might need 5, to be honest.
Put a 5 at least.
Yeah, put a 5th on there. Why not? Anyway, that is it for the 8 hours of Spa. What a great race. Make sure you join us for the 24 hours of Le Mans. We've got the LMP2 Championship separated by 4 points. We've got the top 3 in GTE separated by 9 points. You do not want to miss it. Make sure you tune in between the 5th and the 6th of June in just under a month's time. I absolutely cannot wait. That just about does it then for the 8 hours of Spa. It's been thoroughly, thoroughly enjoyable. I hope you guys have enjoyed it at home as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you here in the commentary box. But from me, Johan O'Leary, and Lorenzo Bonder alongside me, and all the other commentators throughout the day, it's a very warm goodbye.